Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the Bloodbender Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There's a lot in this world that Midoriya Izuku would very much prefer not talking about. Thinks about his past most of all, especially given his rotten luck. Things he may have to if he ever wants a shot of getting back his old life. And one of biggest of those things is that one mistake that would change the course of his life forever. Because yes, there are plenty of things from his past Izuku would rather not talk about, most of them terrible, awful, and shameful, but all of them ultimately his fault. So there's not much to say about it in the end other than that, and very little room for complaint. After all, he was only trapped by his own choice. Now he's just paying the price. Not a lot of the rest of that day really stands out as noteworthy, but there are a few things you should know. In a neighborhood full of middle-income families, 6-year-olds are left with far too much free time. Adventure wasn't a new school field trip your parents had to sign for, it was something you had to go out and find, and nobody embodied that ideal more than Kaken. Secondly, friends weren't always friends back then because they had much of a choice. Looking back on it now, it's hard to say whether or not Kaken really was his friend in any meaningful sense, beyond all the time they spent together. Of course, Izuku did consider him a friend, absolutely, and there was a lot of him following him around and playing heroes and villains and the like. But they were friends because their mothers were, and had been for a long time. And when your mothers are that close, well, their sons would naturally be expected to as well. So if Mitsuki was letting her kid out for the day for a wander around the local neighborhood to look for bugs or something, then Izuku would be joining him and vice versa, and end of discussion. It's not like either of them really seemed to mind at first either, but as time goes on and quirks come in, well, opinions seem to shift, and walls between friends grow higher and stronger. And while Izuku could hardly see through his own admiration and innate desire for a friend, no matter how brash or rude they could be at times, he would be naive if he didn't consider the fact that Kaken likely didn't feel the same. After all, Kaken wasn't acting like he used to. He was always the best, and he was always in charge, and above all of that he was always going to be a hero. And he was hardly going to argue that, because in such young eyes Kaken was just the pinnacle of, well, amazing. A natural-born hero, to the point he didn't need help from anyone. Confident and brave, it was like he could face any challenge they met with no question as to if he could win. He was, in short, everything a young Izuku wanted to be. Someone who inspired him almost more than shaky footage of a fiery rescue did, played on loop on the family computer. Someone who he would follow into hell. And he supposed, with no small sense of regret, that he did, or at least he would. Maybe that's why he said what he did that day. He was right after all, he didn't need his help. But then again, if he's learnt anything these past few years, it's that he just can't help it. He can't help how much he needs to make sure people are okay, and that he does everything he can to help when everything seems helpless. He just can't help but care. But Kaken didn't know that. How could he? So he really shouldn't have been surprised back then when he roughly shoved his hand away and looked at him like he'd just been insulted. He shouldn't have let it get to him when he yelled at him for it later. Kids were dumb after all, and they were mean and said and did things neither party could really understand. He shouldn't have let it hurt him, he should have been stronger than that. Maybe then he wouldn't have done it. Being singled out at forest entrance didn't feel good. More than anything else, really he was just confused as to what he'd done wrong and what exactly Kaken wanted to say to him specifically. The words and specifics are lost to time now, but he remembers the gist. He was nothing, would always be nothing, and would never be anything more than useless, much less a hero. The regular mean jaunts and jabs about him being a worthless Deku that should just give up and stay out of his way because nobody wanted him around. That he didn't deserve to follow someone as strong as him, and he didn't need any of his DMN help, so he should just give it up already. Then things escalated, of course it did. Because even through all of that he couldn't help but try to right things, even just a little. Because Kaken was wrong, he didn't look down on him one bit, he just wanted to help, and he wanted to tell him so much, and of course he tried. And well, the next thing he knew he was on the ground again, jaw throbbing, fresh tears in his eyes with a stinging red burn mark marring his cheek. And that's how he left him. In cold, shocked silence under a fading sky. Alone on the side of the street, left abandoned like the garbage they always said he was. And then things really started. Because that's when he showed up. A tall man, with short white hair and all dressed up like he'd just come home from an important business meeting, or so he thought. He didn't say much at first, not even a word, as he lowered himself on the curb beside him and with the kindest look in his eyes, handed him an ice pack and asked him if he was okay. If he wanted to talk about what had happened. He didn't want to at first, but like so many other times it didn't stop the words from pouring out of his mouth and mixing with wet, unintelligible sobs. He told him too much, though, that's for sure. About how his friends weren't acting like friends at all. How everyone seemed to hate him for being quirkless, and how he prayed every night the doctor and everyone else was wrong about him. That one morning he would wake up and he wouldn't be so weak and useless anymore, no matter how impossible it seemed. Because he couldn't be a hero without a quirk, everyone said that. And as much as he wanted to prove them wrong, he was a hopeless 6-year-old who'd watched the world crumble before his eyes as everyone told him to just give it up. And all the while the man just hugged him tightly and shushed him and told him it would be okay. He shared his own secrets too. About how he was bullied too as a kid, and just how unfair he knows it is that people like them are pushed aside in favor of those with flashy quirks. He told him he's so brave for making it so far on his own, that everyone was wrong about him and that he'd like to help him achieve his dream. So as the sky got darker he asks him if he would like a quirk. And like a fool he answered, "More than anything." So the man gives him a reassuring smile and tells him another secret. Tells him that he thinks he can be a hero and that he could be worth something more than anyone would have said. That no matter how hard it was to believe, he could give him a quirk and help train him to be a hero. But he also said it wouldn't be easy. That it could be really scary and that he had to be brave, like no one had ever been before. And that he had to come with him. So this kind man, who told him everything he had ever needed to hear, held out his hand. And little naive and hopeless Izuku took up what would end up being the worst decision he could ever make in his life. That night, a 6-year-old quirkless kid vanished from the face of the earth. A kid by the name of Midoriya Izuku, who'd only ever wanted to be a hero and help people, reported missing by his grieving mother and latter presumed dead. And not even a trace of him would be found for the next 8 years. And those 8 years would be hell. Quirks in this world aren't something most people have to earn. A strike, step back and readjust your stance. You can't afford to get that wrong. Potential is much like a quirk in that sense. Gifts from the universe and nothing more. In the end, it's up to us how we use it. 2 more attacks. A fake out, then a block, then a punch at the throat. Not hard enough to break anything, nothing more than a stun. Leave them gasping just like Sensei said. Make them react to you. I saw potential in you the day we met, don't you remember? We both know being a hero is something you have to work for, something people devote their lives to. Block a strike, take another. It's clumsy. It's not that bad. You're still standing, so keep going. Just stay on your feet. Why should getting a quirk be any different? After all, the best heroes know how to fight outside of their quirk. You'll be getting a quirk suited for you, but your body must be prepared for that strain before you can use it. 3 more strikes. You're getting tired now, but don't let it show. End the fight quickly. Just 2 more strikes in the right places and you were born quirkless Midoriya Izuku. You're going to have to work harder than anyone to achieve your dream. You're on the ground now. Get up. You have to get up. Come on, Izuku. You could always be a hero, Izuku, but with my help, you'll be the greatest that ever was. Time. Izuku sighed and let his head thud back to the floor as his opponent backed away. Eyes shut tightly as he tries to focus on getting his desperately beating heart back to at least some kind of reasonable speed. Then a hand climbs down in his vision and helps him up to his feet. At the other end, Sensei is there when he's finally wound down enough to focus on the matter at hand. Can you tell me what you did wrong? It was my stance, right? He asks. In the beginning it felt off, so I tried to dash. Yes, he says, but you were watching his eyes. You're going to keep missing things if you do. He nods, more to himself than for Sensei, feeling childishly ashamed. You are getting better though. Much faster, and you're making far less mistakes than before. God, he feels so childish and dumb, but he smiles at that. And despite knowing the answer, he asks him again, "Do you think I'll be ready for my quirk soon?" It's hard to gauge Sensei's reaction to questions like that. They're impatient questions with answers they both already know and very little point to asking them. Most of the time he doesn't answer beyond raising an eyebrow and making a face that just screams, "You already know." But before that point he gets annoyed in small ways. Just little ticks that he's learned to pick up on that make him feel guilty from moment to moment. But of course it all fades before he asks another dumb question again, and though they're always few and far between, much more so now that he's spent more time here, there's very few things he suspects can end them entirely. "You're much closer now than you were before, but that's up to you." And Izuku beamed. He was a little giddy and surprised to get an answer like that, but he quickly schools himself before he's sent off. From there, he has a quick drink and a break for lunch before getting back into it. He's around 7, or maybe closer to 8 years old now. He's not really sure thanks to the lack of calendars, and there never seems to be a good time to ask Sensei during the few times he does actually remember the question. Not between training and his lessons with Sensei, and that's really just the only times he actually sees him. And sure, those take up most of his time from day to day, regardless on if Sensei is available or not, but the rest of that time is just spent in his room killing time and practicing where he can. Maybe completing some homework his tutor sends him and the like. Nothing too exciting. And Sensei already said no to going back for his All Might action figures, so that's right out, no matter how sad it is. It's thanks to thoughts like that when he can't help but miss home, and his aching heart and mind is drawn to the warmer memories of his mom. Especially when he's left alone to his own thoughts in the middle of the night and having trouble sleeping. No matter what memories he attempts to replicate, nothing can replace the gentle singing of a lullaby or read him his favorite bedtime stories. He's left in silence and darkness, and he can't help but miss her. He remembers quite plainly that being one of the first things he asked Sensei when he went with him too. He'd been so excited to be a hero and get his quirk, it was only natural he'd want to tell his mom the good news. But Sensei was made abundantly clear. It was a secret, and besides, wouldn't it be nice to surprise her with it when he got it? She would understand him leaving for something so important, and it's not like it's goodbye forever. It had been more than a few months though now, and he was not naive enough to believe that becoming a hero would be any quick task, though he was starting to worry about how long he'd been away. She didn't like it when he stayed away too long, and while he was sure she'd understand him being away with a friend for the weekend, he wasn't so sure she would be alright with him being out for months and years. But Sensei knew what he was doing. And he was right. He'd already learned so much about being a hero, and Sensei had said it wouldn't be too much longer now until he got his quirk. But the feeling of guilt and longing was gnawing at his insides, and as much as the training and lessons kept him occupied, it would not distract him from this ache. So on one of those late nights where his eyes refused to stay closed, he wrote his first letter to his mom. Nothing more or less than a few short lines in pen, as he tried his best to explain what was going on and downplay her worry. Telling her all about how he was going to be a hero, that he'd make her proud and he was going to do the impossible. He even drew a few small pictures of them all. Him, Sensei, even her as well, and when he'd finished he folded it as carefully as he could and set it to rest on the small table by his bed before nodding off to sleep. He told himself he would ask Sensei that morning to send the letter, but then again he might not have the chance just yet. But the fact was he trusted Sensei. And Sensei hadn't done anything to prove him wrong. Sure, he got annoyed sometimes, but how could anyone who'd been that kind to him be bad? He's 8 years old when it happens. When that spark of trust dies and cold hard reality hits him hard across the face. The day he realized who Sensei really was. He'd said it in the morning, there was one final test he had to take. One final stretch that would prove he was ready for a quirk. A final fight between quirkless versus villain. He'd thought he was readier than he'd ever been in his life. And he could never have been more wrong. The fight went like this. He'd be starting at one end of a track, and his goal was to take down a final villain at the end. Before that though, he had to make it past 3 more villains who'd be trying to stop him. And as usual he'd be timed. And the fight ended only when Sensei said it did. The most difficult part seemed to be the final boss, but as it turned out he would be fighting 3-on-1, and not one at a time as he thought. It took longer than he would have liked. 2 of them struck with quirks right before the third. Simple strength augmentation, another that shoots spikes from their body, and the third spit some kind of acid. A tough matchup for sure, with all 3 of them seeming to come at him with the intent to kill. But it was nothing he hadn't trained for. The one with the strength quirk was the first to go down. 3 well-placed slashes with his knife, 2 to the Achilles tendons to stop him from moving, and a hard but with the base of his knife had him out quickly. Spikes was harder too. Having to dodge and divert attention with diversions, he didn't make it out without more than a few cuts and gashes, but he still managed to take them down in the end. The fight with acid spit went just about the same, with him quickly making a GG from some cables lying around to keep them distracted before knocking them out from behind as they tried to focus on melting it. He was lucky none of them were really working together. In the end though, it was still half the fight just to get to the final boss really. That last fight too was by far the toughest. Because this boss villain kept their quirk hidden and waiting for the right moment to attack, making it much harder to pinpoint his quirk and pick apart his weaknesses like Sensei had always encouraged. So while his previous opponents had been less coordinated and far more reliant on quirks, his current opponent fought much smarter. More pragmatic and efficient, and it took too long for Izuku to come up with a better plan, and by the time he had put it into action Mr. Boss Villain was ready to show off his quirk. The punch hit him right in his left bicep, or at least he had thought it was a punch. There was a sickening crack before the stabbing pain of a large axe head embedded in his arm finally registered in his brain. His mind was working a mile a minute then, just despite the pain. Transformation quirk only in their hands. Able to turn them into any tool they want, likely with the same durability and strength as steel. And he'd just let him hit him in the arm. For a few seconds he just stood there after the man drew back, clutching his arm convinced Sensei would call off the match as his opponent taunted him. But he wasn't listening to that. None of his training sessions had gone this far before, nothing besides a few deep slices up his arms and legs when he got something wrong with the knife, and nothing close to the pain he was feeling right now. Nothing to make him hurt this bad. But Sensei did not call of the match, and his final obstacle had given up on the taunting and drew closer once again. By then the message was clear. When a hero fights they must have their goal in mind, not even a broken leg or a life-threatening injury. Should be able to stop them. So, despite the pain, despite the still lingering shock and sick feeling in his stomach at the sensation of warm blood down his arm, he was on him in a second. Not even 2 moves later the man was pinned, with 2 knives in his palms and the back of another pressed lightly on his jugular. Both heaved long deep breaths. The fight was over. Kill him. His body stiffened and froze as his eyes went wide. He must have heard him wrong, he couldn't have meant that. Heroes don't. The fight was over, it had to be. What? Kill him Izuku, it's all you have to do. I don't. Christ's sake child, kill him. He flinched back hard. Sensei didn't raise his voice like that, not unless he was serious and angry. But he couldn't just kill someone. Not for this. Not like this, not ever. Izuku. This had to be some kind of trick, right? Some lesson or something. To make sure he wouldn't use his quirk to hurt others, but... Izuku. This wasn't right. It wasn't right. He was scared and he couldn't do it. He would never. Kill him Izuku. The world seemed to freeze at his roar, and as Izuku finally looked back at the face of the man below him, the man Sensei wanted him to, and he looked scared. He knew that he'd hurt him and he heard loud and clear what Sensei wanted him to do. He was so afraid and he could see it on his face. He looked like the kind of person he wanted to be a hero for. The kind of person he wanted to protect. If getting a quirk, or even becoming a hero meant doing something like this. He didn't want it. The room was dead quiet for quite some time. Long, fearful strokes of the seconds stretching on like hours before it was broken by long, echoing footsteps on concrete. Slow, steady steps that commanded menace and belonged to a tall man, with short white hair and kind eyes. The man he'd first met by the side of the road by a park after his friends had left him to find his own way home. Approaching him like so many months ago, and lowering himself beside him. And just like that his kind voice is back. That same slow, gentle voice, just the same as he remembers. Coming from a man he trusts. "I'm so sorry, Izuku," he says. "It was unfair of me to demand you do something so cruel." He's scared. So scared, but for a moment he relaxes his grip upon the knife. He's scared, but he trusts him again, for just a moment. And Sensei wraps his arms gently and tenderly around him, and a voice in his head whispers that it's all going to be okay. This is sick and so wrong, but Sensei knows that. He knows that this isn't right, and it's going to be okay now. No one is going to die. "Here, give me your hand, Izuku," he says. "It's all right, see? I'll help you out." He flinches again, watching in numb horror as Sensei guides his shaking hands, still clutching the knife, right over where the man's heart would be. And thick tears stream silently unbidden down his face, and nothing can be heard as blood roars in his ears. As Sensei pushes that knife, slow and firm, into the man's chest. His first escape attempt happened not long after Sensei gave him his quirk. He was still left reeling from the events of the day before, with blood still feeling disgustingly warm and sticky on his hands despite the long and scalding hot shower he'd taken not long after. And when he finally was left alone in his room for the night, the full reality of his situation began to sink in, as his room all at once started feeling less at all like his room, and more like a prison cell from some old movies he'd watched. Especially when he remembered there was no window in sight, and realized the door was locked tight from the outside. Unsurprisingly, he didn't get much sleep that night. Sensei's chosen quirk for him only really made him want to throw up even more. He called it Bloodbender, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what it did. As if feeling it lingering unseen and coating his hands, and refusing to come off wasn't enough, now he could feel it moving and squirming in just about everyone around him. So overwhelming he stumbled and Diamond near fell. Vision swimming, head crying at him, it was a pain difficult to describe. Because even with Sensei healing his injuries from the day before, it hurt bad. Like his body was constantly clenching and unclenching, and his head was a suitcase packed way too tight and trying to force itself to fit. Not matter what he did, it felt like his head, or even his body, was going to explode any second now, and that pain certainly didn't improve when Sensei, seeming completely unfazed by his obvious agony, so casually mentioned where he got such a quirk. A serial killer. This quirk, the one he'd worked so hard for, had belonged to a serial killer. Passed on to one villain to the next, because in the end that's what he was now. No getting around it. He had killed someone, even if he hadn't wanted to. That was just about as far from the side of good as you could possibly get, and with this quirk, and the life he'd taken just the day before, Sensei had made it very clear that it wouldn't be his last. He only took the time to learn the basics of his new quirk before he tried to run. Enough to clear his head and have everything stop hurting so much, and make sure he knew how to turn it off enough to not accidentally hurt someone if he wasn't careful enough. It didn't feel like he much of a choice in the matter either way, because Bloodbender, as it would turn out, was much better suited to killing people than saving lives, and he had to have his head clear enough to be able to look for any kind of opportunity to escape. And he knew now he had to escape. He couldn't let Sensei use him to hurt or kill anyone else. He refused to be the reason another person died like that. By now he was long past taking the time to gather supplies or plan out what he would be doing once he got out. He figured he'd go to the police or something, but that wasn't a thought he had time to dwell on for very long. In the end, all he really did was turn tail and just run. Of course, a newly no longer quirkless 8-year-old against an organization of villains was never going to work. He didn't even know enough about the area, who was going where, or even how to fight back when he had this new quirk hardly kept at bay in his head. He didn't even make it out of the building before he was right back where he started. In his room, with the door locked, and heaving quiet shuddering breaths as he lay beaten, broken and bleeding, curled up on the hard cool floor for even just some scrap of relief from his pain. Feeling more helpless than he ever did without a quirk. Sensei was angry. Possibly the angriest he'd even seen him, and it was terrifying. It took just about every ounce of his energy not to cry as he was forced to kneel beneath the man in all his fury at actions he was too desperate not to commit to. They stared at each other for a long time with neither uttering a word. One looking on in disdain thinly covered by taunting amusement, and the other more scared than he had ever been, trembling at the sight of a person he'd thought he should trust. But Sensei was bad. He was scary, and he was never the kind man he'd met back then. He didn't care about Izuku then, just like he couldn't care less now at just how much pain he was in now, and he had to keep telling himself that because Sensei was a villain, and he was going to die. During it all, one dark thought twisted and squirmed from deep in his mind. At least, when you die here, you can't hurt anyone else. I'm disappointed in you, Izuku, Sensei said. After all this you would try to run now? We had an agreement. A quiet mumble was all he got in return. And Sensei frowned and stalked towards him, grasping him tightly by the jaw to force his eyes to face him. His voice stern and so angry and loud in this silence. I'm sorry, Izuku, would you care to repeat that? I never wanted to kill people, he hissed out. Sensei smiled at that. The same kind smile twisting in a way that made him feel sick at the sight of it. He was a villain, it didn't matter now, and Izuku was going to die. Oh, but you agreed to come with me, Izuku. You told me you could be brave, and now look what you've done. Running now after we've put in so much work. I don't want to kill again, all might doesn't kill. He saw Sensei's expression twitch at that. Just slightly, pulling his twisted smile into a scowl. He'd said too much, he'd gone too far. He whimpered and stark fear slipped and held its place in his eyes. His hand came to rest on his shoulder, slowly, before grasping firmly with strong fingers digging deep into an already painful wound from the night before. He started to cry out, gasping out breaths and trying his hardest not to scream as his grip tightened more and more, making his vision white out. Maybe so, but you're forgetting that this was your choice. You agreed to come with me and do as I say. I didn't force you to do anything. He let go, took a step back and let him drop. It was your choice that put you here, and you're dealing with the consequences. And I'll be making sure you'll pay for your cowardice as well. I'm sure your mother wouldn't mind me paying her a visit, don't you think? Izuku froze in place, looking up in horror at just what Sensei was implying. I told you when you first accepted my offer that you couldn't see her. But I'm willing to make an exception if you pull something as stupid as that again. And when you do see her, I'll make sure you get to watch her die by my hand, and I can guarantee it won't be as swift as painless as you would have it. Am I understood? Izuku couldn't answer. He couldn't do anything, not even think, as he lay pinned under the weight of that stare and Sensei's threat. He could tell by his eyes that he meant every word. Sensei mustn't have appreciated his silence, because he received a firm kick to the stomach, making him cry out even more. And he asked again, Izuku, am I clear? He nodded quickly, eyes still scrunched tight as fat tears ran down grimy cheeks, trying to focus on anything other than the blinding pain in his shoulder and processing the sheer weight of it all while trying to quiet the hasty breaths as his lungs gasped, stuttering and desperate for air, still winded from the kick to his stomach and further aided by his own fear. He heard Sensei speak again, sound muffled and further away. He was speaking to someone, and he didn't have the mind to notice who it was beyond his own shock and racing mind at the mere thought of his mom being. He was only granted a few more seconds unmoving on the ground before being hoisted up and forced to his feet, pushed onward and half dragged out the door of this small room and down the winding halls of the facility. But they didn't go back to his room like he thought they would. And they didn't go to the training grounds either. Instead, Izuku found himself guided on bare stinging cold feet, down a longer hallway to his left, and through a reinforced door he didn't recognize. The room itself looked like some kind of twisted dentist's office. Gray walls just like the rest of the building with blinding surgical lights set into the ceiling and a large window on the furthest wall. The worst was probably the chair. A simple metal chair with a small table in front, with metal cuffs and leather straps secured to the arms and front legs. Then there was the noise. It wasn't especially loud, but it made him wince and flinch enough for one of the men dragging him to notice and shoot him a sinister grin. It was the sound of hundreds of claws and scraping hard across steel, further punctuated by the distinctive panicked screeching of rodents vying for whatever space they could find. It was coming from a cage, covered by thick black cloth sitting upon a larger table across from him. He began to struggle as the men holding him began to strap him down, earning him more than a few rough grabs and bruises along the way as both men tried to get him to stop making their jobs so hard. Izuku didn't care though, because between this chair and a cage full of small living creatures, it could really only mean one thing. Once he'd been tied down tight enough he couldn't move, a rat was placed in a smaller cage atop the small table before him. And thus began his first session of Quirk training. Over the next year, Izuku was forced into his new routine of training and murder. He'd be woken up, whenever was convenient for them, and set to work in the training room for most of the day with no reprieve. Then, as was before, he'd fight for his life as long as he could. Against the likes of villains, petty criminals, and just about anyone, or anything, Sensei could spare. And every one of them he was forced to kill by the end of that month, with the false promise that anyone pitted against him could earn their freedom, so long as they remained alive by the end of the match. More than a few tears were shed each time he couldn't let himself die by their hands. Each time he was forced to kill under the threat of his and his mother's life should he fail to end each one of them. And by the end of 5 months he was far too well used to the stinging smell of iron in his nose, and the pained looks on such desperate faces as those he was unable to save. By the end of each night he'd be sent in one of two places, back to his room to eat and do what he could to clean himself up, or if he was really unlucky, which he so often was, his afternoon would be devoted to Quirk training. The thought alone was enough to make him tense. Strapped down in that chair and forced to try to do some new horrible thing to lab rats who couldn't even dream of the pain they would be going through. And he could only brace himself for what would happen if he got something wrong. Either the rats would suffer or he would, and when he did, well, that kind of pain was nothing he'd ever be able to brace himself for. He'd be trying out those new skills to use in fights, of course, so nothing he'd learnt could be used for anything but his missions. Knocking them out and paralyzing them, puppeting them for some sick show of power, just about almost the most sick thing he's ever done with this Quirk. Sometimes it wasn't so bad, things like clotting their blood and stopping them from bleeding out, or stopping a venom as it makes its way through their body, but it still hurt them when he couldn't do it right. They'd make him kill them, in just about every way they could think of using their own blood. Heart attacks, draining them completely from nothing more than a thin slice, stopping their blood altogether. God, it really was the Quirk of a murderer. He was messing with forces he didn't understand. Forced to strain himself, and relentlessly punished until he got it right with absolutely none of the guidance Sensei had promised. And when he finally got it right with the rats, then he'd move on to humans. As much sympathy as he could spare for the rats, it was nothing compared to seeing the effects on another human. And again it went on until he was ready to use it on the field. And then he would be sent out under surveillance to end the life of some enemy Sensei couldn't ensnare on his own. He hated it. He hated everything about it. Every drop of blood he could feel like his own drawn from his skin but in someone else. He hated the satisfaction of each night where he could just pretend this was all a horrible dream only to be again reminded in the world of nightmares that this was all too real. He hated feeling trapped in a choice he made when he was 6, and he hated that this was all his fault. And he hated what he saw himself becoming. He hated how much he wanted to die by his own hand. And he hated how much he thought about it. He hated just how much blood there was marking his past and his future. It happened when he thinks he was 10, just after another mission. He'd been left alone to recover after a few well-placed strikes from his victim the day before, and in all honesty there wasn't anything he could have done to pass the time beyond rest. And then something happened that surprised him. An alarm rang out, casting fast sweeps of red light through the cracks in the door of his cell. He couldn't help himself as hope fluttered strong and bold in his chest because whatever was happening it was bad for them, and that meant it was likely going to be good for him. He mentally shushed himself, and leaned forward on his toes as far as he could to snag some peek of the space outside his room through the small window in his door. Not much there in all honesty, but if the alarm was any indication then. He shifted his weight and pressed and strained just about as high as he could go and just a fast shadow of a person, a doctor he was sure passing near his room in hurried steps. The shadow was close, cast down the hall in front of him, and then he was gone. It could have been anything, but the doctor had tools. They had equipment and files with them and they were running. That didn't mean something dangerous had escaped. That means someone was here, and they were going to shut them down, and everyone was scrambling to keep everything hidden. It meant the heroes were finally here. Izuku didn't have much of a plan really. And he didn't even have much or anything to equip himself with in case things went south. No one had come for him yet, and whatever was going on, whatever heroes were outside ready to get him or anyone else out of there, he wasn't going to wait for them to find him. The way he saw it, there were 3 ways this could go. Either by some miracle a hero made it this far into the building and if he called out they would find him, or they miss him entirely and the villain would have a chance to move him. He couldn't chance it with option 2, since the villains were careful enough to restrain him before he had a chance to leave, even if he did manage to rush them. And he knew he wasn't just going to sit there and hope he was found. He'd waited far too long for that already. So that left him with option: the only door to his room was reinforced and needed a keycard to open, that much he knew. He also knew for a fact that if he focused, he could puppet someone just enough to open the door and get the keycard out for him, provided he immobilized them before they alerted anyone else. Just about anyone in this area of the facility had some kind of clearance enough to get him out of here, so if he bided his time and crossed his fingers, a keycard to get out of here was guaranteed. That being said, he'd have to do it before either anyone came to move him or the threat was dealt with. Taking the time to breath, he sat himself down beside the door and closed his eyes to focus on feeling around the hallways for any moving blood. It would likely be fast-paced, so he'd have better luck finding anyone if they were running, but he'd have to be ready to do this quickly. All he needed now was patience, control, and for just one person to rush by again, preferably alone. It felt like at least 20 minutes before anyone came, and when they did, he was ready. He knocked them out quickly before they could so much as scream, just as they passed his door, and caught them with his quirk before they could hit the ground. Now for the moment of truth. Keeping the person held, they stood up from the floor and peer out once again through the small window of the door. He'd gotten one of the doctors, or at least that's what he thought. Focusing as much as they could, he pulled their hands to check each pocket for a card, pulling out just about every item they could before finally, a familiar card clattered to the ground in front of them. It's hard enough to grab a flat card on the ground on a good day with your own fingers, let alone anyone else's. So it ended up taking a lot more time than he would have liked just to pick it up, and another 2 tries to bring it close enough to the lock to scan it properly. 3 beeps sang like sweet music through the lock before the door opened, and it took just about everything in him not to let out a cheer in triumph. Thinking fast, he dragged the doctor's body into the room and locked the door again, before bolting to where he was sure the heroes must have been. It took work avoiding everyone running past, scrambling to get resources where they needed to be. He couldn't see or hear any heroes yet, but as he made his way further and further from his room, he could hear the unmistakable sounds of a battle and feel the faint shuddering of concrete under immense force. He was right, and it made every part of him want to cry as he pushed himself faster in that direction. The heroes were here, and they were going to shut this place down and free him and everyone else he would have been forced to kill. Otherwise, he could tell them about Sensei. He could tell them about his mom and they could protect her too. He was going to get out of there, and if Sensei got away, he would tell them everything he knew and they would make sure he would never hurt him or anyone else ever again. A firm grip on his right arm stopped him dead in his tracks, and he didn't have time to react before he was swung back and slammed hard with his back on the floor in one harsh motion. He was wheezing now, blinking stars from his eyes as he caught sight of the person on top of him. They had a hard look on their face, and a syringe in hand with some clear liquid in hand. As soon as he caught sight of it, his face twisted into a snarl as he kicked and squirmed and bucked to get the man off him. Nothing he was doing was like he was taught, he just needed an out. If he could just make the heroes hear him or delay them long enough. He was a mess of pure panic as the man brought the needle closer to the side of his neck. He didn't even think for a second about his new quirk, or the blood likely coursing through the doctor's veins. All he could do was kick and scream as the man held him down in a desperate, pitiful plea to just get away. The next thing he knew, he felt a sharp pain in the side of his neck, and suddenly he was too tired to fight anymore. Slow tears slipped from his eyes as the result of his actions set in. That's when he knew he'd failed. Izuku woke up in a room he'd never seen before. From the looks of things, it held the same bare essentials as his last room, though much different. He could hear people yelling a few rooms away, locked in some argument, but he couldn't hear what exactly it was about. The noises filtered through muffled and strange through the thick walls and this thinning haze of sleep as his body tried to burn out whatever was left over from the sedative. The one thing he noticed above all else was the distinct lack of feeling. A relief he hadn't known since he'd gotten Bloodbender from Sensei all those years ago. He couldn't feel his own pulse like he used to, and it was the subtle lacking of that feeling he'd learned to grow used to for so long that drove him to look down at the gentle pressure on his wrists. There was 2 cuffs there. Strange ones in dark faded blue held firm on his wrists and pressing down with some kind of thick material. It didn't take a genius to figure out they were Quirk suppressors. The reality of what had just happened came crashing in all at once. He'd lost his chance and he was so close too. But that didn't matter a bit. Not to Sensei and not to him when it would mean. He thought back to his first escape attempt. This one had seemed so perfect, so well thought through when he tried it, but it had still failed terribly. And now he was still stuck, this time without a Quirk to aid him and without the slightest clue as to how things would work here from now on. He was stuck without a clue, and thanks to him his mother would die because of it. He kept thinking if only he'd gotten out, then maybe he could have saved her. Had Sensei already killed her? Were they going to bring her here and make him watch? Was Sensei going to make him do it? Whether fortunately or not, the expected beatdown and anguish of watching his own mom get murdered in front of him didn't come. That being said, it didn't take long for his brain to conjure up just about every horrible thing Sensei could be doing to her, or would be doing to her because of him. He just about lost it. For the first time in months he allowed himself to cry openly. To properly mourn the loss of her future and his only chance at getting out of there. He'd tried so hard and still failed, and it made him think for the first time there was no chance of him getting out at all. Sensei couldn't be beaten, this whole plan couldn't be beaten. He was along for the ride and there was nothing he could do to stop it. He was stupid to have thought he ever could, and that was just about the worst part. The fact he allowed himself to believe all of that, and now someone he loved would die for it. It took too long for him to learn how to breathe properly again from there. And another 5 minutes to stop the bleeding and patch himself up. It felt like days before his captors seemed to get their act together and send him out for a medical examination. No one batted an eye at the deep scratches and dried blood across his fingernails. At least part of him felt relieved at that. But it didn't help. Once he was properly dealt with from there, he was just sent back into more training from there once he was deemed fit for it, which in all honesty wouldn't have been much of a decision to make. Turns out it took a few minutes for his Quirk to come back in full after the cuffs were off, and as soon as it did he'd had to readjust to the sensory overload that came with it. He never received a confrontation from Sensei though, or even an explanation as to what had happened like he'd expected. As much as everyone around him kept in the dark about most things, he was usually briefed on any changes to his routine, or at the very least he could catch someone talking about any significant news. Needless to say, he considered having a hero break in rather significant, and having him attempt an escape and now put on Quirk suppressors was certainly something Sensei would be eager to have him pay for. It did come eventually though, just not at all like he expected. He'd spent those weeks in a routine of essentially training without any opponents he was ordered to kill, something he was more than thankful for, and forced experiments with his Quirk. With, of course, the added stress of not knowing a thing about what was going to happen now that everything had happened. In the end, that just manifested in him practically vibrating with dread and panic at the thought of the punishment he would undoubtedly be handed, and when it finally came it was not as bad as he had thought. Objectively, of course, but still. Sensei looked tired when he was brought to him that evening. There really wasn't any other way of putting it. He didn't have any deep sunken bags under his eyes. Not like him, but he looked like he had very little energy to him, though that did very, very little to quell the intense fear he'd felt from the moments his lessons had been interrupted. In that moment his mind was somewhere caught between racing thoughts and absolute silence. He felt so numb to it all, but too afraid to react when Sensei had calmly asked him to be sat down on a chair for, as he put it, a nice chat, as those that escorted him left the room. Izuku really doubted they'd be swapping any such pleasantries. Not after everything that had happened. So he stayed silent, as they both did for quite some time. His palms slick and clammy with sweat and chewing lightly on the inside of his cheek while his teacher merely observed in almost disinterest and absent-mindedly sipped at some tea. After a while, Sensei put the cup down with a gentle, muted tap and began to talk. I'm sure you have questions, Izuku, about the changes we've had. Izuku didn't respond to that. They both knew any answer he would have given, and there was no way he was falling for this nice guy routine again. We had a hero attack, he smiled, and you were so close to freedom, weren't you? He bit down harder on his cheek, and he was sure Sensei could see it. I wonder, was that all the hope you needed, boy? Just that small chance you could get help and get away from here? Do you really hate my gift so much as to cast it off, after you'd worked so hard for it? You did tell me it was all you ever wanted. That wasn't true. He'd wanted to be a hero, to help people. He never wanted this. Sensei gave a sigh, as if disappointed. It's been a while since you've tried something like this, Izuku, he said. Such a shame you'd fail like this, after working so hard for it. It makes me wonder. Did you think you could get them to savor her after you'd escaped? Do you really believe that heroes would be so kind to you? He went along with it, shaking his head. Even if deep down he would never believe it. That was what heroes do, he couldn't forget that. No matter what lies Sensei tried to feed him, heroes saved people, that was their job. Sensei had stood from his chair as he'd spoken, and leaned into his ear to whisper as he tried to stay still. Let me tell you something, Midoriya Izuku, he hissed. Not all heroes are so quick to trust in the threat of a victim. All Might wouldn't trust the threat of a victim either, and even if he did, you've built up heroes to fit an ideal he created. Heroes don't care about you, most of the time they don't even care about who they're saving so long as they can beat a villain like you, and get a paycheck for it. Sensei stood back up at that. And even if they believed you, and that's a big if, I promise you that. You really think they could have reached her in time? Do you really think that there was anything they could have done to save her from me? He hadn't noticed the sting in his nose or the tears spilling unbidden down his cheeks until the first droplets hit the back of his hand. The worst part was just how right he was, and that he'd seen this coming. He wasn't even thinking, and now, Izuku, don't cry. I told you this would happen, didn't I? I warned you what I would do if you attempted something so foolish as this again, and you did it anyway. And now, I'm afraid, you must face the consequences. He shut his eyes tight, and tried to muffle his sobs with his hands, clutching tightly at his mouth and hunching over in his shame. I'm so sorry, Izuku, but I'm afraid you can't see your mother again. Not anymore. Because I was the only one who got to watch her as she breathed her last. Perhaps you could have done something if you were there, You could have stopped the bleeding, you know. I've given you the means to do it, then he smiled. Or perhaps you would have been content to just watch, You would like that, I'm sure. To watch the horror in her eyes just like everyone else you've dash. He'd moved before he'd even registered what he was doing. Turned with his face twisted with rage before the horror of what he'd just done set in. It was the most he'd ever done against Sensei. He'd just punched likely one of the most powerful villains in the world dead on. And for the first time he'd dared meet the steel in his eyes with his own for just a moment before the panic set in. Sensei hadn't moved. Sensei hadn't so much as blinked when his fist connected. He was standing perfectly immaculate with Izuku still digging his fist into the side of his jaw, and he was smiling. And this time it was malicious. It's been a while since a student has tried to move against me like that, he said simply, grasping onto his hand before in one swift motion he crushed his hand enough for him to hear an audible crack. And Izuku screamed. Eyes glassy and crying openly now in pain as lighting raced up his arm as Sensei twisted it back and squeezed down only harder. Continuing on uncaring and cold as he screamed only harder. You have some nerve, boy, I will admit, but don't think for a second you could hope to defat me, not even with a quirk as powerful as the one I have given you. Don't you dare presume you could be anything more than a tool for me uses, or have I not made myself clear? He couldn't respond. Not beyond his own strangled screams. He couldn't do anything but listen in the vain hopes of focusing on anything but the blinding agony that tore through him and continued to do so. You made your choice, Izuku, now you live with it. You will do as I say. You will follow my orders. And when I tell you to kill someone, you do it efficiently and without question, and you don't dare try to escape again. He let him go, and watched dispassionately as Izuku cried and whimpered and curled around his now mangled hand. And in one swift motion he stood him back up, dragged him to the door. Hand glowing ever so slightly as he pushed a healing quirk through him. And once again, Izuku tried not to throw up or stumble as the shattered pieces of his fingers forced themselves back into place, as he was marched back to his room. From their training remained less intense after all that, sparing quirk training of course, which remained just as cruel and painful as ever. He supposed Sensei may have lost a lot of resources when the heroes broke in, though there were still other things to fight against. Misshapen experiments and monsters that made him want to GG at the sight of them, but he never had to kill someone during training anymore. He just had to knock them down or immobilize them in some way. It was just as it was before he got his quirk in some ways, though now there were absolutely no pretenses kept up about now. The missions got more frequent as well. Sensei must have gained more confidence in his obedience and skill since his escape, which was made clear with the quirk suppressors. They couldn't trust him enough to keep him in line with fear alone, but that didn't stop Sensei from continuing whatever sick course he was on. He'd be briefed every now and then and woken up early, usually late at night, to go on a job. Someone would give him the information he needed, and only what he needed, hooked him up to a comm system, and he'd be sent on his way through a warp gate to the appropriate location. It was cruel, really. Feeling the rush of wind on his face and seeing a gentle bustle of people going about their lives like he would have, no matter how illegal, set a deep longing ache in his chest. And as much as these small scraps of freedom swelled in his heart, Sensei was always sure enough to rip that fast from his grip, and remind him through his own forced actions of the kind of fate that awaited him if he tried to escape again. It didn't work. From the first time it really sunk in that his mother was dead, he took that first job as a chance to go rouge and to whatever he could to incapacitate, not kill. And he did it time and time again before Sensei caught on. He'd never forget the feeling of having his own quirk remotely puppet and used on someone else, no matter how hard he tried to stop it. He was getting too bold, and Sensei knew that. And he really feared what Sensei could do with him now that it was clear he truly held no choice. He'd thought he could have eased their pain a little, these people that still had lives he did not. They still feared like he did, though maybe not for the same reasons. There was a reason he could never let himself forget the look on their faces when he killed them. They had to live on that way at least. But it didn't matter in the end. Sensei would kill them one way or another, and he had no issue using him to do it. He'd long since given up on answering the questions of what Sensei really wanted him for. There was just no point. He couldn't even pretend to have so much as a chance anymore. Sensei had made sure of that. Something was wrong. He could feel it as he lay there in bed and really took his time to think about it all. They weren't coming for him every day like they used to, and there were no more missions from Sensei. What had once been at least one murder a fortnight had fizzled out quickly, like a candle wick dipped in water. A part of him had hoped it meant Sensei had run out of people for him to kill, but he didn't want to consider what that could mean for him. By now Sensei had far too many enemies, and he'd already proven he had many more he didn't care enough about beyond providing victims for him to fight and kill for practice. Had he really killed so many that Sensei of all people had run out of people he was willing to send him after? Or was it just that he no longer wanted to? He definitely seemed like the type to bide his time and not draw attention to himself for some kind of plan. And at the very least he was glad to not be doing anything like that anymore, even if it could mean Sensei was done with whatever he was grooming him for. They ended up getting him later that afternoon. He had a clock now, so he could tell that much at least, even if it had come too late. But just as the last time, there was no mission. No orders at all really beyond just exercise before quirk training. He didn't want to even think about what they'd tried to get him to do last time. About what they'd likely try to get him to do again. He'd scabbed over a lot of the really bad stuff by now, but the image still gave him a visible shudder as it sprung unwelcome behind his eyes. Enough to make him stumble back a few steps before he was ordered back to work. Sensei had always been busy with other things, especially since that first raid when he tried to escape. It had to have been a few years since then by now, or at least so he thought. He didn't even know how old he was, let alone be able to track how long it had been since then. The only real indicator he had for how much time had passed was the clock on his wall and the fact he'd get new clothes every now and then to replace his old ones once they grew too tight. But that wasn't the point. Sensei had been preoccupied, but he seemed less present than normal lately. There were less people about in general too. Now that he'd thought about it, he'd only really seen at most 5 people this last week, and only the 2 people who'd taken him to training that day. That being said, he hadn't been outside of his cell much at all these past few days, and he hadn't taken the time to feel for anyone really. Either way, it was strange. At the very least, it was food for thought, though he was scared enough by now not to chance it until he had all his facts in order. Assassination experience had taught him that much at least. But then he caught the tail end of a conversation he couldn't ignore, belonging to 2 villains just cleaning out materials who'd passed them. It's scary to see him like that. You'd almost think he's dead. What with all the wires and tubes sticking out of him, I thought nothing could keep him down this long. What did you expect? Kanugi, All Might basically turned his face into a pancake. It's a miracle he's still breathing. The one named Kanugi seemed to give an audible huff. No, it's a bunch of people like us hooking him up with machines left and right like it ain't nobody's business. If I wasn't so dim and scared of him myself, I'd almost have the guts to rip out his life support and seize this demon empire myself. He jerked his head up and looked back at that, before it was forced back down harshly by another hand. He could hardly focus on the familiar trek anymore, because all but one thought kept resurfacing through all his doubts, no matter how much rationality and fear tried to weigh it down. Sensei was gone. They were too busy with keeping him alive to go after you. You can escape this time. He'd have allowed it too, if not for the familiar sickening dread of the door in front of him. And by the time that same, cruel order was forced onto him yet again, and after an hour of just pain, harsh splatters of blood and gore marred his front. He'd more than made up his mind. He played exhausted by the end of it, though he supposed that was not entirely a lie considering he'd basically thrown his guts up on the ground only moments before. He didn't know what he was doing really, but he'd learned a while ago that if he flexed his wrists just so it would keep the cuffs loose enough for some relief, and if he snuck a scalpel from the tray and lay the back of the blade flat across the inside of his arm while everyone was distracted getting him back quickly, then he had a much better chance. And sure, it stung a little when he was jostled too much and he felt the scalpel dig in just a little for small beads of blood to trickle out and clot, but he couldn't afford to make a face. His window of opportunity was not slim by any means, but that did not mean it was going to last forever. And even then, all he could do was just hope that someone would come by at some point in the next few days alone before they realized he was armed. But that did give him enough time to cut off the cuffs and wait for his quirk to come back in full before trying anything. He'd be waiting a while before someone came by close enough for him to try that access card trick again, but all that really meant was he had more time to prepare and gather his arsenal. And he'd make sure he wasn't going into this without everything he could find at his disposal. He took out one of the older books they'd left for him, and did his best to map out with a marker the routes he recognized. There were 3 hallways he knew for a fact only led deeper into the labs, but there was certainly a possibility in the other 2 he knew could lead to an exit. He'd gone down partway through one of them before to the upper levels for a briefing, and the only problem with the second was that there were some stairs and that both were nowhere near his room. So even with the decreased probability of running into someone, he'd likely have to fight for the final mile. And even though he had a scalpel, that would likely mean he would have to use his quirk. He looked down to his hands. Scabbed and rough with thin scars crisscrossing fingers way more than he was sure was normal. Ever since he'd gotten it, it had stood for nothing more than the harsh reality of what he'd thought he wanted, and its history was just as bloody as the name, his training, and its previous owner suggested. He didn't want to use it, even on missions and even if it would make things easier sometimes. Especially now since he'd used it to... He stopped himself there and then. This was not the time. He couldn't afford to feel bad about his quirk now. Sensei had used him and would continue to use him to hurt and kill others if he didn't take this chance. He could decide when to use his quirk when he was free. For now he just had to use whatever tool he had to get out of there. He'd have to decide he was desperate enough to use it. Just for now. He didn't sleep for the next few hours, just in case. He wanted out soon, and that meant he'd take any opportunity he could get, and if that meant not sleeping in the vain hope someone would cross by again, then he would do it. Even if it was for days, he had to be ready. Thankfully it didn't take all night. At 3 a.m. he was nodding off as he tried to focus as far as he could on feeling any moving blood in the surrounding area. His range had increased over time, just like his uses for it. So when he felt someone step just far enough into his vicinity for him to catch, he knew he was ready. He took the time to breathe and keep his eyes closed as he focused on the person he'd ensnared. He'd felt them freeze up and tense in their grasp, felt the rapid pumping of their heart, and he urged their pulse slower as he moved smoothly down the corridor. He could feel them as their fingers twitched desperately in his hold. Only once they were close enough to his door did he knock them out completely. Now that no one would come by to notice that this unconscious person was apparently moving on their own. He took a breath and stalked from his bed to the door to peer from the small window. As before he slipped their hands down into the pocket he knew held the card, and with a practiced motion pulled it out with their fingers to meet the lock at the door. 3 beeps sounded quietly in the dark, and once the door was open he finally took in the person he'd caught before letting them go. The woman on the other side almost looked like she had been in pain. Brow glimmering with sweat in the low light as he lowered her into his bed before shutting the door once again behind him. Once again another thing he was sure he'd feel bad about later, no matter the circumstance. He took off only after half a second of pause. Scalpel in hand and hoping to any gods or higher powers that may be that this time he would make it. He'd leave the map behind, but he'd taken the time to memorize the routes. So long and no one realized he was gone just yet and that woman stayed asleep, he'd be fine for at least the first part of his trek. He went for the closest exit first. It led to the upper levels, so he wouldn't count on it. He'd be careful this time he had to be. He stopped by the open doorway at the top of the stairs before cursing. Too many people waited for him out there, and even though the other exit could be just as bad, he'd rather take that chance than this one. He ran into 2 people on his way back down the hall. They were out before they even had the chance to think about alerting the others. But he knew he couldn't keep that up for long, so he had to be quick. He ended up using the keycard 3 more times to open doors to the outreaches of the building, and by the time he did it seemed someone had noticed the 2 he left knocked out in the hallway. He grit his teeth and almost jumped out of his skin when the alarm went off beside him. His window was getting smaller, though as long as there was still a chance he'd take it. Any thought plans he might have made, however, were immediately put on hold when someone new entered the equation and his path was blocked off. Izuku barely pulled himself to stop in time, but even that wasn't enough as the villain pulled back his fist and slammed it hard into his chest, knocking him back and making him cry out in pain. He moved to use his quirk, and that's when things started to go downhill. From the moment he'd laid eyes on him it became clear this was a higher-class villain, likely called in for defense. That didn't matter though, because what did was that Izuku couldn't feel him like the others. That meant he had no blood that was compatible with his quirk. And unfortunately for him, it looked like they had a lot of experience fighting, and was in no way keen to let him pass without a struggle. Gritting his teeth, he got to his feet just in time to barely avoid another blow to the head. Holding the scalpel, now in white-knuckled grip, he thought fast and plunged it deep into the villain's shoulder, and kicked him hard in the face. Enough to knock him to the floor for him to hurriedly jerk out the blade from his flesh as he ran as fast as he could down his original route. He could hear the villain coming up behind, and he was only a few paces behind him. But he couldn't let himself be bested now, not after making it so far. He would get out of here, if not just for himself then for his mom and for everyone else he wasn't able to save. A few more turns before he saw a flight of stairs and the faintly glowing emergency exit sign above a door that meant for a fact he'd been going the right way. He used the keycard and swore it. The lock as it took a few moments to open at his request. By then the villain was already on him, gripping his arm and throwing him bodily down the stairs in one sweeping motion, just as the door opened. He blinked stars from his vision as he dared try to stand up again. The villain was bleeding something all right, and it wasn't blood. It looked bright blue and almost seemed to steam at the wound, but he couldn't dwell on that. He looked sad, and Izuku was sad too at this point. He couldn't let this one villain stand between him and his freedom, not after everything he'd done. But he knew the only way he was going to get past him was to do just one more unspeakable thing, and it was eating him from the inside. "Stand down," he said, voice hard in a warning with new fire alight in his eyes. "I don't want to fight you." That's too bad, kid. The man smirked, manic expression that called for a lust for blood dancing across his face. Because they told me not to let you out of this building, and they told me I could do just about anything I wanted to make that happen, so long as you're kept alive. You know what that means, right? Izuku gritted his teeth, and didn't let the man finish. He launched with the scalpel aimed at the man's throat with nothing more on his mind than to get this over with and leave. All he managed was a decent cut through the man's cheek as he dodged, but that wasn't enough to get him to stop. The villain had taken the chance to move and take another shot at his chest, and he barely twisted out of the way in time. Ducking under another swing, and kicking his leg off balance before taking the chance to run towards the now open door. He just made it to the doorway when the man gave a strong kick to his back and pinned him beneath his knee, making him grimace again. "You little sheet," the man growled, wrapping a firm arm around his neck and making him scramble to turn his head as he began to choke him. He bucked and squirmed beneath his hold, but the man was far bigger than him and had him held firm. In a fit of desperation, he scrambled to search for the scalpel that had fallen from his hand, and when he found it, and his vision grew spotty, he moved it backwards, deep into the man's thigh. The man howled in pain as a hot blue liquid stung at his back and the man tore himself off the boy. And when he was up again, with Izuku now facing him and the man got ready to pin him again. Face twisted into a scowl, and teeth bared like a rabid animal, he held up the scalpel just in time for it to plunge itself deep through the center of the man's throat. The beat. And then another. And then his eyes widened as the realization of what he'd just done sunk in and he scrambled back. Watching in horror as the villain fell off him and landed face down and made a sick gargling sound as blue blood began to pool around his head. He lifted shaking hands to his mouth to muffle a scream. That was his first and only kill he'd ever done willingly. He just killed a man and he had the freedom to do so. Sensei didn't tell him to do it this time, he wasn't forced. He just killed a man and for at least a moment, he felt relief. He jerked up at the sound of loud shouts coming from the doorway, and he did his best to down the thought where it was, at least for now. He was out. He was in the loading zone in a city somewhere. He could hear the distant screech of tires a few blocks away and there were people coming up behind him, so he had to run. Picking himself up, he sprinted from the grisly sight and launched himself up and over the mesh fence before him. His eyes and ribs stung, but no matter what he couldn't let that pain stop him. He had to leave. Go before anyone had the chance to look for him properly. He had to disappear. And after finally making it far enough away that he couldn't hear or see anything familiar anymore, he finally let himself smile. Izuku supposed he must have looked very strange in those first few moments. Running blindly into the streets, and smiling like a madman all at 4 in the morning. Surprisingly enough, it took a while for it to really sink in that he'd done it. He'd fought so hard to get out for so long it still felt like he'd be trapped a little longer. Like he was making all this up and there was still so much more to do before he could be truly free. But that was the best part, wasn't it? It was real, and he'd finally gotten out of there all on his own. Even if he had to. He shook his head. He needed new clothes, that much was obvious. And a haircut, but he could deal with that later. He was attracting attention he couldn't afford, which he supposed made sense since he looked like a horror show running through empty streets at night in torn baggy clothing with large stained gaping holes in them. Apparently whatever that guy bled it had been acidic, because it ate through the cotton of his shirt in no time at all. He needed something else to wear. Maybe some more supplies too. But for now, just something new to wear. He wasn't used to stealing and he didn't like it. But he did what he could to jam the alarms by cutting the power and backup power before going inside the store. They didn't have much in his size, though that didn't matter too much if something was a little big. He just needed to grab something he could wear quickly, no time for try-on. He broke in with nothing more than a stained, hole-infested white t-shirt and shorts. He walked out with a backpack, 3 hoodies, 1 pair of sneakers and socks, 2 pairs of jeans, and a belt in case they didn't fit, and 2 shirts. He figured he'd rotate them as need be, but for now it was all he needed. Well, those and the small stack of notes he'd nabbed from a donation bin he'd passed on the way out. Now for what to do next. He knew he couldn't go home, that was a given. And as much as he wanted to, he couldn't just go to the police or the heroes and trust they'd have his back just yet. They had records. 2, and records and media exposure just meant that Sensei could find him, and he absolutely could not go back there again. He'd rather die than go back there again. He needed shelter, that was a must. He'd figure out food and water later, but for now he just needed a place to hide out and rest for however long he needed to. Of course he'd have to move if it looked like someone was getting too close, but for now he just needed a place to sleep. It hadn't struck him how tired he was until he caught himself muttering. He hadn't done that in a long time. Grasping his bag, he wandered further out to find some condemned building or something to hole up in. Somewhere as far from the building he'd stayed in for so long. After what felt like an hour of searching, he found an abandoned apartment block and climbed the fire escape to one of the top floors. He kept an ear out for anyone who could see him and double-checking with his quirk before climbing through the broken glass of the window and gently lowered himself onto the ground. It seemed stable, but he was careful to check the floors first to see if they would hold his weight. There wasn't any furniture, and the place was probably swarming with pests, but he would take what he could for now, and for now that seemed like a place to change and finally get some rest. He got to see just what the villain he'd faced had done to him too. No mirror or anything of the sort to really know for sure how bad he looked, but he could see at least the light scars and rapidly darkening bruises and burns across his chest. He prodded at one gently and winced at the expected pain. He hadn't noticed it much at all when he was busy running away, but now as he sat there in silence with nothing better to do, his head felt heavy, and there was a deep ache behind his eyes. The gentle stinging from his wounds did not help. He decided he didn't want to think anymore right now. He'd figure it all out once he'd gotten some kind of sleep. For now at least all he wanted was to tear off the tags of his new clothes, slip into the objectively much more comfortable clothing and just sleep with his head on the bag. He could have sworn he was out before he even properly laid down. He wasn't even in a bed, and it was probably one of the best nights he'd ever had. When he woke up, the first thing he did was stare at the window. A breeze was passing through, and despite the buildings across the street, warm light was filtering in and bouncing off the jagged edges of the window. It finally sunk in why this wasn't his room, and when it all came back he decided he very much wanted to know how alone he really was. Eyes darting from one corner of the room to another checking for some kind of intruder or hunched form, but when he could find none he let out a breath, sat up and stretched. A part of him panicked at the thought of having slept so long. He really had to get used to that. He couldn't remember a time without the dread of what the day would bring, and now he had the added paranoia of being recaptured on top of all that. But stuff like that would come with time. For now he needed to figure out a few things. Like where the hell he was and where he was going to go from here. He took a few moments to make sure everything was still in his bag. It felt good somehow to do it slowly and pull it out and place it gently back in again. It felt like he finally had time, and that freedom of not having to be afraid of the consequences felt pleasantly alien in a way. He knew he needed to scope out the area, find out how long it had been and where he was. He decided he'd make more of a plan then, but he needed that information first. And to do that he was going to have to go outside. It took a second to stop out of the window, and another minute or so to take his time walking down the steps like he figured a normal would do. It felt weirdly good. Like he should be in a rush, but he wasn't. Sadly for him, that fear was back and warranted as soon as he turned the corner at the end of the street and got ready to step into the now far more crowded streets. It was, well, bright was the first thing he noticed. Things were too much for him to bear at first, and for a moment it felt like getting his quirk all over again. He hadn't been anywhere this populated in far too long, and even if he had, he was much more focused on getting to some sleazy bar somewhere in the red lights district in the night. All these people, all their noise and peace and happiness. It dawned on him that this was the world All Might and the other heroes had created, and it was one he hadn't lived in for quite some time. Could he even hope to belong in a world like this after everything he'd been through? There was no point dwelling on that now, though. He needed the information no matter how he felt. He'd probably be in hiding for at least the next few months while he decided what to do about all this, but at least he had the freedom to do so. If he could blend in, or at the very least pretend he belonged, then that would be enough to hide. And as a neat bonus, he could still keep his freedom enough to not constantly be under suspicion. He had to calm himself. After all, he'd faced much worse than this. How hard could it be to walk down a crowded street when he'd faced death more times than he could count? Apparently, very hard. It only took a few seconds of walking with his hood up and his head down for his heart to start racing. Palms sweaty, mouth dry and shaking ever so subtly as he drew his arms close to his chest and wrapped them around himself to keep himself grounded as everything within him screamed to find some kind of escape. It felt like too much, the sun too bright and the sounds too loud, and that wasn't even counting the constant cacophony of beating hearts he could feel all around him. But still he pushed on. He saw a kiosk a few miles away selling newspapers. Maybe that would be enough? He took the time to stop and take a few breaths to try and calm himself down before heading towards it. And then someone bumped into him. All at once every instinct inside him was at war. Yelling at him to just defend himself, immobilize them before they had the chance to hurt him, just do something, while another voice screamed to not draw attention to himself, and just get out of there. They were both voices he belatedly noticed had been fighting this whole time, and apparently all it took was one touch for things to get out of control. He gave a full-bodied lurch as his mind tried to land on just what to do, and in the end all he did was take a big jump backwards straight into the paths of only more people. They were angry at him now, telling him to watch where he was going, but he couldn't care less about what grievances they had with him while he tried to find his voice. This wasn't working, he couldn't do this. He needed to get out of there. But not before snatching up a newspaper from the stand and booking it to the nearest isolated area. Which, as it would turn out, was just another side street between two stores. God, he couldn't do this, could he? His brain was actively sabotaging any attempts at looking or acting normal, and for what? How was he supposed to deal with this exposure therapy? He didn't want to hurt anyone, and at this point it was a very real possibility if what happened back there was anything to show for it. He was lucky he didn't think to use his quirk. What kind of a disaster would that have been if 3 people dropped unconscious or worse in the middle of the street? He just needed to readjust, he needed to fix himself enough to be somewhat normal again, and that meant he had to find some way to deal with everything in his head left over from Sensei. But one thing at a time. He scanned the top of the newspaper and got the date. He couldn't tell you how surreal it felt to see the year, let alone find out he was apparently, and if he did his maths right, that meant 7 years. Somehow the tears slipped through. That was 7 years of his life, most of his childhood lost, because he had been stupid enough to believe he could be a hero. Somewhere along that line his mom had been killed because of him, and probably didn't even know how, and that wasn't even considering all the people he could have been forced to kill in the span of, what? 5 years now? He'd stopped counting after he had a breakdown when he couldn't count them all on one hand, and from there things just got worse and worse. Was it really such a wonder he was so messed up from all of that? He'd lost everything because he had dared to trust someone, and look at where he was now. He'd probably killed more people than the person who'd originally owned Bloodbender in the first place. He hadn't even considered that. Sensei was right though, form one villain and onto the next, and now he had to find some way to fix all of this without ending up in jail, no matter how much he knew he deserved it. The hand rested itself gently on his shoulder, and apparently that was all that was needed to snap Izuku from one self-destructive train of thought and right onto another. Because in that split second a gentle touch on his shoulder was all his body needed to react. He hadn't even noticed himself doing it before the damage was done. It was like one moment he was on his own and the next he just blinked and an older man was on the ground pinned beneath him with a deep swelling bruise blossoming across his face, begging for some kind of mercy. His breathing was hard and ragged, and his facing pulse was back. It took a few blinks through glassy eyes for him to realize what he had done, and gather enough sense to back away from the man and find his voice. Oh my God. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Oh my God, are you okay? Apparently the older man needed to catch his breath first, but when he'd seen the state he just looked concerned. Apparently having a mental breakdown in the middle of the street after hurting someone was not something people his age normally did. Who knew? Figured. Listen to me, kid, it's going to be okay, alright? I'm fine, see? Had much worse from drunks around here, yeah? Are you good? Izuku couldn't answer. He was too focused on where the man's hands were, while trying to catch the look in his eyes and mapping out any possible way out of this he could find. Did he work for Sensei? Was he going back there? No, he wouldn't let that happen again. He'd fallen for this once before. He wasn't just going to sit there and, "Hey, breathe with me, kid, okay? It's going to be alright, just breath with me, yeah? Here it's simple, just in like that, yeah? And out, come on." He had a choice now, he knew he did. But he couldn't stop himself from at least trying to listen to him. This man wasn't sensei. He had to keep telling himself that. He looked older, frilier, with more wrinkles and tanner skin. He was skinny and sickly with shaggy dark gray hair, and based on his clothing he looked like he'd been without a home for quite some time. And if that wasn't enough to put his stupid instincts to rest, then he probably wouldn't be too hard to beat in a fight provided he didn't have some kind of horrible quirk. He wasn't sensei, not in the slightest. He was probably just some stranger who'd seen a kid freaking out over a newspaper and wanted to know what was up, and on the probably slim chance that he couldn't do a DMN thing if he was in this state. He needed to calm down, and if calming down meant listening to this person for 2 minutes before running for the hills, then so be it. It took a few minutes, but when he could finally think properly again, the man was smiling. Just a little. As he lowered himself slowly onto the pavement beside him, he hissed as he drew a hand to the bruise blossoming on his face, "Dean, you really dug that in, didn't ya? I'd almost think you'd have some kind of strength quirk if you hadn't obviously been panicking ya? Now do you want to tell me what happened there?" Izuku stared at him in blatant shock. "You aren't angry?" "Oh no, I'm plenty angry," then man laughed. "That bloody hurt, you know that? But I'm not angry at you. I'm more angry at whoever made you feel like you had to do that to the first person who tries to come and help you. I really am sorry," he tried again. "I didn't know what I was doing, I just dash." "I'm going to stop you right there, kid," the man said, holding up his palms and closing his eyes in a show of peace. "I get it, seen a lot of runaways round here and quick thinking and paranoia keep you safe, I know that. But I seriously doubt punching the first guy you see was a conscious decision on your part. Shit happens, it was on me for startling you like that." Izuku only stared and the man smiled. "What's your name, kid?" He blanched. He swallowed. "I have to go," he decided. "Wait, what? All right, fine. Look, is there anything I can do for you? I don't have much, but I know a kid like you shouldn't be here alone if you freaking out like this was anything to go by. Can I walk you to the police or something? Or at the very least let me walk you to whoever is here with you." The man held out his hand for him to take. And for just a moment, all he could see was Sensei. Kind smile on his face and a glimmer in his eyes, asking him to come with him to be a hero. He ducked his head and he growled, "I'm leaving, I'll be fine. Just don't follow me," before he took off. Because apparently, for all the shit show that had just been, he couldn't help but make himself seem even more suspicious. Walking around in daylight got easier, though whether that was any kind of progress out of necessity or just that he kept pushing it back down to deal with later, he really couldn't tell. He mostly just moved at night. Regardless of what he'd typically come to associate a midnight stroll with over the years, he was just far more used to moving around at night. That didn't mean he could hide away as soon as more people were out though, he knew that much. It could have been an easier introduction for him, he supposed, because there were still people out, regardless of the hour. The dark just seemed to make it feel safer in a way. Like an endless blanket he could hide in when things seemed like too much. And after a while of pushing himself as much as he dared, and braving every new day with renewed determination, it became much easier to pretend he was just another average teen on the streets going about his business. It really was deceptively simple to get everyone around him to turn a blind eye. All he had to do was act like he had every right to be there and doing whatever it was he was doing that day. He supposed belatedly that it wasn't much of a stretch from the truth, though that didn't stop him from feeling like someone about to get caught for something. It felt like every one of them was going to look at him and see past whatever feeble mask he had on and find out he was a killer and drag him back to some vicious punishment he would never be free again. And if it wasn't that, it was the fear that any one of them could have been sent by Sensei to track him down specifically. But whatever anxiety he had held attention and would show in his behavior, enough to get people to notice him when he really didn't need that. He didn't want to freak out like he did the first time he was out, so really the only rational thing to do was just shut himself down until he had the time to deal with it properly. Even if that time never really came. He hadn't once let himself think beyond what he would do next, and he told himself he'd very much like to keep it that way as long as he could. Dwelling on the past was only going to be a dangerous distraction, and he just didn't have the time for it. He had to move on. Speaking of which, he'd finally found his way to the library. The idea had come to him the day after he'd first found some kind of map of the area, and had been trying to brainstorm where to go from there. He didn't remember a lot about libraries, but he knew a lot of them had computers with some kind of internet connection he could use. Which was great for him because he'd be able to get all the information he needed to put together a plan of action, possibly even more, in much less time. Call him paranoid or whatever, but he refused to make any kind of significant move without knowing as much as he could. He'd already learnt well enough what could happen if he didn't. He knew thanks to the map he'd found he was somewhere in a city called Nurugi, but he didn't know where to go from there. He figured his best bet would be to make his way back to Mizudafu, and if something came up he could always find a place to settle along the way. He kept telling himself he'd feel better once he put more distance between him and Sensei. It didn't feel like enough yet. The library really was great though. Not big by any means, but the fact he had access to a computer was a godsend in his eyes. Free access to any records he could think to look for, and all he had to do was wait for one to free up and not look like he was about to steal it. He ended up planning to go to the Nurugi Public Library and search as much as he could over the course of maybe 2 days. Staying as long as he dared, much to the annoyance of those working there he was sure, and finding out everything he could on what had happened since he'd left, for the first day at least. Because he needed enough to make sure for certain that Sensei was out of the picture, at least for now. If he had the breathing room while everyone was scrambling, then he'd want to know how long that would last, and figure out how he could use that time best to keep himself hidden. He'd figured after all, with how famous he remembered All Might was, there would at least be some kind of article or coverage on his fight with Sensei, even if he had gotten away. Turns out, like most things these days, he was wrong. It was like any mention of All Might was rigged up with a cacophony of inspiring speeches, interviews and discussions of his glowing public opinion and speculation of his quirk. For once in his life, he'd never felt more angry that All Might was as great as he was. It only made things much harder to find. He kept up digging around more and more for the next few hours, but still found nothing on a fight with anyone close to matching Sensei's description. But he did find theories. Quite a lot of them in fact, regarding the number 1 hero's recent decline in activity. Taking on a temporary leave after a particularly nasty fight with someone called Toxic Chainsaw, and making the other heroes work almost overtime after they depended on him to keep the peace for so long. Izuku was beginning to see a pattern here he didn't like. Someone, or perhaps a lot of people, didn't want the public to know about Sensei. And the recent issues with All Might was rapidly painting a frightening picture of what the villain had done to him. Now to dig a little deeper to find something, anything really, that whoever was orchestrating this cover-up was likely to miss. Unsurprisingly, searching up a villain called Sensei didn't yield much of anything useful. Naturally, he tried a few more times with slightly different phrasing and descriptions, before cutting right to the meat of it and being as specific as possible. He looked into commonalities he noticed, stuff to do with potential human trafficking rings or the disappearance or unsolved murders of people he knew a little too much about. It was difficult work, sifting through everything and facing the facts and outside perspectives of people he'd rather not think about just yet. Sensei was dim and near inconspicuous though, and boy did he know it. So it was only natural that someone running some kind of secret shadow organization wouldn't be easy to find. On a whim he tried describing his quirk, and that's where things got interesting. Aside from the many articles, likely provided to dissuade those who desperately wanted a quirk change from seeking out some kind of alternative, the truth of this matter was poorly covered up. There was a lot of people discussing the theoretical impossibility of permanent transference of quirks beyond basic genetics, along with even more sketchy stuff on an uptake of a quirk enhancer called Trigger. There was one page, though, buried among the rest, that held a name that seemed at least somewhat familiar in his mind. All for one. It was one of the more tacky sites, made by people with probably very little access to those with coding experience just looking to explore or share some ideas they had. It wasn't sleek or kind on the eyes in any sense of the word, but he had come to expect it from what could contain something important. What really gave him pause, though, was The fact the author claimed nothing more than a discussion of an old urban legend, one stemming almost right after the first emergence of quirks. And as the timeline seemed to go on, this mysterious and fantastical figure seemed to get more and more concrete the more he looked into it. A person living in the underground of society, either described as a monster who stole the quirks of others, or a saint who took the quirks or those desperate for some kind of reprieve and granted power to those who yearned for more. A dream to those loving in the emergence of quirks, and a nightmare to those living now. And no matter the version, there was always the consistent idea that from those who dared ask him a favor, he would take something precious in return. Sensei, or rather All for One, he thought bitterly, had done well building his empire, and managed to stay in the dark so long that a lot of these whispers remained as just that. Nothing more than hushed stories and urban legends of something impossible born into this world with only that same common threat between them. It had grown around him like a shield hiding him and everything horrible thing he did from view, and with likely people higher up in the Hero Commission willing to do whatever it took to keep the public feeling safe, it only made it easier for him to hide. Worst of all, nobody would have thought to look into a legend to find Midoriya Izuku. But as depressing as that was, now he had at least some kind of working theory. People higher up, likely in the Hero Commission or the government, knew about All for One, and so did All Might and potentially a few more of the higher-ranking heroes as well, and they were doing the best they could to cover it up or mask it as nothing more than a legend. But from what he had overheard, that didn't mean they stopped trying to track him down and stop him, which eventually led to All Might attempting to take him down, which in turn ended in both of them likely severely and permanently injured. Enough to get All Might to have to sit out of hero work as much as he could afford, and enough to get Sensei downed enough that it took the combined work of almost every doctor he had on hand just to keep him alive. All Might had likely meant to kill him, and he didn't know how he felt about that just yet. A big part of him had hoped they'd somehow found out about him in on the way, despite all evidence to the contrary. They'd likely just written him off and not found or thought to look into any leads. He really should have left more hints when he went out on his assignments. The fight had been sometime around a month ago now, so he had more time than he would have thought. Keeping that in mind, he decided to look into what happened on the first raid he remembered, and what time he would have been moved. Not that fight was documented. Whether they saw the connection between All for One or not, apparently there had been a lot of heroes sent together as a group to crack down on some leads into a potential human trafficking ring, which of course had led them to the building he so vividly remembered. Apparently both day and underground heroes had broken in and apprehended as many as they could and worked to free and rehabilitate the victims, though it was noted there were still a lot more that they couldn't have saved. As for where they were found, the building was located in another city entirely to the one he'd been moved to, and was pretty badly destroyed in the aftermath of the raids. But the reporters and heroes described it as some kind of underground fighting ring, and none of the villains they'd apprehended knew enough about the facility to really confirm or deny. He couldn't tell you which part made him want to scream the most. After that, he hadn't the strength to look into his own disappearance. He didn't think he wanted to read anything on how quickly they'd given up on him or what kind of excuse they'd found to explain it away. He didn't want to see his mother's crying face on any news sites looking for a good story, and he absolutely didn't want to know just how horribly she had died because of him. He also didn't want to know any more about Bloodbender's original owner than he had to. The next day, he came back with renewed purpose, though still unable to cast the disturbing facts left over from the day before from his mind. He took the time to find a route he was comfortable with that would end up leading to Mizudafu as soon as he could manage. He also rather belatedly asked for a notebook and pen to borrow, and was pleasantly surprised when one of the librarians provided him one free of charge with nothing more than a gentle wing and a wish that he used it well. Naturally, he used it to find all the ways he could subtly break the law just enough to get him to Mizudafu and rebuild his life, which of course included a badly drawn map and every detail he knew he would need to remember for later. It also included a list of rules he told himself he was going to follow to make sure he either wasn't found out or wasn't going to stray too far into villain territory. Such included getting money enough to pay for things legally as soon as he could. If he was going to do this, he was going to do it safe, which meant he needed a job. He couldn't be Midoriya Izuku if he needed a job. He glanced up at the search bar in front of him, and before he could think better of it, he looked for any signs of a fake ID dealer somewhere along his route, and began to make a plan. He needed a few things to make this work. A new name, for starters. Hopefully one he could adjust to quickly without hinting too much at his real identity, but he'd save that for last. He decided first he would have to make up enough believable and agreeable lies about himself for him to remember, and perhaps come up with some kind of disguise. He'd have to decide on what he'd list his quirk as too, or perhaps more accurately, if he wanted his new persona to have one at all. It would make things easier after all, at least on one end. He was hiding himself from anyone who might be looking for him, and that included anyone still vaguely remembering a missing quirkless child who'd be about his age now. So on one hand there wasn't too many quirkless people running around anymore, other than him of course, and on the other he really didn't like Bloodbender. And by that he meant he really, definitely, 100% absolutely didn't like it. He couldn't give you just one reason why. It had belonged to a serial killer of course, who'd likely used it to brutally kill and torture innocent people for fun. It had come from Sensei, or rather, All for One, who was likely one of, if not the most powerful and elusive villain to have ever existed, after making him kill a man for a test. Izuku himself had used it to hurt and kill, and keep on killing until Sensei was satisfied, and it was the reason he had endured so much pain these past few years. He had given everything in the beginning, just to get a quirk, and when he did it was just what he deserved. A horrible quirk for a horrible, stupid kid who'd fallen for a villain telling him he could be worth something, and that he could be a hero. It was a cruel gift, and one that would continue to be a reminder of everything he had been until the day he brought it to his grave with him. It was the quirk of a villain, and he didn't want to be a villain anymore. So he couldn't use it, not now and not ever again. He didn't think he could live with himself if he allowed himself to fall back into that again. So with a firm hand he scratched the word quirkless into the growing list of facts about person he would be as soon as he had the money in hand. He was going to take his life back, he was going to leave that horrifying quirk by the door, and he wasn't going to let himself think twice. He wanted every part of that place gone, and if that meant Bloodbender would be nothing more than just another useless voice in his head he could ignore, then so be it. By the time night fell and the library was closed, he was armed with an arsenal of lies at his disposal and a new firm resolve roaring like glorious fire behind his eyes. He had just one last person to erase, and it would be any remaining memory of himself, no matter the cost. But apparently the universe was not done FNG with him that night. He felt every part of himself freeze as the sound of a scream echoed through the empty and unforgiving streets. And suddenly he couldn't stop himself from running. They're afraid. Whoever they are, they're afraid for their life. He just couldn't get that thought out of his head. He was running and he couldn't stop. Breaths coming in practically twice as fast as his feet pounded with his heart. He could feel their heart too, beating just as fast as his, and so scared. It lit up the night like a beacon in his mind. Now he knew he was looking for it. Just a few more turns away. He could feel the much calmer one beside it. And that only made him run faster. God, what am I doing? There was a swelling in his chest, like fresh determination he hadn't let himself feel in such a long time. It came bursting forth with all the force of a thunderstorm beneath his skin, his gaze set yet frantic as he ran. It wasn't a bit like when he'd escaped. This was something new. Something primal that commanded him seek out the source of that noise and just do whatever he could to help. That kind of feeling that demanded he not let things be. That told him that there wasn't much time and he had to do something. What that something actually was, could have been the subject of relentless debate, he was sure. He wasn't thinking. He knew that, and he hated it, and he hated how he knew he didn't have a plan. He knew what he was doing was stupid and dangerous, but even if he could tell himself he wanted to, he didn't think he could stop himself from going. So he let himself run, hoping beyond hope he could still reach them. And when he did, he only wanted to make himself stop even less. If anything, seeing the situation only made him want to run faster. She looked young, likely only a little older than him, and she was draped over a larger man's shoulders, bound and gagged but still very much awake and fighting desperately to get away. The worst part of it was the look on her face. He could have sworn he'd seen that same look on just about every one of the people he'd been forced to kill. pleading and silently begging for just a few more moments, with eyes glazed over with wet certainty. Only this time he had the freedom to make sure that would never happen. For once he could make sure that any of the help they were begging for would come. The villain hadn't heard him coming until it was too late. By then he'd already committed to driving his elbow deep into the man's spine before grabbing the girl by her bound wrists and throwing her behind him. He didn't have so much as a second to make sure she was okay. That familiar seeping dread had come crashing back down all at once from where it had been. That constant wave of harsh panic he had not noticed been gone until now. And all of a sudden he no longer felt like someone who would make sure people wouldn't die and more like someone who was going to die themselves. But he'd made the choice and he would stick by it even if it killed him. The villain, and of that he was sure he was by now, took his time standing up, but when he did it was clear they would not be getting out of there so easily. He swallowed hard as shaking anticipation let loose on his frame. The girl was still bound behind him, and he just didn't have the time to free her or carry her out of there. And to add only more to the ever-growing pile of reasons why he should not have engaged, he had no weapon. No so much as a tiny switchblade or scalpel, while the objectively much larger villain he was facing seemed to be able to pull them from thin air. All he had left was his quirk, and he couldn't bring himself to use it. The man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and Izuku grit his teeth before the man dove in with a snarl, summoning 2 large knives in his hands. "You demon brat!" Izuku's eyes widened for half a second, leaping to the side before the knife could make contact. He was at a severe disadvantage and he knew it. Even if he managed to disarm the man, his quirk would allow them to make more. His only hope now was to dodge and hope the villain worked himself into some kind of quirk exhaustion. That was it. He didn't have anything to counter it, no plan at all to speak of. All he really had was experience and a few split-second chances to dodge, but for how long? He also knew that no matter what, he would not be letting this villain anywhere near the girl they'd been trying to take. He needed to get out of there, and he needed something to fight back with. But all he had was his quirk, and he couldn't let himself use it. The worst part was he knew it was selfish, stupid, and a complete waste of resources and time he didn't have. Problem was he was stubborn, if his time with Sensei had taught him anything. He refused to give up and use it, not when it meant risking everything he was trying to be now that he was out. Even while this man was trying to kill him, he didn't want to use it. And how fed up was that? Right now he just wanted the man to stop. Fighting like this was bad, but if he found something to use maybe he could. His eyes caught on the metallic shine of a knife the villain had cast away, and suddenly that was all he needed. Barely rolling to avoid another hit, he reached for the heavy blade and brought it up just in time to counter the next strike to his head before swiftly twisting both weapons around and forcing the larger knife from the villain's grip. He seized them and backed up, taking up a fighting stance with the 2 knives in hand and breathing hard from where he stood. He met the villain's eyes with steel of his own, and huffed a few more breaths before attempting to get him to stand down. That went about as well as he'd come to expect at this point. He honestly didn't even know why he tried anymore. With a fitful snarl, the knife villain lunged forth with another 2 blades of his own, and Izuku tore away just in time to see him leave 2 hilts buried in the now cracking brickwork where he'd just been. There was no way he was blocking that. At least not directly. He swallowed hard and grit his teeth again, kicking hard at a nearby dumpster and hoping it would distract him enough for him to catch them by surprise. It came rushing towards the guy with renewed force as Izuku moved in from behind with the blades. In less than a second the dumpster was in 2, and the villain was on him. He shut his eyes tight to brace for the blow he knew was coming. And before he realized what he was doing, the man had fallen face first into the pavement. For far too long he just sat there, with eyes frightfully wide. And just like that, the wave of everything he'd been keeping at bay for so long came crashing down all at once, and he couldn't do a thing to stop it. He didn't even know he was moving until his back in the wall, and he quickly relinquished his white-knuckled grip on the blades. He didn't hear them hit the ground. He couldn't hear a thing over his own panting breaths and the rapid pounding of blood in his ears. He pulled his hands up and clutched at fistfuls of long green hair before he pulled, as hard as he could, hoping that pain could do something to fight off just this feeling. This wave he should have seen coming that had just come crashing down around him all at once and broken any semblance of the new life he'd made for himself. He'd tried so long just to stay afloat as he was, and now he was drowning. All he could think of were the echoes of the man's face, stretched out for just a second in horror before he'd collapsed. It reminded him of too much, and all those memories had hit him all at once. He couldn't have. Did he dash? No, he couldn't be. Because if he was, then that meant he'd killed him and nothing had changed. That meant he was still a killer, a monster, and still a villain using his quirk to kill, and he just refused. But, oh God, hadn't he? The man wasn't moving. He was lying face down on the ground with the knife still hanging loosely in his grip. He felt sick. A disgusting retching taste had taken to his mouth, and it made him GG along with all the pain swelling in his head. And no matter what he did, it just wouldn't go away. He couldn't ignore it this time. Because he was dangerous. There was no getting around that. No more ignoring it, because he had finally snapped after all this time, and now. How could he have just let this happen? Why couldn't he have just taken the hit or tried to minimize the blow? Why was this any different from? How many times could he have slipped up like this before? How many times did he put people in danger just by being there? By being too scared to fight the instincts ingrained in his head? He could have hurt someone bad. Possibly far worse than he did hurt the man who'd tried to help him just on that first day. He thought back to his face, scrunched up in pain as he pressed it into the concrete under labored breaths of his own in a haze of panicked reaction. How many times had he nearly killed someone because he'd been too panicked to care? He was dangerous. Far, far too dangerous because of everything Sensei had done. Maybe if he'd made it out the first time, or even just the second, it would have been okay. But now it was too late. He was too broken, too unstable to even trust himself not to just react out of pain or fear. He couldn't trust he wouldn't use his quirk again, and slip up just enough to kill them or hurt them just a little too much more than he'd intended. He told himself he couldn't let himself become that. He didn't want that. He never wanted that. But no. Sensei was right, wasn't he? He was a villain, a killer, and the only person he could blame was himself, and he'd just keep on living with the life he had while ending so many others, and nobody could stop him, not even himself. And no matter what he did, someone was shouting. It was muffled and far away, but it was something. And he tried to focus on it, but he just couldn't beyond just all the noise he was sure he was making. The heaving breathing, the wet sobs and small screams he was choking back, all of it. Nothing beyond the stress and the pain and the sickness and all this noise. The voice pressed harder and more urgent into his mind, in a way that didn't seem natural. It made him jerk back violently, and he hit his head hard against the brick wall behind him as he tried to force himself back and away from her. That's right, he'd saved someone too. Hadn't he? Slowly, way too slowly, he tried to pry his own fingers from his hair and forced himself to uncurl. He felt like he was forcing a clam to open with already raw fingers, and it shouldn't have been that hard. It left a deep, painful ache in his fingers, but he did it. And the girl wasn't as close to him as he'd thought. She was still half sitting on the other wall across from him and far from the man he'd drawn away. She looked worried and scared, but she wasn't doing anything but talk and tried. What was she trying to? He was still shaking as he focused his gaze on her wrists and the loose, wet GG around her neck. She must have slipped it off during the fight, and then maybe tried to crawl closer to him. But that wasn't right. Why wasn't she getting help? Why wasn't she trying to get away from him when he could? Had she now seen what he did to? He didn't hear her ask what he was doing as he forced himself up on shaking legs and pulled up one of the knives he dropped with him. He didn't care to notice the words she was making as he stumbled towards her and lowered himself down. He could almost hear her talking to him, though, as he got closer and reached out and fumbled for the zip tie around her wrist, before carefully using the knife and sawing at it until she was free. Her wrists were raw with skin peeling on bruises while thin blood was still wet on her hands. She hissed quietly to herself as he got them off. His thoughts still racing, almost sounding too far off now in his head, but he let himself focus on this for now. His ankles were in better condition, but not by much. He didn't bother getting the GG of her now. Once her hands were free, she pulled out a phone from her pocket and started to dial. By the time she'd started talking, he'd finished up and his gaze had fallen back to the man laying still on the ground. He didn't really hear what she was saying, and he didn't seem to care to hear her try to stop him from getting closer either. But he had to be sure. He was still shaking. But that didn't stop him crawling close and pulling his fingers up to his neck and wrists to check and double-check for a pulse. He could have used his quirk, he knew, but that was hardly the point. That feeling had been far too overwhelmed by everything else he had going on in his head, and now he'd pushed it back so hard he couldn't feel a thing. And he had to be sure. The villain's pulse was fainter than he expected. But it was there. He was alive. Unconscious but alive. He'd been wrong, and he could have cried again in his relief. That didn't seem to do much against his fears though. By then the woman was done with her call, and lightly gripped his shoulder. He didn't jump this time, and she told him the police were almost there and that everything would be okay. That he did so well, and that she was so thankful for his help because she didn't know what could have happened to her if he hadn't been there. He stayed silent through the whole thing. He wasn't shaking as much now, but he felt like everything was just so far away. He'd saved someone. And to do it he felt like he'd almost killed another. And he didn't know how he wanted to feel about that. He was bleeding too now, he could feel it. He'd dug his nails in deep enough to draw blood on his scalp, and the man had gotten a few scrapes with his knives even if the fight hadn't lasted too long. He did what he could to stop the bleeding. And the woman watched in mute wonder as he did so and stood himself up, only feet that didn't feel like his own. He could hear her trying to tell him to stop, to slow down and wait for the police to arrive. But he couldn't do that, not now. He'd risked too much, and right now all he knew to do was just to get away from there. He hadn't realized he was so tired. And so he let his body guide him away. Silently, yet somehow not stumbling off as fast he could, with his mind still cold and silent, with the world too far off for him to care. She didn't try to stop him. He knew. He washed the blood that had dried off him, and wrapped what he could with some thin toilet paper from a public restroom, twisted as strong and thick as he could make it. He knew it wouldn't be enough even with him holding back his blood to really heal properly. Right now he didn't care. All that mattered was finding someplace safe. And finding something he could do. Because he could not go through that again. But he also knew he couldn't make himself stop. He'd saved someone, and he'd like to do it again. Maybe find some way to make up for every terrible thing he'd done and make sure nobody else would ever end up like him. Be someone who would save lives instead of taking them. And through it all he could think was it. Even after all that, he still wanted to be a hero. It took 2 weeks of Izuku pulling just about every trick he could think of to get the money he needed, and he wasn't proud of a cent. Rationally, he knew there wasn't much he could have done instead. The world wasn't kind to those who had nothing, and he knew that, but he still felt no small level of remorse at having to take advantage of others to get so much as one step in this race of rebuilding a life. Begging was just as humiliating as it was something to feel ashamed of in his eyes, even to his already barren sense of self-worth. He felt like a burden and a liar, having to push the whole hopeless and pathetic routine up so far before anyone would even consider him as anything more than some trashy teenager looking for drag money. Even then, it didn't produce much of anything regardless of what he tried. Begging was scraping the bottom of the barrel for just about whatever he could find, and only seeing more and more of just how little everyone cared about him. That would have taken months, and he didn't have that kind of time, so he had to do something he hated possibly even more. Stealing and pickpocketing was much more effective, though a lot more risky in a lot of ways. It felt like he was digging himself into an even deeper hole than he was in already, and he especially didn't like how shitty it made him feel when he looked down at his earnings at the end of each day and, before he could stop himself, felt something of a moment of pride and satisfaction welling up in his chest, before the insistent reminder that he would only need more. It didn't help how much he'd have to run too. He'd had enough of running. It kept casting his mind back to where he was that night 2 weeks ago, before he started all this. Made him think about how much easier it would be to use his quirk to rob someone blind, even if he knew he wouldn't. Instead, he let himself swallow his pride and his guilt, and kept himself on the path he was on. He did what he could to make sure he wasn't stealing from people who would miss it. Cutting someone down too much would never sit right with him, so even then he only took as little as he could. He didn't want to cause anything more than a bad day, and he downright refused to take any kind of solace in the notion that he needed it more than them, no matter how much it could have been true. He'd promised himself he'd steal and beg only as long as he needed to before trying to earn money in some way more reliable. He'd honor that as long as he could. The worst part was it wasn't going to be enough by itself. The one knife he'd stolen from the villain he'd fought had disappeared. Or perhaps to be more specific, it had just straight up disintegrated in his hand after 24 hours because of course it did. For a while he was left without the only weapon he was comfortable using in what he was coming to understand was one of the more dangerous sections of the city, now with more money than he could let on having. He wasn't safe like this. And true, hadn't felt safe in a long, long time, now he just felt even less safe. Even if he knew a few ways to fight back hand to hand, and his paranoia for all they were worth, it wasn't going to be enough. It was fighting one hand behind his back against at least 30 people all at once, and he didn't have anything in the hand he could use. That wasn't even mentioning just how little weight he had to him now with the definite lack of food. The difference here was he only had to steal a knife or two once before he never had to look back again. Shoplifting, especially in this neighborhood, felt like walking right into a lion's den and just hoping for the best. Only whatever lion was in there had all the resources they needed to track him down after he'd gotten away and take him by surprise when he least expected it. He wanted this all done in one go. It felt like an hour before he finally worked up a plan to steal the knives he needed, and even then he'd barely gotten out of Dodge in time. He didn't want a repeat of the experience, which brought him to his next target. He hated using words like target and objective, made him feel like this was just another mission again. But then again that could be helpful in some ways. He'd always been able to repress his nerves when it was one of those. He had to learn from last time and skittishness almost got him caught. As much as he hated it, he needed to remember his training. He had just enough now to pay for the ID, but nothing else. And slapping on a new name and a fake identity just wasn't going to cut it against anyone working for All for One. He needed a new look too, and he needed it quickly. A pharmacy was the best place he could think of to look for what he needed, and naturally, it just so happened to be one of the few places people regularly tried to rob. He leant against the wall he'd been peering around and thudded the back of his head against it in frustration. He really couldn't have made any of this easier for himself, could he? He took a deep breath in and set his sights on the door. He walked in with feigned confidence, giving a gentle smile to the woman at the counter as he passed hopefully to reassure her. He was wearing his hood up, hoping it did what it could to hide his face from the camera, but was still trying to not raise suspicions. For what it was worth, it looked to be working as he made a beeline for the cosmetics. He didn't have skills or the resources to do much of anything permanent, so he'd have to make do with what he could find. As it turns out, that was hair coloring wax and some scissors, but he'd work with it, even if he hadn't so much of a scrap of hair cutting experience. As for his scars and freckles, that took a little more doing. Long sleeves worked well on his arms and all, but it did absolutely nothing for the ones on his face. Freckles were fine, but he knew identifying marks like these would have to be covered up if he wanted to hide from anyone, much less All for One. And while he wasn't one for makeup even before everything had gone down, that didn't stop him from making absolute certain that every coverage looked as realistic as possible. The black face mask he pocketed, though, wasn't something he spent nearly as long to think about though. Once he stuffed everything he needed into his jacket pockets and waited in a shelf near the doors to make sure nobody was looking. The woman at the counter had been called away by another customer who wanted to complain about the quality of different products in her aisle or some bullshit, and he would have smiled if he didn't feel so bad for her. It was drawing all the attention though, so he took it as something of a blessing as he slipped out the doors. He only really let out the breath he was holding and dropped the act when he'd reached the, thankfully empty, public bathroom by the train station. He laid out his materials before deciding on what he wanted to do and quickly got to work. In a few minutes, locks of dark green hair was scattered across the floor and in the sink after the gentle snip of scissors had died down. It took a lot more scrubbing than he would have liked to get the wax, and later the concealer off his hands. It wasn't perfect, by any means. His neck felt itchy, his hair while much shorter felt slightly thicker than he was used to, and he was sure if he squinted it was obvious the concealer was patchy on his face. It was passable though, and that was what mattered most right now. The point was it didn't look like him, and that was all he needed right now. Still felt weird to look in the mirror and see someone else though, no matter the circumstances. Now for the important part. It was a long walk-off route to get to the dealer, and the knives in his pockets had never felt more comforting as he fiddled with them on the walkover. The place was seedy, and not well kept by any means, but it wasn't falling apart so much either. When he'd walked in there were only 2 people inside, and one of them looked like he was sleeping off a drunken stupor and snored loudly in such an empty space. That wasn't his problem though, even if it made him smirk just a little in the moment. He got some strange looks from the guy at the counter when he mentioned the listing, but he still went along with it. Taking the photo and printing it out with the details he provided, and not hesitating to take every scrap of cash he had before sending him on his way, with the discreet message to not wake the other guy sleeping in the chair. Izuku gave him a look when he caught the mischievous smile on his face, before relenting and shrugging to himself as he walked off. A part of him had felt almost giddy though at the prospect of just what he held in his hands. He wasn't going to be Midoriya Izuku anymore. Even after all the stealing, the lying and the struggles he'd had, looking at his new name there, and all the little details printed onto the plastic, he didn't think he'd ever felt more proud. Akatani Mikumo. 3 years older than he actually was, with badly cut fluffy pale blonde hair with dark roots and not a freckle or scar to be seen. And for all that it mattered, he was quirkless again now too. It had taken some time to really come to terms with the fact he'd used his quirk on someone after so long of staying clean. It had come so naturally, so instinctively that some part of him had wondered why he didn't just use it all the time. But then the reminders of all he had done with it had come flooding back in. And he was forced to face the fact that he probably wouldn't ever be ready to do that again. Ever again. He'd let himself break down as soon as he'd found somewhere somewhat safe and hidden to sleep. It wasn't so much about the quirk itself more than what it stood for. Everything about its history, what he'd learnt and been taught to do with it, it all just stood for violence. That kind of sickening, needless violence that he'd been forced to commit year after year after year with no reprieve. It made him think of all the people who'd suffered for it. It was all tied too strongly to his quirk. He didn't even know how to use it for anything else. It was a quirk that belonged to a villain, and he didn't want to be a villain anymore. But he knew he couldn't stop himself from wanting to be a hero, and if his childhood had taught him anything it was that heroes needed a quirk, because no matter how much they trained there would always be one day that someone that much stronger would beat him into the ground, and people would die for it. Even if he didn't want to use his quirk, he still had one now, and if given the choice between watching someone die and using his quirk to save them, he knew which he would choose. But then again, this wasn't just about how he felt too. He didn't know how long it would take, but he had no doubt in his mind that word of a blood-manipulating vigilante would spread far in the villain underground, especially if All for One was looking for him. He couldn't save people quirkless. And he absolutely couldn't save someone with the quirk he had. So all he had left to do was compromise and hopefully come to some kind of satisfying answer to his woes. He'd never been more thankful for his notebook then. It was always the first place he turned to when he was going to make a plan. He'd promised himself he'd rebuild his life from the ground up, and live it the way he wanted, no matter how hard it seemed. Akatani Mikumo would be his normalcy to hide behind. Everything he thought he could have been if things hadn't gone to hell minus a few steps. A quirkless 16-year-old, living alone while his parents were away or some other lie, and holding a few jobs, enough to make the money he needed to support himself. Akatani Mikumo was a blank slate he could write on, and he would make sure he'd be throwing away everything from before to do it. His new vigilante persona though? They were going to be another matter entirely. Because they were going to pick up where Mikumo couldn't, and they were going to save everyone they could using a quirk that appeared to be completely different from blood bender. Something that would keep him hidden from All for One, and make sure he could never get the chance to slip up in a way that could kill someone. He just had to figure out how to make that happen. Because unfortunately, like most quirks these days, Bloodbender was entirely specialized and only tailored to one specific thing. He shook his head as he tucked the ID back into his bag. He'd figure it out later. For now he just had to make his way back to the train station. According to the schedule he'd read, there should be a train heading towards Muzutafu arriving sometime in the next 10 minutes, and he wanted to make sure he was on it. The crowds made him uncomfortable, though nothing of that was a surprise by now. There were a lot of people there to see him skimp out on paying for the ride and just jump over the gates there, but that didn't stop him from trying to be sneaky as he did so. Shockingly, nobody pulled him over for it. Not even as he was far from the gates and waiting for the train, and not even when he had boarded it. He tried to act as normal as he could, even if standing packed among a bunch of people on a moving train was making him scream internally. His hood was around his neck, and he was trying his best not to clutch at the straps of his backpack for dear life as he shuffled in place. Even with everyone largely preoccupied with their own ends, he couldn't help but feel like all eyes were on him in that moment. He was out of place, and someone might have seen it, but so long as he didn't draw attention to himself, he'd be fine. So he just had to breathe and keep this persona as long as he could. He was Akatani Mikumo, and right now he was as normal as the rest of them. But then, as the train sped up and more buildings, looking vaguely familiar, he felt himself press his hand against the window, looking through the faint reflections of himself and into the hundreds of miles that were passing him by each second. It had been so long since he really got to see something of how big the world outside that facility was. So many people and so many possibilities. So much space, and it had been far too long since he'd seen it all. How it all changed, how many people he'd forgotten in the space of all that time and all those many miles away. He couldn't help but cast his mind back to those warmer times. Kaken was probably about to end junior high with all their other friends. Probably still explosive as always and still snapping at someone or other for whatever reason about being a hero. He remembered their world back then, in bits and pieces for what it was worth. Mom was the most painful. He didn't want to know just how horribly she'd died, but at the very least she'd had Auntie Mitsuki and her friends to look after her when he was missing, and people who would mourn her when she was gone. Maybe she had survived though, there would have been people there to help her, people she could call, but what if they were gone too? Could see the concern on the woman beside him, and it took too long for it to set in that he was crying. He wiped thick tears he hadn't felt on his sleeve and sent her a watery smile. He couldn't let himself think that. After all, either way he couldn't see them again, right? What was the point of worrying when? Yeah, that wasn't going to make him feel any better, was it? But the passing buildings did, for what it was worth. It was almost beautiful how much of the city had passed him by. It'd be easy to lose anyone in here, and for the first time he felt like he could really do this. It took a few more minutes of idly watching the sights past the train's window that his stop had come. He straightened himself out by the doors as he left, stepping off and, against some better judgment, took some time to explore the distant streets and memories of his childhood. It had been a long time ago, but there were pieces he hadn't let go of. Parks he distantly remembered, stores he used to drag his mother into. It wasn't all that familiar by any means. Really, it was still far enough away that it felt like he couldn't recognize a thing. But it was easy to imagine that each store he walked past was the one from his memories. Each park was one he'd played in with Kaken, and honestly, he really didn't have the knowledge to refute it. He could at least hold on to this for now though. It made him feel warm. Once he was somewhat satisfied with his wander, he took the time to dive head first into any job he could find. And that was a whole other field he wasn't prepared for. He didn't know a lot about asking for work, for obvious reasons. And he knew he was suspicious as all hell no matter what he did, so it would make sense for people to turn him down left and right. That wasn't really the big problem here though, they were just so goddamn hard to find in the first place. He just about cried in relief when he'd actually found the first person who'd told him they were looking, even though they turned him down. In the end there were some more localized stores looking for part-timers to take shifts for them, but still very few of them trusted some kid with no connections to speak of and parents and the like who were out of reach. It wasn't impossible though, just incredibly difficult. After about a day of throwing himself out there at every situation, he found 3 part-time jobs he could actually take. One in a small corner grocery store 3 times a week, one in a family-owned restaurant for about 5, and another helping with some cleaning duties in some old woman's flat. The last option offered the least pay really, but who was he to turn down an old woman looking for company and some help around the house, and for a reliable 8,000 yen of course. All things considered, it was actually the nicest day he'd had in a while. Especially with the restaurant manager giving him some free takeaway as a sort of welcome gift. He hadn't eaten that well in a long time, and he couldn't help but savor some of the still warm noodles and skis as he did. Every mouthful felt like home, no matter how much he knew it couldn't be. He still wasn't sure how long he really trusted that kindness was going to last. With that done, he spent more time than he would have usually looking for a place to sleep, and ended up sleeping outside for his first 2 nights in Mizurufu. It took all that time searching before he finally found a place to stay in an empty 4th-story room that looked half decent, and despite the rapidly peeling wallpaper and stained flooring, it was still more than he had grown to expect. For the first time, Izuku took his time rearranging the scraps of furniture he could see to fit his uses. Propping up the 3-legged desk against a corner, barricading the door, clearing out some shelves and moving what was left of the bed into a corner with the rest of the scraps he hadn't been able to find a use for yet. He figured he'd sleep as he always had on the floor until he was able to afford a futon and a decent blanket, but first he'd move in with what he had. He took his time laying out everything he had in his bag and finding some kind of suitable place for it. The notebook and pen would take up residence with the stuff he'd stolen from the pharmacy in the shelves, hidden behind his spare clothes and scraps of wood he thought the shelves could still manage to support. It was too risky to take all that stuff with him if he was going to work the next day, he knew that. As suspicious as he knew he was as a scrappy 16-year-old who looked younger than they actually were, with no phone and no references to speak of, if anyone got their hands on that notebook or any of his supplies it would be the final nail in the coffin to seal his arrest. There was no way he was leaving to go anywhere without at least one of the 2 knives he'd stolen though, that wouldn't change a bit. There was still one more thing he had to do though. As sketchy as vigilantism was, he knew better than to go into it without a plan, and it all came down to just figuring out how to use his quirk properly. He could manage for now if he saw someone in the interim with the knives he had, but that wasn't going to be reliable in the long term, especially if he was going to seek people out. He had a hoodie he knew he could use, and the mask. If he took out the hair wax it was going to be much harder to find him either way, and he could sort out more and more gear once he had the money, but he needed an alternative way to use his quirk in a fight efficiently without risking anyone getting hurt. Something he'd have to train himself with that had not even a scrap of similarity to anything Sensei had tried to teach him. He just had to think. And boy did he spend a lot of time thinking. And writing just about everything he knew of his quirk. It worked in control of blood specifically, and theoretically he could use it to fake having another quirk because it was ultimately emitter type and not mutation or transformation, and oftentimes those kinds of quirks had a lot more in common. There were often different types of kinesis quirks, but no matter what he thought of it wouldn't work without some kind of blood component, and he wasn't going to use someone else's to do it. But did it have to be in someone else's body to work? He sat up and jerked his eyes down to his hand. He'd barely done any of this outside of someone's body. A lot of the time the most effective stuff was done inside one, and that was always just what he needed in Sensei's eyes, but he took one of his knives from pocket and flicked it open, looking intently down at his reflection before pressing his ring finger firmly on the point of it, wincing as he did so. Deep enough to draw just 1 drop of blood, and that was all he needed. Blood always felt weird when it wasn't constantly in flow. It was noticeable and hanging thick and almost static and slow as the thin line of it dripped down his finger. He focused intently on the droplet that hadn't dried just yet. It felt weird, so stagnant and the like, and he had to pour more energy into it because it wasn't just adjusting to the flow that was already there, but he did it anyway. A small, almost completely unnoticeable drop of blood lifted itself from the end its path and into the air in front of him. And Izuku couldn't help but smile. Let it never be said that working in retail customer service was not one of the most difficult things for a person to have to deal with. That was pretty much the only thought on Izuku's mind at this point, and it was coming from someone with more scars than he wanted to count and enough personal baggage that he'd be willing to bet not even a licensed pro would be willing to touch with a 10-foot pole. He wanted to laugh at the thought, but he kept his face as expressionless as he could manage as he stared dejectedly into space and tried to tune out the enraged tantrum of the older woman in front of him. Honestly, considering his bad luck, he should have anticipated this. His shift so far was oddly quiet and much kinder to him than most. There always seemed to be that one customer though, and he really should have recognized Storm was coming eventually. And perhaps more so than most, it was pushing the upper limits of what he was willing to put up with, perhaps even more than Sensei did. The comparison made him visibly wince, enough so that one of his coworkers, Miyahara, seemed to notice and edge closer. Enough to listen in warily and step in if it came to that. He sent a warning glance their way, trying to silently communicate just how much he should not do that. But Miyahara only seemed to take that as only more reason to step in. "Ma'am, Akatani here had nothing to do with making your meal, really. He's just here to man the register and dash." Then he must have typed in wrong. "I told him light milk, and this useless child has been nothing but rude and disrespectful to me since I got here." He could see they were drawing attention, and that many eyes on them only made him want to fold in on himself more. Anyone who wasn't watching this like delightful drama was desperately trying to ignore the situation and leave as quickly as possible. Miyahara was the unfortunate exception to this rule. They seemed to have the uncanny ability to just tell when his mind was screaming at him for an out, and it was honestly infuriating at times. Right now, though, he didn't know what to feel. He just didn't want this. Miyahara stepping in was a recent development, and they really didn't seem to know how to handle things once they did, other than just taking it and trying to give the customer what they wanted. If there was one thing he hated most in the world, it was watching someone else take the fall for him and suffering for it. He dragged a hand down his face. "Miss, I'm sorry if I came across that way, but I made sure I dash." "So you're calling me a liar?" She shot a pointed finger close to his face, and he flinched back hard despite his efforts. Any and all defenses freezing in his throat, and just begging her not to touch him right now. "This is a blatant abuse on my rights. I want a discount." He could feel his pulse pounding inside of him. And he took the moment to try to stamp down that fear as Miyahara tried to reason with her again. "It's not Sensei. It's not Sensei. She won't hurt you. She's just some bratty customer. You can handle this. You're going to be okay." "Miss, we can't give you a discount." He said it with more confidence than he felt. Miyahara shot him a look at his tone, perhaps not so subtly telling him to shut up and let them handle it. Which was really too bad, because Izuku was famously terrible at keeping himself out of trouble. "I want to speak to your manager. If a kid like you who can't do anything right is working here, then I'm going to have to talk to someone who actually knows what they're talking about." "Ma'am, the manager isn't here right now," Miyahara said, "and I'm sorry, but we can't just offer discounts to unsatisfied customers." "Put them on the phone then, I don't care. I want that kid fired for what he did." He shot something of a desperate look at Miyahara, who didn't outwardly acknowledge it. Stuff like that was par for the course, and they both knew it, but it didn't make him any less terrified. "Ma'am, I'm sure he didn't dash. The delinquent was trying to poison me. He could have used some quirk to do it. I don't care. I want him dash." "Miss, I don't have a quirk. There's just no way I could have done that." Now that shut the woman up nicely. So much so, he could feel something of a small swell of pride in his chest at the look of her rapidly reddening face. He would have felt more had it not been for the papery dryness that had settled on his tongue, and the rising ache in his head, and gentle pounding of his blood beneath his skin. Miyahara was currently looking at him like he'd just confessed to murder unprompted, and the people waiting in line for the register were clearly starting to look uncomfortable, while the woman seemed pent up like a balloon ready to explode as she started to try and get the words out. "Well, you." She looked away and scoffed, crossing her arms as she did so, like a spoiled child who wasn't getting their way. "No wonder you're so useless. What kind of person hires a quirkless screw-up in a place like this? Just hand me the phone." He narrowed his eyes at her and obliged, not even deigning to meet his coworker's eyes as he did so. He could hear Miyahara's clipped reassurances as he dialed for their boss, and he briefly apologized before handing the phone off to her and without another word, stalked off to the back room to wait either for her to leave or for his shift to be over. Whichever came first. He could see Miyahara's concern from space if he wanted to. But then again, maybe it was less concern and or of just a simple worry about how he'd react. He honestly didn't care much to notice if there was difference. He shut the door gently behind him and stalked towards the far corner, setting himself down in the small space behind the shelves and pulling his head back against the wall with a gentle thump. God, he was so stupid spilling his guts like that. Reinforcing a fact more than was necessary only brought more suspicion because it drew into question why he needed to reaffirm it. And more importantly, people, especially quirkless people, don't go spilling their guts even if it is in their defense. He should know that. He should know that regardless of how he felt about it. Akatani Mikumo was not him, and he had to keep up all the blank pages people had written for him where they were, and put all of this behind him if this was going to work out for the long run. He ran forceful fingers through his hair, and gently held them there. Miyahara and just about everyone there saw this as a big deal, and logically speaking Akatani would too. But being quirkless wasn't the problem. It didn't have that much of a sting anymore when it was coming from someone else. Especially now since he just had better things to think about now than their opinions on it all when it no longer held any power over him. Being quirkless had hurt when he was younger, but only because it meant in his mind that he could probably never become the hero he wanted to be. And even if that had been true, he never got to find that out for himself. Instead, he'd wasted years of his life that he'd never get back living as a villain because of a lie he fell for, and now if he could have asked his idol that question he wouldn't need them to answer. That dream had died with the first person he'd killed. And now he had to live with that. That meant doing the best he could, all things considered. He couldn't have his old life back, not completely, no matter how unfair it seemed. But it was in his hands now, and for what it was worth. He was selling the facade well and doing everything he needed to. Being quirkless wasn't a problem anymore, it was something he could be privately proud of because then he could tell himself he was getting better. But he wasn't getting better, was he? Not really. Because while he knew rationally that he wasn't there anymore, it didn't stop his feelings from telling him that every entitled, angry a-hole he ran into would beat him half to death just because he messed up. Angry people SEGD, but no matter what happened or how different the situation seemed, it always set something off inside him that he couldn't control. And from there he would shut down for the rest of the day, to the point where it only seemed to fuel more anger from customers and sometimes coworkers for mumbling or not speaking loud enough. It somehow always seemed to scare the shit out of him, no matter how many times it happened, no matter what he did, and no matter if he could see it coming. Because when someone was yelling at him for even the stupidest of reasons, all he could think about was being 8 again, and how yelling had always meant he was going to suffer. He could feel his eyes burn, and as soon as he did, he rubbed the heel of his hand firmly into them. This was so stupid. He'd survived so much worse than shitty customers, and he was still overreacting. And wasn't that pathetic? Elusive assassin turned vigilante taken down by middle-aged woman just because she sounded angry. He should be stronger than this now. He used to have panic attacks and breakdowns at the mere thought of telling someone no during his first few days, and he'd thought he was getting better, damn it. He clenched his teeth and tried to swallow down a sob. He was getting better, but once again he was reminded that it just wasn't going to last. Because he couldn't help but ruin everything he touches, and because villains like him didn't deserve a life like this one. It hurt just how many times he saw those people smiling at him and wishing him a good day. The people from work that tried to talk to him or invite him to things and reassure him that they were glad to have him on the team, even if he was quirkless. And all he could think of through it all was how much differently things would be if they knew. Because if he told them and everything was out in the open after him lying for so long and about so much, they would hate him. And they had every right to. Because under everything, the masks, the lies, the constant reassurances that he was fine, he was a murderer. He had the blood of countless innocent people on his hands, and he couldn't let himself forget that. Miyahara popped in to check on him a few minutes later, and found him staring dejectedly at the wall across from him. If Miyahara could see the remnants of tears, he didn't show it. Dude, don't you get bored waiting like that? Izuku still didn't have a phone, or really anything to keep himself distracted in times like these, and they knew that. So really at this point it was more of an expectation that he'd be sitting there and doing absolutely nothing but stare at the wall or the ceiling like it held all the answers. Still didn't stop them from asking every time. He just shrugged in response. He was used to having nothing to do, and even more used to being alone. When you lived like he did when he was a kid, you learn that no matter how crazy it seems, staring into empty space could be pretty fun. His thoughts could take him to interesting places if he let them, so it wasn't so bad most of the time, even if it could have been much better. Miyahara just hooked their head again. Look, I spoke to Dad, he's saying you can take the next 2 days off and the rest of this one if you want. We're basically all covered here, and I think anyone would want at least a few days after the week you've had. He sat up straighter and looked back seriously. That's nice of you guys and all, but I'll be fine. I've dealt with worse. Worse than a gang of delinquents trying to mug you in the dead of night just yesterday? Izuku winced at the half-baked lie and didn't answer beyond putting a hand to his small patch of bandages under his shirt sleeve. They sighed at his silence. Fine, I'll tell Dad you've coming the next 2 days so long as you go home early today. He stared blankly at them for a long moment, before relenting and getting back up. What time should I leave? Now, preferably. Now. Now. He ended up taking the long way back thanks to a hero fight on one of the main roads. It worked out for him though because there was a good convenience store around his new route that had some cheap meals he liked to hit up, and that was always nice. In the end he scarfed down a packaged bento on a park bench as his one meal for the day, and even if it was pretty small it felt good to have something in his stomach after all that. It was still daylight for once by the time he returned to the place he was squatting, and looked like it would be for at least a few more hours. In all honesty, it was something rare all things considered, which just meant he had to be extra careful getting in lest someone take notice and report him for trespassing, even if it was in a relatively secluded area. He had to leave behind that old apartment room he'd found too, and it was grating on him. He'd overhead the place was scheduled for demolition and he'd never cleared out faster. By then he'd already bought a futon and a blanket, and hadn't thought twice about trying to shove them both in his backpack so hard it had just about burst. And from there he'd had to spend a full night scouring every edge of the city for a new place to stay that hopefully wasn't going to knock down in the next few weeks. And even then he was always on high alert when he moved in somewhere unfamiliar. So naturally the next few nights would be hardly restful. At least the new place was somewhere along his route though. Albeit 3 districts. Over and hidden in the backstreets behind some major buildings. He used a nearby pipe to prop open the garage door, and slipped inside. Light was pouring in through one of the higher windows and casting warm light into an already steamy room. And he heaved a sigh of relief as he shrugged off his shoes and socks and set himself down on one of the empty crates near his bed. He took a few moments to breathe and make a plan, before stalking over the small pile of his belongings and pulling free first a small syringe and needle, and another much heavier box filled with soulless weaponry. The blades were cheap but strong, small and simple in design, and replicated more than 100 times over. A kite-shaped blade and small handle and leather loop he could use if need be, but most importantly a thin air-sealed tube embedded in the center, designed to hold at most 5 milliliters of his own blood. He'd spend hours on the design, and while the materials themselves didn't take all that long for the broker to produce, they took a lot longer to fill since he had to space out filling a few at a time each day. It was by far his least favorite part of his new routine. And not only because of just how sensitive he was to feeling his own blood moving in ways it shouldn't. He didn't let that stop him though, and by the end of the afternoon he'd filled about 16 more blades before he had to stop himself and give himself a break. From there though, he didn't waste any time getting changed, cleaning up all his cosmetics and assembling what he'd put together so far of his vigilante costume. By all accounts it was very simplistic, but that was not something he really paid much mind to beyond some petty disappointment. A dark green-black hoodie, some jeans and his mask, and that was pretty much it. So once he donned it and thoroughly equipped himself, he pulled up his black mask and hood and slipped out the window and into the night. Being a vigilante was absolutely thrilling. And it was made even more so every time he took that first jump between rooftops and was reminded again that he was using every bit of his training, his quirk, his freedom to do exactly the opposite of what he was told he was made for. He took a moment to stop once he was far enough from his hideout. He couldn't help but stutter out a small laugh between panting breaths. The night air was cool, almost refreshing on his face, and for once the quiet pounding of his own blood didn't ache with his fear. He wasn't afraid, and he didn't have to be afraid. He was free, and he hadn't even felt like it until his first night like this. Not even when he first got out, in time that seemed so long ago now. And he was doing what he could to make sure nobody else would have to be afraid like he was. Now to make good on that, He took a slow, deep breath in before he shut his eyes and took the moment to focus intently on the people he could feel around him, tracking their movements, how fast they were and more. Importantly, how scared they were, through his quirk. And before long, 5 racing hearts shot up like hot beacons in his mind, and he made his plan. There was more people there than he would have liked all at once, so he'd have to prioritize. He had a process for it too, and it generally started at who was closer, and what could likely be dealt with quickly. Right now that looked like there was someone facing a large group all on their own on a nearby street. A gang of some kind perhaps, and whoever their victim was, he wasn't going to abandon them. He broke into a run after locking on to the location, pulling a few of his blades out of his pocket and clutching them lightly in his hand before breaking into a run again, and drawing the rest from their hiding places around the area to hover alongside him. He was in visual range now. 6 people stood there in all, quirks at the ready, and all of them bearing the marks of a smaller local villain gang he'd seen signs of before. They had the man in front of them cornered, barely beaten but beaten all the same. Some brandishing quirks while their victim continued to search desperately for a way out. A cornered animal without so much as a defense in sight, and soon enough he could guess they'd get desperate and do something they'd regret. Everyone here was tense. Adrenaline and thudding hearts fit to burst with anticipation or fear. He had to be careful. Tense criminals like them were likely to slip up exponentially when it comes to dealing with something unexpected. And all of them were ready to move. He'd have to start this slow. He made a point to make his footsteps loud and slow as he walked up to them, traipsing toward them like he had not a care in the world to notice what was happening. Like he was bored, experienced, and more importantly, dangerous. He saw the guy they had cornered perk up at the sight of him, but not relax. Which was good. He needed them alert and ready to run if things went south. But as soon as he did, the gang members took notice and turned their attention to the new player on this field. The night was silent, but the roaring in their veins was loud. "I'm sorry, is there a problem here?" One of the gang members, the man at front and center, growled. "F off, kid, this ain't got nothing to do with you, so beat it." Izuku visibly sighed. "Seriously? Look, I'm a busy guy, and I've got a lot more to do than bring down a bunch of street punks like you, so how about we call it quits?" 2 of the gang members, a woman and a man, snorted out a laugh, and a wide grin cut across their leader's face. "You got a lot of nerve, kid, I'll give you that, but you're nuts if you think we're just going to back down, 'cause you asking nicely, get lost," he yelled, as many of the other gang members directed the force of their quirks in his direction. "Yeah, no," he smirked, "don't think I'll be doing that." 3 bullets cracked through the night air right as he ducked down, launched the blades in their direction. He could list their quirks just from the top of his head, since they showed their hand too early. Gang leader had a shark mutation, another a strong form of telekinesis. 2 handguns and were demonstrating a strong defense despite their clear weak points. Another had a knife mutation in her hands, another strength enhancer, and he was getting serious Hornet vibes from the last. Blades moved in a flurry of movement, moving in numbers like an elegant swarm and overwhelming them in his divided attention. Strikes came to each of their weak points, through the handles of guns and bats at speed and to joints uncovered by quirk-formed armor. Slicing indiscriminately through hands, ankles, the backs of knees, anything that would bring them to the ground and make sure they remained alive no matter how long the police took. His fighting style had certainly changed since All for One was in the picture. He still specialized in weaponry, but his hand-to-hand skills had become a lot more useful. The blades, after considering his initial designs, were a lot more for distractions, immobilizing and disarming than anything else. He'd decided a long time ago that he'd rather avoid hurting people so long as he could help it, so it only made sense. As harmful as blades were to the human body, simply injuries in the right places could get a lot of the more hard-but villains to back down. These people, no matter what their quirks were clearly nowhere near as dangerous as they were making themselves out to be. Due in large part thanks to a lack of organization, teamwork, and most importantly experience in this particular field. Unfortunately for them, Izuku had experience in spades. The blades hit their mark, and each one was finished off with a firm knee or wall to the face. It was, for the most part, over, but it took way longer than he would have liked. He didn't dare waste a second with restraints, as he attempted to reassure the now shaking man in front of him. "Who are you? Some kind of hero?" He gave a fitful shrug, something like that. "Can I use your phone?" The man gave him an odd look but obliged, handing it over and watching him intently with an odd look of mild shock mixed with fascination as he called the police. It was likely to be much to their frustration or confusion, he was sure, though who was to say which one really? Once the call was done, he handed it back and turned his attention back on the thugs, still largely out cold if not clearly beaten down, and he frowned. For good measure he handed the man one of the loaded guns. "Keep that trained on them until the police arrive, and don't get skittish unless you have to. They'll all be fine so long as they don't make any sudden movements." The man scrambled into action, spewing out some garbled thank yous and taking a few steps to chase after him when he took the chance to run. He caught the tail end of flashing blue and red lights out the corner of his eye as he climbed the rooftops and swore as he pulled himself up, checking again to make sure he still had all his knives with him before bolting to the next location. He didn't think he'd ever get tired of this. Even if his shoulder burned with blood still barely kept inside, and bruises he was going to have to cover well the next morning. It was in times like these he thought he could forget all about this being a lie. Because this was the most authentic he thought he'd ever be. Aizawa Shoyuda had raised a rather unimpressed eyebrow at the thin file Tsukachi had pushed towards him. One name on the cover he was sure had caused far too much trouble in the police and hero departments for too long as far as anyone was concerned, and one he'd barely heard much of anything from aside from the media having already apparently landed on a name. A name he was sure he'd be intimately familiar with until all this was over. Viridian. I don't mean to be insulting, his voice was flat as he continued to stare down at the name in feigned disinterest, but I fail to see how calling me specifically for a case on an otherwise unknown vigilante would be much help. You and I both know that most heroes are more preoccupied with going after the more publicized villains than catching someone like this, Tsukachi replied. The police force is mostly looking just for information as of now, but as far as pro-heroes go you're probably the best person to take on the case. And why is that exactly? We've been building a profile on them for quite a while now, he said, opening the folder before indicating to the top page. And while it isn't much to go on so far, it's enough to know that he relies too heavily on his quirk. That wasn't all it said either. The document was short, and from what he could see posed a lot more questions than answers about the vigilante. It placed them at the scene of a lot of recent apprehensions he knew for a fact would have gone largely unreported on, but there was a smattering of more serious villain arrests he'd been attributed to. Impressive, all things considered. In part because the Police and Hero Commission had actually managed to hush up something like this, but especially because the estimated age of this shadow placed him somewhere in his early 20s. The fact he's still running free like this either says a lot about him, or the heroes overlooking him. Tsukachi snorted out something of a laugh. Personally, I'm inclined to believe the former. Usually we'd have a lot more on a vigilante at this point, considering it's been only a few months. True as that may be, most vigilantes, especially at his age, would shout their names from rooftops and are taken in at most a couple of weeks. Which makes this even stranger, don't you think? That Viridian clearly knows what they're doing. Shoyuda narrowed his eyes at the detective and stared deadpan for a long moment before relenting, standing up and taking the file with him as dark eyes scanned over what little information could be gleaned from it. "I'll report back to you if I find anything, so long as you keep me in the loop should anything come up." "Of course," Tsukachi nodded. "So you'll take it?" A common misconception of heroism, he had learned, was simply that the showiness and more dramatic battles were what was most important, and that everything else could be done on the fly. People, especially his students, seemed to expect heroes to swoop in at any moment to fight the villains they needed to, announcing their names or signature catchphrases from the rooftops to inspire hope. That every fight was done dependent on encounter, who saw, saved, or took down who first, taking all the fame and glory and press adoration that came with it. This idea that every mission was quick, one fight or disaster to take care of and then it's over and on to the next. It was an idea he was having a lot of trouble with as of late. Being a teacher at UA with a system that only supported this idea of mission first and investigation later was frustrating, to say the least. Reality wasn't like that, Life wasn't as simple as one fight of good versus evil and everyone gets to go home. It was the stuff nobody wanted to see that was the most important. Things like human trafficking, drag rings, organized crime, and vigilante justice efforts couldn't be solved with flashy displays of strength. They required careful planning, consideration of every detail lest someone get hurt, stealth, information gathering, a lot of paperwork, and working closely with the police force. So many heroes wanted that press and glamour, they aimed so far for the top that they were blinded by it. So it took the work of underground heroes who'd seen and dealt with it all firsthand to pick up where they were slacking off. Meaning jobs like this, the ones that likely held no recognition for, the stuff that none of the more flashing heroes wanted to pursue without sufficient motivation, they'd all be left to people like him, who just couldn't give a DMN so long as they were helping people. And it's not even like he hated those heroes for what they did, because the fact of the matter was they made people feel safe. And being a figurehead of heroics was always going to be too much for him. So no matter what the public thought, no matter how many times he wasn't recognized as an actual hero until he showed his license, he wouldn't give it up. Because he knew he was doing good work, and saving people when it counted. And that included vigilantes running around in a homemade costume late at night who was admittedly much better at fixing the crime rates in downtown Muzutafu than anyone was willing to admit. Fine. I'll do it. He didn't think he'd ever seen him look so relieved. After the meeting, he combed over the file as much as he could. He'd need something of a plan for how this would go, regardless of how simple his mission looked from the outset. Based purely on the time frame and lack of any refutable evidence on the guy, it was likely take a lot more time than anyone would have liked. As of now, he needed to focus on gathering information, and that was certain. From there they'd focus on the apprehending him, if and only if the opportunity didn't arise sooner. In his experience, oftentimes focusing on one factor of a case was likely to bring useful details they weren't looking for in the moment. So regardless of what his end goal was, he knew needed a good place to start. The Hero Commission wanted a swift end to this whole mess. For Viridian the Vigilante to end before they began, and before the media could construct more of a narrative around them besides a name and attract unwanted attention. But most importantly, he was sure the Hero Commission had at least somewhat of a stake in cases like this lest people begin to question the competence and authority of the existing system. Regardless, none of that changed the fact that he was sure he'd need more to go on before even so much as attempting to bring this guy in. He was sure it would take more than 1 or 2 nights of searching, perhaps more than a week, because vigilantes were tricky like that, and as he knew that wasn't how cases like these operated. In his experience, it'd take at least a week to establish routes should they not get lucky and cross paths sooner. From there he'd usually be able to catch them out or lie in wait, and most vigilantes would be down by at most 2 months. Unfortunately, Viridian was not most vigilantes. They had a knack for avoiding the authorities, and no matter what he did to try and pin down his routes, they were sporadic and almost constantly changing. He honestly would have thought there were more heroes on this case by now when he was spending this much time not so much as catching hide or hair of the guy. At this point it'd be easier to prove that some kind of supernatural sheet was to blame rather than an actual person, and after all that it was clear why so many people seemed hesitant to even acknowledge the case. It took far too many fruitless nights, far too many hours of nothing but wasting energy and time, and every one of those nights he'd have to report to Tsukachi on just how much he hadn't been able to find. He thought belatedly that he would have been mildly impressed had he not been so frustrated at his futility. One moment he was sure he was on their tail, and the next he'd get a call that Viridian had just called in a bunch more criminals a good few miles in the opposite direction. And that's when he had to face the fact that Viridian knew far too much about what he was doing. And to make matters more infuriating, he was apprehending a lot more villains than anyone else on record. Somehow he was just always in the right place at the right time, and at this point there was no way that could have been a coincidence. Viridian always seemed to know where there would be danger, and when there would be no one around to help, and he still had not an inkling of a clue as to how. He'd had to take a day off to try and right himself. And as soon as he did, he was alerted that Viridian had just hit up all the places he'd been patrolling in those months. All those places he just so happened to have been in the right place at the right time and apprehending criminals when it was made clear Viridian wasn't going to be there to deal with them. And that's what made him want to scream more than anything else in this case. The fact that Viridian was using him. It took a lot of time to pin down why Viridian was always in those areas when he wasn't around. Why Viridian seemed to know when there wasn't a hero around, and eventually he had to face the facts. All of this, being assigned to this restless hunting for a shadow, had only led him to doing the vigilante's job for them. They knew heroes like him would be there, chasing him down, and they'd used it as a way to draw him into places often neglected by the law. They knew when he was there, they knew when he was being tailed, and worst of all, they knew how to avoid him. His mission had been to apprehend a vigilante, and instead he'd become an unknowing ally to them. He'd have felt worse about if it hadn't been for the fact that he'd stopped a lot of people from getting hurt or worse, and as much as he hated Viridian for putting him in that position, he knew Viridian only ever had the victim's best interests at heart. In the end, the one thing he had managed to do was confirm some basic facts on them. Notably that the iconic blades they'd been seen with mostly seemed to be drawn from hidden locations around the city that changed often regardless of circumstances, and failing that he would draw them from his own person too. It had to mean there was some kind of range limit to their quirk, which was by now far more likely to be some kind of metal manipulation of some capacity rather than manifestation. And from what little he could see from the aftermath of fights, the weapons worked more as a method of distracting, pinning, immobilizing, or threatening criminals, and only ever really seemed to hurt them should the situation get dire. It explained a lot more of whatever code of honor this vigilante was operating under in inflicting such injuries. Injuries that only ever seemed to be targeted in very specific areas of the human body, indicating something of an NTMT knowledge of human anatomy in relation to combat. God, they really did know their stuff, didn't they? The agreed-upon description was worth noting too, no matter how many times it seemed to lead them astray. Dark messy hair kept beneath a drawn hood, green eyes, a simple black face mask paired with an equally dark costume. Fingerprinting was practically impossible because they only ever seemed to have direct contact with the victims' phones during those rare times they'd be making the call themselves. No suspects matched the profile, and that was all they had really to present in terms of progress made in the last 3 months. And he and Tsukachi both were getting more and more pressed for information. He spent a long time talking with Tsukachi on the matter, and begrudgingly garnered whatever advice he could from fellow underground heroes he was in contact with. What they ended up with was a plan to stage a trap for them with someone posing as a villain, and a professional actor from the Help Me Foundation standing in as the victim, while Eraserhead would be monitoring afar to avoid Viridian from somehow catching on. It didn't work. Not even for a second, because Viridian just wasn't biting. And just like every other time seemed to know exactly where any real danger would be and avoided the area like he'd known all along it was a trap. They'd even tried twice in different areas, which frustrated the hell out of him because everyone had thought the plan held promise and they could finally put an end to running after a shadow like a couple of chickens with their heads cut off. Eraserhead's last option was not one he liked, but one he was desperate enough to risk. Kotora Matsuo was a repeating offender. A large, 45-year-old man with a strength augmentation quirk that wore the term street thug like a badge of honor. Currently out on probation after poorly managed assault and RPE charges got him off on a technicality after making it to court. From his records, there was little doubt in his mind that he would do something stupid like that again, and when he did he was confident Viridian would be on him in a second. He planted the bug on Kotora 4 days before he finally got a result. He'd almost gotten there too late. By the time he'd gotten close enough, the bee was somewhere between pinned and actively keeping still while a swarm of blades surrounded him like stilled bees beckoning to their master's call. He wasn't bleeding too much, but his right hand was hit, and as he moved another blade moved close enough by his cheek to make an impression while another rested lightly on his throat. Viridian himself looked no worse for wear, though clearly mutely infuriated by the man in front of him. Though now he was close enough, he could see that they looked a lot smaller than he would have thought. And he made note of what he could of his features as of now should the need arise. And just after the vigilante had moved to restrain him, that's when the underground hero made his move. The knives dropped to the ground with a dozen or so light clangs on concrete. As soon as he did, he saw a split second of confusion before Viridian's eyes widened and the villain he'd thought was secured took his chance. punching the much smaller vigilante hard across the face and with enough force to send him careening into the nearby wall. Damn it, he'd moved too soon. Shoyuda had just about readied his capture weapon and himself to jump into the fray before he got to see something he hadn't anticipated. Viridian was fighting back. Or more accurately, despite the clearly broken nose, bruises and other such injuries, Viridian was fighting back well without their quirk. As if going without his quirk like this was something he'd done 1,000 times in his lifetime. Normally when he erased the quirk of someone who relied on their quirk as much as Viridian did, there'd be at least a moment of confusion, followed by complete and utter panic and a feeling of utter helplessness. The majority of the quirked population, especially people with stronger quirks, often tied their quirks so strongly to their sense of self that to go without it for even a second was seen as unbearable, even if they couldn't use it in everyday life. And he knew this well because while reactions to his quirk differed depending on the person, no opponent he'd ever seen had ever not objected to having their quirks erased, especially when they didn't expect it. He didn't see any of that in Viridian. In fact, from what little he could see of his face, there looked like there was nothing but relief. Like losing his quirk had made everything so much clearer, and that gave him pause. Kotora had lunged for them while they were still down, keeping low and from the looks of things trying to ready their quirk, but the vigilante didn't give him a chance. In those few precious seconds they'd grabbed his arm, taken a stance and half thrown him on the ground before attempting a much more solid pin. Kotora had already rolled over though and kicked him firmly in the chest, letting loose all that built-up strength in their quirk in one kick, enough to cause a loud snap to echo through the streets. Viridian was slower like this, not just because they didn't have much in the way of weapons in hand, but because it was clear he was trying to anticipate the villain's attack in its entirety and it wasn't working. And yet they still looked relieved. Or at the very least like they were used to it. They shouldn't be used to it. They were still too much too fast, even like this. And despite the likely excruciating pain they were in, they still didn't waste a second getting up again and jumping back into the fray. By now it was clear that what little of that profile they'd built up for him wasn't going to be helpful in finding the vigilante after tonight. Because while it appeared they used their quirk a lot, they were more than comfortable fighting without it. Enough so to make him hesitate. A small half-cut-off cry of pain met his ears. And he finally let himself blink as he dropped in with his capture weapon. Viridian was down, or at the very least overwhelmed for the moment, and he couldn't believe he'd sat out of this for even a few seconds. Likely broken bones and deep bruising that wasn't going to do him any favors, but he still looked like he was going to bare his teeth and fight on until every last piece of his was broken, which he couldn't allow. He looked far too determined. The kind of lit fire in his eyes that he'd seen far too often in his students, in fellow heroes, and in people he knew for a fact were going to risk everything before they let someone like Kotora win. There wasn't going to be much time before Kotora started hounding on him again, and Viridian looked like he was far too ready to take it. He swiftly wrapped his capture scarf around the villain that had been on him before they had the chance. Viridian looked shocked for just a second as Shoyuda threw the villain down and brutally knocked him out with a firm knee to the face before turning back to Viridian. They looked surprised and more wary than he thought they ought to be. Even for someone outrunning heroes and the police for so long. And that thought gave him pause, because he could see the vigilante up close. It was clear that there was one more crucial detail they'd gotten very wrong about him. They'd placed Viridian as being in their early 20s at the very least, but the hooded vigilante, now largely unmasked, was undeniably a kid. Likely around the same age as some of his first years at UA. And those eyes looked like they'd seen far too much that a child his age shouldn't have had to. And didn't that just raise so many more concerning questions? Because this kid was likely in a lot of pain right now, and they were edging themselves up and to their feet and looking over almost dispassionately at the villain behind him, all while keeping his hand hovering loosely above his side. So, suppose you're the guy who's been tailing me for the past few months? Suppose I am, he responded, a light scowl settling across his face. You're hard to find, Viridian. I have to be. The kid seemed to take a careful moment to look him over. You're a hero, right? He gave a deadpan look at the kid, who seemed to take it as a sign of goodwill before they started almost casually to push past him. Well, thanks for the save, but I think I'll be heading off now. He didn't let him take so much as another step before wrapping his scarf around him, still careful to remain firm while not tight enough to inflict any more damage on what he was sure was already broken ribs. The kid, of course, too stubborn to give up, tried to run. So despite all trepidation he might have held, he took the chance to press his face into the concrete and twist his free arm painfully behind his back. "Here's how it's going to go, Viridian," he spat. "You're going to come down to the station, and you're going to explain to me why a kid like you is running around past your bedtime and hunting down villains. Got it?" The kid seemed to still and strained bright green eyes back at him, each carrying a strange glint to them, the kind that told him he was far too confident for the position he was in, the kind that told him without a doubt he was going to put up a fight. "Sorry, but I've never really been good at following directions." He didn't have time to react to what he'd said before a blade sliced clean and smooth through the bindings around him, to which the kid pulled him by, his trapped hand into a firm kick to the shins. He grunted as the kid pushed away from him and gathered his blades partway through the air before he canceled his quirk again. They were still running though, and his scarf was in tatters, but that didn't matter right now. Kid had a few dozen knives and a lack of personal safety and regard for the law, and this was likely the only chance he was going to get before he lost him again. He wasn't going to let it go. Thinking fast, he took the chance to swing onto a nearby rooftop before jumping down to block their path. The kid let out a mutter of a curse, but didn't stop. A good fighter he was sure, but too reckless. So when the kid tried to slide down and trip him up, he took the chance to use what remained of his capture weapon to drag him back and throw off his momentum. They let out a groan in the ground as the hero stood over him, snapping the cloth tighter around his wrists and making it clear he wasn't going to get a chance like that again. "Stay down," he growled, just a little more bite leaking into his voice than he intended. "The police are already on their way." The kid looked to his wrists, then to his glowing red eyes, and then down by his feet. Clenching his teeth, he pulled the bindings tighter still and kept his eyes on the kid, and immediately stumbled back as they lurched forward and head-butted him right between the eyes. F-dash. He ran through violently watering eyes as he chased the kid down, but he didn't make it more than a few steps before the scarf around his neck went rigid and tight as he lurched back abruptly. He growled as he watched the kid run off, too far now to chase after with confidence. Especially now he had to deal with unraveling his scarf before he strangled himself. As he did, he caught a glint of what exactly had halted his momentum so suddenly. Seemed the kid had worked fast enough to not only take him by surprise with a frontal assault, but while doing so had taken the opportunity to firmly drive a blade through the end of his capture weapon. Firm enough that it took quite a bit more force than he would have thought to dislodge it. "Smart kid," he muttered, pocketing the blade for evidence before turning his attention back to the previously unconscious villain they'd left behind, who by now had himself propped up on one arm and was trying to discreetly crawl away from the scene before the hero had him caught by the ankle. Tight and fast enough to make the man yelp in surprise. "You have no idea how much trouble you've caused me, Kotora," he said, keeping his voice hard and his quirk activated. Expression neutral as the man below him, in all his promised strength, seemed to squeak in surprise. He was lucky enough to only have to wait a few minutes before the police arrived to take Kotora back to the station. He figured he'd take the long way back to Tsukachi, despite the officer's kindness, to see if he could catch another glimpse of the kid. He didn't think he would, of course, especially after all that. But he needed the spare moment and silence to sort it all out. So far he knew that Japan's most elusive vigilante to date was a kid, no older than those in his current homeroom class, and they'd already had far more training than most heroes if the last 3 months were anything to go by. He couldn't imagine any of his students being able to pull of the stunts he did, so where exactly had he learnt all that? And more importantly, why did having his quirk grant him so much as any sliver of relief at all? The thought pulled his attention back to the blade in his pocket, turning it over a few times in his hands to examine it. It was smooth, despite the slight notches in the sharper end. Still effective, clearly, but not entirely as heavy as it should be. But it was definitely a metal of some kind, perhaps a lighter form of steel or aluminium. That's when he noticed the seam at the base of the handle. Furrowing his brow, he first pulled, then attempted to unscrew the two parts. It took some effort getting it open, But after breaking that first seal, it took only a few dozen turns before he saw exactly what lay inside. His eyes widened at the vial of red that swirled inside. He let his hands snap to his comms in an instant, breaking into a run as he did so, cursing out the detective in his own impatience in taking so much as a few more seconds to pick up. "Tsukachi, I'm going to need some DNA analysis. I think I've found our next lead." Midoriya Izuku, reported missing a little over 7 years ago, and presumed dead after only a week of fruitless searching. Tsukachi's voice was bitter, as he stared down at the file in his hands. "It shames me to think the people handling this case were so quick to give up on a quirkless child like that." Aizawa glared. "That's not the point, Tsukachi. What was his blood doing in one of Viridian's blades?" They were in Tsukachi's office, and as of now both sat with heavy frowns on their faces at the first major piece of evidence Aizawa had managed to scrounge up in months. Evidence that only seemed to leave more room for investigation, as everything relating to Viridian's case tended to do. But whatever picture it painted, there was little doubt in his mind it would be a grim one. Far grimmer than the story of a reckless man in his 20s running around after dark to do some good outside of the law. The blade in question lay in 2 pieces on the table in front of them in a Ziploc bag labeled as evidence. Beside it, the still well-preserved ruby vial of blood and relevant test results. Written and signed and confirmed, because nothing in this case could ever be that simple. Tsukachi pulled another piece of paper free from the folder he'd been holding. "I have a few working theories on that. It just depends on whether or not we can verify his quirk. And just to be clear, how sure are you that this guy is a kid?" "Dead sure." Tsukachi let a small groan in the back of his throat. In frustration at the clear truth of the statement, "Based on how Viridian operates, I don't think it was a case of giving people blood poisoning, especially since the tubes are so well sealed and the blood itself is clearly type O. So either his quirk has something to do with it, or he wanted someone to find that evidence. So he's leaving clues for us to find now?" he sighed. "Clues that prove he holds something of a connection to this missing kid? Somehow I find that harder to believe." The detective nodded. "Based on what you've said, he's never used any other metal objects around him, but it could still go either way. If his quirk is actually metal manipulation, it might be that the metal used in the knives is the only kind he's capable of controlling. But the one thing here that is solid is that he holds a strong and tangible connection to Midoriya, though whether or not said missing kid is our vigilante is still up for debate." "How old would he have been now?" "I'd say 14 years old, he said, handing over the most recent photographs the file had to offer, "and as far we know, anything could have happened to him in that time. The kid in the photo looked a hell of a lot different from the kid he'd fought, but not in any way of physical appearance, aside from obviously being a lot younger. It had been hard to make out hair color in the low light, but both had dark hair, striking green eyes, and a small scattering of freckles across his nose. The kid in the photo looked far brighter though. The face of an innocent who should not have been given up on so soon. Viridian carried a different air about him. He wasn't sure if it was the dark circles under his eyes, the paler face with the tip of a scar poking out from beneath the mask. Something about Viridian just made him have this air about him that he knew too much cruelty in this world, and that he was determined enough to face it head-on. He lifted 2 fingers to cover the lower half of the kid's face in the photograph, but the age difference was just making it too difficult for him to be sure. Couple that with the face that he hadn't seen Viridian's face clearly. He could be looking at a younger and far brighter version of the vigilante, and it was frustrating that it could go either way. They bore resemblance absolutely, but it was not enough to be entirely conclusive on its own. Both theories holding significant weight, along with the possibility there was something else they were both still missing. What some would have thought to be the final nail in the coffin, though, was the difference in the matter of quirks. Or perhaps more accurately, the significant lack of one. Midoriya Izuku's medical records indicated that he didn't have a quirk, and would likely not develop one no matter his circumstances. But no matter how you looked at it, Viridian had a quirk, even if they couldn't pin down exactly what it was. Finding the blood had felt like such an accomplishment, he'd let himself forget that. One item of evidence could never solve a case on its own. He'd let himself get too desperate. Shoyuta brought his hand up to rub the lingering weight of sleep from his eyes and let out a sigh. We know Viridian shares something of a connection to Midoriya, enough to have at least this sample of his blood in his blades. He leant back, and it means that kid is still out there somewhere, whether free or not. There is still strong reason to believe they are one and the same, but finding out what happened to the kid would be a good place to start at the very least. Though if we could capture and question Viridian directly, it would clear up a lot too. Shoyuta glared. I can tell you now that's not going to happen for a while. He thought for a moment. We could test the blood for Quirk factor. Tsukachi hummed in affirmation. That's true. I can always contact the forensic team to get them to look at it, but it would be hard to convince them as to why. Quirk factor almost never reveals the true nature of the quirk itself, so it's virtually pointless in most cases. But it could still prove whether or not there is a possibility of Midoriya having developed a quirk, however late, and no matter how impossible it might seem. Tsukachi's frown deepened, a look of fear touched hesitance in his eyes that Aizawa couldn't blame on this case alone. You say that like you're already sure he's Viridian, Eraserhead. I'm not, but whoever Viridian is, they are a kid. You may have mentioned. Kids like that don't have the experience he does without some serious training and at the very least being exposed to some serious danger more than once. You don't get that if you've lived your life in any normal manner, and Midoriya fits the bill perfectly. Tsukachi looked back to the missing child's case, and seemed to consider something for a moment before giving them a gentle nod. I'll run the blood samples past the forensics team, but as for Midoriya himself, I'll have to do some follow-up investigation on this case to see if I can find any leads. He gave a sigh, and handed him a copy of the file. I make no promises, but so long as we both keep at it, well, I guess we'll just have to see how it goes. There was a letter in his mailbox. No postmarks, no envelope even. Just a crumpled, poorly folded slip of scrap paper. Torn on one edge, and only just beginning to yellow with age. Katsuki wanted to give in to his first instinct, to throw it away. To write it off as junk or some kid playing a prank. And maybe he would have, had he not been stupid enough to take a brief glance at its contents, that is. Because from the moment he'd taken the chance to unfold the paper, his fate was sealed. There was a letter in his mailbox, addressed to him and Auntie specifically. And it was from Midoriya Izuku. It came like sick confirmation. Proof of everything he'd done wrong and the consequences thereof. Proof that whatever sick BSTRD had taken advantage of someone with such a kind heart that he'd beaten down was still out there. And they wanted him to know it. This was a FING taunt, one originally made in innocence with only good intentions, and sent by someone who wanted to watch them suffer. He knew that. God, did he know that? Whoever had taken him was hitting them right where they knew it would hurt, and it was working. That was the worst part. It was clearly an outdated picture. Decent-sized scrappy drawings that only a young Izuku could have made, and he wouldn't lie to himself on this. A crude drawing of a child known only in memory, fluffy green hair badly drawn with thick strokes of green marker framing a freckled face. Fist raised in the air with so much of that fierce determination he remembered all too clearly. As if the person it imitated was tied too thickly to the drawing, his very soul placed into its making. Beside him with just enough care, was drawn another with blonde hair, a fiery look in his eyes and the jagged-edged impressions of explosions in his palms. Another of Auntie, holding his old friend's hand, looking just like she always did back then, before the accident. Dotted eyes almost sparkling in his mind's eyes. Childlike, but a perfect sight of who they all used to be. He didn't hesitate trying to scan over the writing when he saw it. Not like he did with the picture. Because through all the brightly colored flowery fields and grass and bright blue skies, Deku had tried to send a message. A simple one. Poorly spelled with the lettering of a child. I'm sorry, it said, I miss you, followed up by what he could only imagine to be the one sickening lie the people who had taken him away so cruelly had told him. Sensei said I'll be getting my quirk soon, I can't wait to show it to you. His grip tightened on the paper. Knuckles turning white and fingers aching, held only barely back from tearing it apart. I'll be home soon, I promise. He felt absolutely sick. He wanted to scream and curse out the sky. He wanted to tear it up into a million pieces, hold it tight and never let go and just cry all at once. More than anything else, though, that fire and unspoken muttering of everything he had to do was back and telling him to make them pay, Make sure they could never do that again. But he couldn't do a thing. And that hurt. It hurt more than being forced to repeat that horrible story of everything he'd done wrong over and over again to anyone who asked. It hurt more than the look in Auntie Inko's eyes, when he'd finally spit out what he'd said to him. It hurt more than the absolute knowledge that this was all his fault. In the end, the hag was right. He could ground his teeth, swear, and take his anger out on the world as much as he wanted, but it would get him nowhere. It couldn't change the truth. It couldn't change what he had done. Izuku was gone. And no matter what he did, no matter if he took down the disgusting lowlifes responsible, it wouldn't bring him back. And whoever they were, they knew it. And they wanted him to know. He had to take a breath, carefully folding away the letter with shaking hands. His mom gave him a strange look when she saw him walk through the door, but neither of them said a word as usual as he marched up the stairs to reach his room. He wanted to ignore the letter. He wanted to throw it away or blow it to hell or something like that, but he couldn't bring himself to. Not to something like this. Not to something that carried the weight that any proof of Deku after his disappearance did. He couldn't make himself forget it. But he knew couldn't let them know, couldn't let anyone know. At best it would be clearing a path for just one more bullet in their hearts, and at worst it would give them the false hope that he was still alive. And as much as he needed for Deku to be okay, he'd known for a long time that the consequences of what he'd done were absolute. Gritting his teeth, he slipped it out of his pocket and tossed it onto his desk, slamming 2 hands down beside it right after. This wasn't fair. Of all the days, after all this time, they chose now, 8 years later, to actually give them a sign that Izuku wasn't coming back. He'd been there for who knows how long and would likely never come back, and just as everyone was getting better they went ahead and did this? Those assholes. He stared puffy-eyed daggers at the paper, fingers clutching tightly at the edges of his desk and feeling it himself shake as he did so. They had been moving on, damn it. They were all moving on. His parents, people from school, even Inko as far as he knew. They'd rebuilt their lives on the knowledge that things couldn't be like they were before. They'd been getting better. Something like this would destroy them, and it would destroy him. But at least like this the damage would be limited to one person only, and those bullets could never meet their intended mark. He was glad now that Inko hadn't told them where she was going when she left. At least the BSTRDS couldn't send this to her instead. At least the only person who suffered was someone who deserved it. He decided then he couldn't just get rid of it. And maybe it was some sense of stupid self-loathing that made him do it, that aching, disgusting need to make himself suffer, but he didn't care enough to think about it. It was something stupid to dwell on, but something he'd promised himself a long time ago he wouldn't let himself forget. So he reached out, and before he could think to stop himself, he slipped the note between 2 books on his shelf. It felt like the bittersweet end of a battle. Like the end of a horrible long war he'd lost, but at least he was still there at the end. An enemy he wouldn't be able to see, but something he would just know was there. A private way to remind himself of everything he'd done wrong. He let himself fall back onto his bed, arms folded loosely over his eyes, letting what little tears would come run their course as he lay. Without even the energy to wipe them away or do anything more, he just wanted some quiet. He just wanted to tell himself that at least he felt something, even if that something was guilt and hurt. Because at least now he could prove he wasn't as psychotic as he was then. At least then he could convince himself that this hurt meant something. At least now, after everything, he knew deep down it was something he deserved. But even a villain could feel remorse. By 4:30 he finally found the strength to get up and spend some time on homework, just like any other day. He was lucky nobody had barged into his room for something stupid while he'd been sitting there and being pathetic. He took a breath and dealt with one small problem at a time, and despite the insistence of his attention to return to his folded secret, the work had driven him far enough away that the issue was nothing more than a small annoying itch in the back of his mind. Something he could ignore, file away for later. A distraction, because the simple ones in front of him were just about the only problems he was capable of solving right now, and at the very least they would be going towards him being able to do some good in the world as much as he was able. Katsuki, get your butt down here, you have a guest. He'd been just about done when his mom's yelling from downstairs had shattered just about any semblance of the peace that remained. Get off my butt. I'm coming. Gritting his teeth, he pulled himself off his chair and hesitated at the door and thought for a moment. He didn't have anyone from school he knew who would actually come over, or at least so he thought. He definitely hadn't invited anyone, that was for sure, and even if he had, his mom always had a broad definition of who exactly a guest of his would actually be. He'd already told those extras at school to keep his family out of it. If any one of them actually came here. He stopped in his tracks when he reached the living room. He didn't think the guy so casually talking to his parents could have dressed more obviously as a detective if he tried. Beige trench coat, hat, notebook. It was like someone had handed him a FING costume request and he was trying to make it as obvious and detective-y as possible. If not for the clear badge in front of him, he would scoffed and went back upstairs to do, well, whatever. But whoever they were legit, obviously here for him, and clearly not leaving anytime soon, if his mom treating him to a FNG cup of tea was any indication. He bit his tongue and clenched his fists and didn't so much as dare look the guy in the eyes despite the friendly smile sent his way. He knew for a fact he hadn't done anything illegal, and if anyone at school did something, then he'd be just about the last person they'd look into on that, which could really only mean one thing. FING hell. He'd had enough of this FING guilt trip, and after so long of finding nothing, he'd thought it would just stop and all the ugly truths of the matter would get to just stay locked up in his head where they belonged. He'd hoped he wouldn't have to repeat himself. They promised him that was the last time, and so long as he was honest, that would have been enough. As much as it made him want to scream at them to get the hell out of their house, he knew he had to do it. No matter what, it would just end the same way. They'd get what they wanted and they'd leave without a fuss, and that was that, and it just wasn't worth fighting over. So without a word of greeting, he sat himself down on the couch beside his mom and swallowed his pride. He was just so tired of all this. He wanted it to stop. What the hell do you want? A fierce slap he really should have seen coming jerked his vision down to his feet. You brat. If this is how you treat the police, you can count yourself lucky you haven't already gotten arrested. Oh, shut it, you hag. I can speak however the hell I want to. They went back and forth from there, and Trenchcoat was clearly looking somewhat uncomfortable to be watching the fray. Good, he thought bitterly, maybe then he can take his demon questions and stick it somewhere else. Unfortunately for him, he knew well how a fight like this would end. And by the time Trenchcoat had worked up the nerve to interrupt them, his head was firmly held down and he was left stewing in his own humiliation while his mom took the reins as she always did. Sorry about him, he's been a brat like this for as long as we know, nothing for it. He couldn't see her face and he didn't care enough to see the expression sitting on it. Instead, burying his head further down and snarling into his lap. You had questions, thought right, so what did you want to talk to him about? Yes, of course. He glanced up just enough to see the guy's eyes had widened just a little before he got his bearings and pulled out a notepad. I've been doing some digging on an old case that's come up and someone told me you could have some information on Midoriya Izuku. He hunched over again from his position on the couch and shut his eyes tightly as his mom removed her hand from the back of his head and answered for him. If you've read the case, then you would know that Katsuki was the last person to see him alive, right? Don't you already have his statement? The detective gave a small nod. Yes, but often in cases like these I find it's better to hear it directly from the source. He looked back to him. Although it may have been a while, how much can you say you remember? His dad sighed and left the room, giving his mom a brief glance as invitation to join him and leave them to have the conversation in private. As always, she ignored it, despite the fact that her husband had likely the only scrap of emotional intelligence in this whole DMN family as far as he was concerned. I remember every bit of it because if you cops had bothered to look over his case, you'd know I've told that story 100 times over. His mom smacked him again, and the detective held out a hand to stop her. Miss, wait, he turned back to him. Young man, I know this may be hard for you, but some new details have come up in his case. Please, if you have any information, even stuff that's already on record, I need to know. His mind went back to the letter he'd hidden in his room. Did that mean that, did someone already know about that? Or did the BSTRDS that actually send it to more than just him? Did Inko already know? He jerked his eyes up to the detective, giving him a searching look before darting his eyes back to his mother for an explanation. She shot a glare at him. telling him silently to hurry it up lest they waste his time. Something of a threat in her eyes, like a fierce reminder of exactly who he'd be facing if he didn't answer. He turned back to the detective, who watched him with intent eyes. They couldn't know. If they did already, then that was that, and he couldn't do anything about it. But if they didn't, then he couldn't take his chances and risk hurting them like that again. Fine, he gritted out. Ask your DMN questions. I've got nothing useful to add anyway. Trenchcoat gave him a concerned look at that, but still went ahead and picked up his notebook again. How exactly would you describe your relationship with young Midoriya? He clenched his teeth. I was his effing bully. The man blinked at that, and once again he couldn't meet his eyes. Would you care to elaborate on that? You want a dictionary definition, old man? I called him worthless, made fun of him for being weak and quirkless, kicked him when he was down, burnt him, if I hurt him. Doesn't matter what you want to call it, and I did it almost every day after his quirk didn't come in. Trenchcoat nodded and turned to his mom. I assume you didn't know about this? She shook her head. If I did, I would have told Inko. We were friends in high school and we still lived near each other until everything happened. I would have stopped it all before it began. The detective stared at them both for a long time, a kind of curiosity-laden concern permeating his gaze. I have a few more questions, but before we continue, I want you both to know that this isn't going to be me condemning you for what happened years ago. I just want to know what happened to him, and regardless of what you might have done in the past, none of this was your fault. A small contributing factor possibly, but not your fault. And I'm sure the Midoriyas know that. He gave Katsuki a soft look that made him pause. I'm not here to play the blame game, and I'm sorry to be digging up bad memories like this, but it's just something I have to do. Katsuki gave him another searching look. Trying to figure him out, find some hint of dishonesty, but he just couldn't. It was a hard thing to hear, and something he didn't know if he could bring himself to believe just yet. But the one thing he did know for sure was that he wouldn't be leaving until he got his answers, and after everything he'd done, it was the very least he could do. No matter how many stupid questions he had to put up with, no matter how much he wanted to leave, no matter how much it hurt. So for the first time since the accident, he told his piece, just as he always did. But he didn't once mention the letter. He didn't think he could afford today to get any worse. Angry people in pretty much any part of his day didn't bode well for him, or really anyone for that matter. He was sure everyone had figured that fact out pretty early on. Akatani Mikumo had issues. That was the one thing he couldn't avoid, couldn't scrub clean or hide no matter how he tried. People had seen that, people he knew and lied to and kept lying to had seen that, and for what it was worth he was thankful they all had their own ways of dealing with it. Miyahara and the woman he cleaned for, Mrs. Hasegawa, tended to treat him with a level of care he wasn't used to. Handling him with kitty gloves and going out of their way to make him feel comfortable, or at least what they would have thought he'd find comfortable, because if anything he just felt more out of place than ever. But his manager at the corner store he worked at was thankfully a very different case. Mr. Amori had never been cruel, and for what it was worth he had recognized he needed the job and had been willing to give him a shot, where pretty much every other place had taken one look at his status as poor, quirkless and an utter wreck and told him take a hike. He wasn't overtly kind, wasn't cruel either. He was reasonable, predictable in a way he could appreciate. From minute one he'd given Mikumo as many chances as he could to prove himself a valuable employee, and when he couldn't deliver he knew how to work with what he could. That didn't mean he spared him or his excuses like the others did, it didn't mean he took pity on him, or was particularly gentle when delegating tasks. And when he showed up to work covered in bruises, or left some of his scars exposed, he didn't ask any questions, didn't go out of his way to make sure he was all right. He respected that Mikumo was someone who took care of himself, and that meant he wouldn't treat him any different to anyone else on the job. And for the most part he was thankful. Their system was a simple one, predictable. It meant he knew what to expect. Mr. Amori had learned early on he had issues with confrontation, so his many days there mostly consisted of stocking shelves, unloading supplies, cleaning or making stuff for the deli. And while it wasn't great, it meant his time there would mostly just be him getting on with what he had to get done, and he could take solace in the fact that while he knew he wasn't needed, he could still do something simple and relatively hard to F up, to take the weight off everyone else. Of course that didn't mean he could flawlessly avoid people every time, it just made things easier to do since he wasn't put on the spot so often. Which is why when he saw a bunch of high school kids, probably just a few years older than him at least, coming his way, he did his best not to panic and just get on with what he was doing. Just let them get on with their business so he could get on with his. He was still tense though, and it didn't make him any more prepared when a partially unscrewed bottle of chocolate milk collided firmly with the back of his head and burst. It knocked his head forward hard and abruptly when it made contact, and for a few seconds he just sat there in mute shock, coming to awareness slowly at the sickly sweet-smelling liquid that now coated him and his work uniform. "Oops, must have dropped that," one of them jeered. "Could you be a good boy and get that for me?" The boys behind him kept on laughing, and he did his best to just calm down and ignore them. They were just being like that. People did that. And it's not like they were hurting him anyways, so it was fine. Annoying but fine. They weren't going to hurt him, probably. Just mess with him until they got bored and left. He could handle that. He'd handled much worse. His heart was still beating way too fast. The others had taken up taunting him, some picking out drinks of their own and when the mood suited them, threw them his way. He did his best to save some of the less than waterproof items he'd been stocking, and shook off what he could of the milk before it could set in too much. The bottle itself had rolled off, leaving a clear path on the floor and with a good portion of its contents scattered through the aisle. He took a look at the mess. He needed to get the mop, hopefully clean this up before it became too much of a problem. He could only hope the boys behind him were gone by the time he came back. "Hey Demas, your shitty hair dye is coming out." He froze. No, this couldn't be happening. Not today, not here. Please not here. Please. Hey idiot. You listening? What's wrong? Too poor to afford being a real fake. He left the coloring at his hideout, he always did. He hadn't thought about what he'd do if he got caught out like this while on the job. He bit into his lip. They could find him. He wasn't protected here. He was vulnerable, stuck out in the open for anyone to see. And if Mr. Amori found out he'd lied on his ID and application form, if any of the others saw him like this, "Hey, I'm talking to you, shithead." A firm hand grabbed his shoulder and tore him to face the waiting crowd. It took everything in him not to move. Not to give in to that screeching instinct inside him that demanded he just get away. Defend yourself, anything. They're going to hurt you. He let out something of a whimper. His assailants laughed. "Come on, just bite your tongue as long as you can. You can't do anything like this. Just wait. You're good at waiting, right? Just don't talk back, don't react. Let it come because you know you can take it and you know it can't last forever. That way nobody has to get hurt but you, by you. You think he can ever hear us? Probably too stupid to understand." He took a tentative step back, shaking hands moving to try and pry the strong, hard grip from his shoulder. Mind going numb, a deep fog over his eyes only barely kept at bay, too busy trying not to think about last time, or the times after that, because he knew couldn't let himself fall into that now. One of the other boys took notice and smirked. "Nah, he hears us just fine," he said, stalking over and grabbing a fistful of his hair, pulling him up painfully and making him wince. His own fingers twitching at his sides, silently begging them, pleading with them to just stop. "The little sheep probably just thinks he's better than us," he snarled. "That right? Got something better to do, shithead?" Stop, don't do anything, just, they'll leave. Please just leave. Bet he's working his life away here like the lowlife he is. Mommy and Daddy probably don't even want to see him. Stop talking. Stop talking, please. Please just don't. Wonder if he's too poor or just too DMN stupid to go to school? They aren't going to hurt you, it's going to be okay. You aren't back there. Hey moron, what's 2 + 2? Don't react, don't fight it. It's fine, you've dealt with worse than this. It could be so much worse than this, hey, answer me, sheethead. It's not. A deep punch to the gut came without warning. He doubled over and dropped the box he'd been holding. Gasping, kneeled over like this, hardly able to move so much as speak or hear the muffled laughs and jeers coming his way. Harsh voices, tearing at his chest and making him flinch back before another strong punch, spiked and rough and piercing the skin with something like rock on his hand, making him cry out, hit his arm before he could so much as react. Don't fight back. Don't you dare fight back. Not here. Not here. One was still sinking harsh fingers into his scalp, pulling hard at his hair, keeping him up, kicking at his shins enough to make him let out a few more involuntary grunts of pain. He tried to stay quiet, tried to keep it in, and it only seemed to egg them on more. His head felt like it was racing, not even a tornado of thoughts he could read, but like an unseeable static bursting behind his eyes, making him want to break down. To curl up and have this all over with. To let so much of a sliver of the pain he'd been feeling for so long out, to stop it all from rushing out all at once and hurting so much more. And he couldn't breathe. His mind, his eyes, they couldn't seem to decide where he was. He was folding in on himself, now on the floor, lying and trembling in a puddle of something. Something strong-smelling, that hung in his nose. Figures above him, familiar and unwelcome and having fun with what they were doing to him, just like they always did. Those brief flickers of moments, those flashes of things he didn't want to remember, couldn't help but be reminded of, kept coming back. And they looked less and less and less like the bored delinquents he should know they were, and more like the countless opponents he'd faced in the ring, the ones he couldn't save himself from unless. And the doctors responsible for his punishment, the ones who'd chased him down that first time he'd found out where he was and tried to say no, and Sensei, all those people who'd hurt him again and again, and Sensei who would make sure it wouldn't stop. You're not there, he's not here. You aren't there anymore, no matter what happened, what's happening, you aren't there, it's not him, it's not. Get up, Akatani. A deep, loud voice cut through the static. And in that moment, despite the voice, despite the fact he knew the wet soaking him wasn't blood, the people in front of him not the monsters from his past, despite the deep aching pain across his skin, in his chest, the sharp smell of sugar in his nose that should have brought him out of it. He looked up and he saw something that couldn't be there. Something big and inhuman, monstrous and incomplete. Something reaching for him, with a strength that would snap him in two if it got the chance, and he couldn't let himself die like this, he couldn't, and he reacted. There was a loud and solid snap that rung through the air, the kind you could never forget. And then a scream of pain. He was back in the store he worked at. Same shelves as before, same aisle. Chocolate milk still clinging to him in sticky droplets falling into his eyes and dropping in small plops onto the floor. The boys were still there, only now they looked far more scared. They were scared of him. By the time he looked back down and realized his mistake, it was far, far too late to take anything back. Mr. Amori. Ogari. He let his arm go and stumbled back into the shelves behind him, knocking down boxes and packets in a flurry of movement. All this as the man, his boss, cradled his broken arm to his chest and tried to recover himself. While hurried voices, panicked feet and rapid, beating hearts fled in fear from the scene. And more people, adults from surrounding aisles, came over to see what had happened for themselves. Everything while he sat there wild-eyed at his manager. Still sitting drenched in the same puddle of chocolate that had started this whole mess. This time only barely managing to bring in the beginnings of breaths as he brought a hand to his mouth and tried to muffle the beginnings of a cry. Still staring in his own shock at the man he'd hurt, the man who trusted him. Someone who was trying to help him. He was pulled off shift after that. Forced away and left to stay in the back room to clean himself up until they could figure out what to do with him as Mr. Amori was dragged off to the hospital for treatment. And he'd been too wrapped up in all of this to say sorry, or for anyone to tell him if he was okay. Jumped at the sound of the door slamming open. The furious expression of their assistant manager, yelling at him and demanding he meet them in her office. He'd started that day with 3 jobs. Not high-paying, but just enough to sustain himself and get himself back on his feet. Enough to give him food, reliable food, and let him save for resources like a bed, like a phone he knew he needed, without having to do anything bad. He'd counted himself lucky that day, leaving with the 2 he had left. Vigilante patrol that night didn't do much of anything to make him feel better. He tried not to think about it, he really did. Tried not to think about how it could still happen again, how much he couldn't let it. He had other shit to worry about on top of everything else. He wasn't a hero for one, not legally speaking anyway, no matter what he heard people tried to say to defend him, and knowledge of his existence was spreading way faster than he'd anticipated or wanted. He had enemies in both in hero and villain circles, and as a vigilante he was vulnerable on all fronts. All he had to protect himself really was his anonymity, his quirk, and something of an ability to fight and run like hell when he needed to. Because both sides of whatever war this was hated his guts, and he had made plenty of enemies since he'd started. And the worst part was it had gotten to the point it was getting harder to tell the difference between the two sides, or if all for one was even involved. So he started up some new habits, took the steel pipe and his pocket knives with him every night, just in case. And whenever he sensed someone on his tail he ran like hell. Didn't matter who or why, didn't matter what happened, he couldn't let himself get caught. Not again. There's never going to be room for mistakes, because everyone was his enemy out here, and they weren't going to give him any second chances. Just like it always was. But doing this, saving people, it always had some way to make him feel at least a little better. To remind him of why he was doing this. To make sure he could do some good despite everything that happened before, and every time he was reminded of what he had done and who he was, and the constant fear and reminders of just how broken he was. The simple message that he had changed, that he was still worth something more than what Sensei wanted to make him. It was a reminder that he needed right now. He just needed to know he could still save people. He needed to remember that he could still do some good, even if it couldn't make up for so much as a quarter of what he'd done. Because even if he was afraid of himself as Akatani Mikomo, even if he was the absolute scum of the earth and a murderer and a villain, even if he broke someone's arm and hurt people completely by accident because he was just that much of a wreck, at least he could do this. Crime was decreasing in areas he'd most commonly hit. It was nice to know that even if he knew for a fact, villains were either moving on or laying low till they thought the storm passed, those back alley crimes almost no one wanted to look for were clearing up, because of him, and because of the heroes hunting him down. That meant something to him. But there was still trouble, because even if he knew just where to look he'd only barely made it out of that fight with Eraser, and it had taken the sheer luck that Ms. Hasegawa noticed and had a friend with a healing quirk who didn't ask too many questions. Looking back on it, he was lucky he didn't pierce a lung in the interim, still hurt like a motherfucker though. Tonight was treating him with just about the same luck. Because he may be able to tell the traps of heroes apart from the everyday mugging, but villains had no issue putting someone in serious danger if it meant some revenge for putting their buddy behind bars. And he really had no choice but to step in. But by the time he'd managed to swoop in, tear the victim away to safety and get them to chase him in the direction of the heroes, he had a new problem. Namely that he had just traded a pack of attempted murderers for a whole host of trained heroes, who now knew where he was. He had only half a second at best to drop off the boy he'd just saved, and that was the first person he'd saved he didn't have time to make sure was really okay, and to make matters worse they were clearly having a hell of a rough time with some kind of shock response. In the end all he could offer then was a quick sympathetic glance before he had to turn tail and run, and he felt like shit. Their heart rate didn't go down, not for a long time even after the heroes had found them and directed them towards the local authorities. He could still feel it miles away, still nagging at his head like an important task he'd left undone. And even after he'd managed to evade the heroes enough to grant him some breathing room to hide and come up with a plan, all he had still to offer the person he'd just saved was the simple, unvoiced hope they'd be okay. Still didn't make him feel any less shitty. He sent some knives in a small swarm to act as a decoy, hoping as much as he could that it would be enough to draw them far enough from his location. He focused for a while, making them keep shape before they dissipated. He could count that as just about the only slide of luck he'd had today, but he wouldn't chance it. First he let himself breathe, focus. This side of the city had heroes practically everywhere. He'd gotten too bold letting them know he was there, because someone had clearly called for backup. Right now all he could really do was give them the space they needed and go home. Trust them to find the others and needed and actual hero right now. He supposed he could do with some sleep anyway, it had been a shitty day anyway. He felt a heartbeat a few paces behind him, getting faster and closer, the telltale rustle of fabric making it all too clear. He acted before Eraserhead could so much as let a word out or activate his quirk. 14 Blades had his costume and capture weapon pinned firmly into the wall behind them without so much as a wave of his hand or outward acknowledgement of him being there. "Damn it, why can't you leave me the hell alone?" he muttered under his breath. He felt a firm glare burn into his back. His quirk went dead but much too late. The blades held strong and stuck firmly into the wall, making sure they couldn't budge. "Kid, I just want to talk." He gave a frustrated sigh, walking away from him and towards the edge of the roof to find a good route to take, a good place to jump. "Listen, that's all well and good, but I'm really not in the mood. Trust me, you're going to want to hear what I have to say." Hero's expression spoke of warning, like he held all the power to shoot him if he moved. Izuku knew better, and made to wave goodbye. "Maybe," he said, not looking back, preparing himself, "anyways dash. We know about Midoriya Izuku." His world shattered. 1,000 tiny shards of lies and walls and everything he'd been trying to build just came crashing down around his ears. Izuku se in a harsh breath, chest tight, his stomach dropping 1,000 feet per second. Heart practically stopping yet leaping at his throat, all at once. He stumbled. He barely caught himself on the edge there from where he'd been ready to jump and turned back wide-eyed to look at the hero. Eraserhead looked back. A face and gaze set hard with determination and something else he didn't dare want to mistake as concern. A small victory dancing there just on the edge among the tension and weight of the air that now settled around them. They're almost too hard to breathe. He couldn't move. None of them moved, not for a long time. "How do you know that name?" His voice came out low, shaking and trying to sound dangerous but still much too quiet and dipping with a fear neither of them could touch. He didn't want to talk, didn't want to do anything more than run, but he just couldn't. And he had to know how bad this was going to be. The hero took a moment to answer. "He went missing a long time ago, and I'm sure you know we found his blood inside one of your blades." His eyes narrowed, eyeing him carefully, "And that means you know where he is." He didn't speak. Mind still reeling and running too fast for him to see. That was his name, his real name. Not Akatani Mikumo, not Viridian his name. Someone outside of Sensei knew his name. He didn't know whether he wanted to cry or in relief or because he was so terribly afraid. "Listen, all I want to know is where he is. I want to know why, but I need you to tell me if he's safe first." The tightness in his chest turned to a crushing pain. But something in that voice spoke in authenticity, something that told him he was telling the truth. Something he couldn't let himself believe no matter how much he wanted to. He flinched back hard when Eraserhead tried to move again to reach out to him. They noticed and frowned, but he stopped his attempt. "Please, kid." His voice, his eyes were softer now. "Careful. I can't make you trust me, but I need you to tell me what's going on." He could run. Eraserhead was pinned and he could run without saying a thing. He'd risked exposing himself just once today, and now it was staring him right in the face. They were asking him to trust them with too much. He couldn't afford it. He hadn't let himself fall into that for a long time now, and he knew well what it meant if he was wrong about them. He knew what it meant for his freedom, then and now. Eraserhead was restrained, pinned with knives, digging deep into a brick wall and unable to move until either someone found him or he made it far enough out of sight to retract the blades. He could run. Somehow he couldn't bring himself to. "Kid, what's going dash?" He slapped hand hard over his mouth to muffle anything he might let slip and took a step back. He could feel the gentle sting of tears in his face, the tremor to him he was sure Eraserhead could see, but he couldn't let them. He couldn't lie here, not anymore. He'd already let too much slip already just by reacting. They probably already knew he and Izuku was one in the same. The hero still didn't move. "Viridian," he tried again, "I can't help you unless you tell me what's going on." Tear-shined eyes took a wary look back at his face. They swallowed. "It doesn't have to be everything right now, but I need you to talk to me, kid, please." He shifted now watering eyes back to the ground, fingers still clutched to his mouth and digging in red lines beneath the mask like that would do any of them any good. "See, can't," came the soft muffled voice. "I'm sorry." He pried his hands from his mouth slowly, much too slowly, and swallowed through the paper dryness in his mouth and tried again. I can't tell you that." "Why not?" Their gaze hadn't faltered. "Kid, is there dash?" I just can't. Okay. He brought in a few more shuddering breaths at his outburst and looked away. I just can't. He let his hand back up to cover his mouth and things went still once again. A few more moments passed, tense and still and silent save for the distant sounds of a city below them both, and then Eraserhead let out a sigh and his quirk let up. Can I have my hand back for a second? He fixed him a wary look, but complied with no small degree of caution. Watching in trepidation mixed mild fascination as he pulled a pen free from a pouch on his belt and reached out to hand it to him, offering silent reassurances as he hesitantly reached out in turn with a shaking hand to take it, rolling it over and examining it a few times and granting the hero a confused look in return. I'll give you my private phone number if you're willing to take it, he said. I'll let you think about it, however long you need. And if you do decide to talk, give me a call and I'll listen. Izuku looked to the pen from him and back. Again. And then hesitantly, too gently, he pulled back a sleeve on his left arm and poised the pen to write. 11 numbers later, he pulled the sleeve back down, gave one last glance to the hero. The rapid beating of approaching heartbeats came to his attention, and he jerked his head in their direction. What's wrong? He shook his head, and before he could think twice, he bolted. Heart thundering the whole way back. Not stopping for the hours to come. The first thing Izuku did when he got back after everything was make sure he was alone. By then he was breathing hard through his mask, both from exertion and his own anxieties he was sure. So much so that he tore it off violently the second he came through his opening, and even then it didn't feel like enough. And by now the rapid thumps he could feel in himself wasn't something he could ignore, much less aim to stop. It pounded at his head like a sledgehammer in his skull, overwhelming his senses even as he did try to block it out. But tears were prickling in his eyes, and as he did his attention was seized by the ever-present dread of the minutes previous. He couldn't stop. There was no stopping. Not until he knew he was safe. He spent maybe 10? 15 minutes just trying to get his own heart to shut up enough to scan the area for anyone coming his way. As far as his quirk could reach, just like he'd practiced night after night. Making sure for the simple fact that he couldn't afford to miss anything, more now than ever before. He'd scared himself more than once like that. Searching like this every other night when he couldn't sleep and fear and unease was rearing its ugly head. And as he felt the world move around him, someone would take a few steps in his direction, and his breath would get caught in his throat before they made a turn down a side street or into a nearby building. He'd felt like he was going crazy with the paranoia, but he had bigger things to worry about than scaring himself. He had good reason to be afraid, he always would. And then, even then when he knew there was no one coming for him at that moment, he didn't stop until he'd checked and double-checked every small hole, window, entrance, and weak point he could find. Went over his plan again, his route if things turned bad and he needed an out. He always had to have an out. Only after all that, did he give in and slump down in his own exhaustion, leaning against the closed garage door and bringing his knees up to his head. Only then did he let himself break. He was just so tired. All of this, today and every other day, it was wearing him thin and he could feel it, and he just wanted it all to stop. But really, what other choice did he have? And now, the little piece he'd found was going to be ripped apart, no matter how fake it felt, no matter what he did or what he sacrificed. Someone knew his name. Someone knew who he was and where to find him, and that meant he was still going to be found. Sensei would still find him. Just like he'd said. There was just nowhere to run. Nothing he could do but hope for one more day, keep moving and running because at this point it was only a matter of time. And all of this, because he'd been too stupid to see the writing on the walls and get out when he had the chance. All of this just because he'd been an idiot kid who thought he could be a hero. The tears weren't slowing down. Through shuddering breaths and wet sobs that racked his frame, the deep hurt in his chest that wouldn't leave, that thought would always be there and it would always be true. No matter what he did, no matter what had been done, people had died because he had been selfish and there was no way out. He ran shaking hands over his eyes and thumped his head back against the metal door. Once, twice. Eyes shut tight and screwed up like it would do anything to help. Sitting there, pathetic in a way only he could be used to. Just sitting there by the door like so many nights before. Crying, just sitting there and crying through the pain. And when it felt like he had nothing left in him, when he was so exhausted he didn't even want to think anymore, his eyes finally considered the number on his wrist. It wasn't something he deserved, and he couldn't stop that thought because it was the truth. A hero had looked him in the eyes like he was someone who needed to be saved and held given him, what, a chance? Something he hadn't asked for, a plea for him to reach out for help with something like a genuine promise that he would receive it. That gentle look in his eyes that told him he could be safe if he chose to be, that told him there was nothing for him to fear. A look in his eyes that was too much like Sensei's for him to trust. And despite that, they held a quiet desperation that he couldn't quite trace, that he hadn't seen from the hero before. He'd been trying to make it seem like he didn't care anymore about knowing more of Viridian, just that he was trying to find a missing kid. A kid who was still missed and desperately in need of help. And he hadn't missed that the hero suspected they were one and the same. They couldn't have been looking for him all that time. They wouldn't have. There'd be maybe a week or so of searching, maybe a month at most, and then he'd be dead to the world and his mother and they'd move on like nothing had happened. Maybe they would have thought of him once or twice, but he knew heroes had more important things to do than track down quirkless kids like him. There would always be people who needed it more too. People like his mom. People who had needed saving from him. And it wasn't lost on him that he was a vigilante for FS sake. A villain, a murderer and FANG assassin who'd answered to all for one since he was a kid. The law, heroes even, they weren't going to be kind to him, they couldn't afford to be. He'd killed far too many people to expect to be redeemed at this point, and he knew that. The best he could hope for was to do a little good as a vigilante in the back alleys people would just forget about, and that was it. And now he'd ruined that for himself too. He tugged at his hair and let out a strangled cry, as quiet as he could make it and as loud as he dared. Heroes don't FANG care about you, Izuku. You've known that since you were a kid. He curled up tighter still, pressing his eyes deep into his palms just enough to make them ache. You can't trust them, not when you know you don't deserve to be rescued from this. God, he just wanted this all to stop. Why couldn't he effing have even this much? Why couldn't everything just stay in the past where it FANG belonged? He was so scared. All the time, and there wasn't a thing he could do about it because every time he tried it would just be delaying the inevitable. Sensei could still find him, and he'd hurt him again and force him to kill in his stead so there'd be nothing left of him worth saving and he just wanted to get better. He just wanted to help people. He didn't even know if he could help himself. At some point his fingers ached so hard from clenching them he had to stop. Pull them away, flex them a little to get rid of the feeling before bringing them back up to wrap around himself. He didn't remember digging his nails into his arms, scratching dried blood and still healing wounds, but the proof was there. Blood he didn't stop from moving in small trails across his skin, mixing with tears on his fingers in the sharp smell of iron and salt. At some point he let the world tilt sideways, lied down and curled up in exhaustion, not caring at the hard concrete he knew he'd regret in the morning. And after another however long of letting out a few sporadic wet sobs as the night dragged on, he finally allowed himself to sleep. He needed to leave this place. Go back to sleeping outside if he had to, take what little money he had maybe and just run. So when he finally picked himself off the floor that next morning, he cleaned himself up, colored his hair and got changed, packed everything up as quickly as he could, stowed his whole life away. Then, just like every other time before, he ran. He ran from it all, and he didn't once let himself look back. It had been a week since that letter arrived, and he still hadn't said anything. A whole week of lying away at night, scouring it for clues like it had anything new to offer when he already knew it didn't. A week of wondering, sparse moments of dangerous hope bubbling up inside him until he shut himself down. A week of feeling like shit because he couldn't bring himself to tell anyone about his folded secret, and he hadn't once been able to get the thought of Deku out of his head. And just like before, nothing had changed. Maybe it was just selfishness. Maybe it was something noble like he kept telling himself, keeping it all to himself so as not to hurt anyone else more than they needed. Maybe it was just because he was still figuring everything out himself. Maybe it was just that he couldn't stand to see himself start to believe the detective when he said it wasn't his fault. He still remembered the day it finally hit him what he'd done. After days of arguments, when he came clean about it all, Days of his mother barely able to look him in the eye as she comforted Auntie. Days spent in anger, unbelieving stubbornness as he watched the world break around him because of something he did. And only after all that did he come to the realization that he couldn't, or rather would never deserve to be a hero like this. That was the part that broke him. His life, his whole world had been becoming a hero, and heroes didn't hurt people like that. And how could he have let himself forget that? He still remembered that stupid, devastating moment when he'd asked his mum if he still even had a chance. If there was anything a villain like him could do to make it better. He remembered crying in her arms as she rocked him back and forth and cried with him, the ferocity of those last few days melting away to reveal an open wound in them both that neither would admit to even now. A simple fear that all was lost because of them, and them alone. She was so angry with him for so long after she found out. He still didn't know if she forgave him really, and it was fine like that. Some small part of him bitterly hoped she hadn't, even if she did tell him he could still make it right. Inko had been staying with them at the time, despite everything. His mom had said she'd needed support, and even if Katsuki couldn't stand to be in the same room with her most days, she still said she'd like to be around friends while they looked for her son. And when he told her, promised her, he was sorry, and that he'd do anything to take it back and make it right, she believed him. He still didn't know how. All she said was that she just wanted him to promise her to be a real hero from then on, and just be kinder next time. She stayed for 3 weeks after Izuku went missing, and then things went back, almost to normal. Normal, save for the glaring, gaping hole Izuku had left in his life. A piece the police had assured them would likely never return. And only when Inko did say her goodbyes, seemingly for the last time, did he swear to her, and to everyone he'd let down, that he would be a hero. For the right reasons this time. He swore it to her and on everything he cared for that he wouldn't let that happen to anyone else. And to himself, he promised he'd make sure the villains who did this would never get to do that again. Part of that meant making sure he never forgot he was one of them. What disgusted him most when he came back to school, though, was just how fine with it everyone was. He'd taken 2 weeks on break from school just trying to sort everything out in his own head, and only then had he finally learned that everything he thought he knew about being a hero was wrong. That being a hero meant protecting the people who couldn't protect themselves, not just winning the day no matter what. Apparently no one else at school had ever seemed to learn that. So when one of the extras who followed him around said he was glad Deku wasn't going to follow them around anymore, he snapped. And he wasn't ashamed of it in the slightest. Now there was no denying that this had changed him. Just not in the way anyone wanted or expected. That was when he learned it wasn't going to be easy. Everyone in his class, hell, everyone he knew wanted to be a hero, and not all of them could be. Not just because so many of them hadn't the quirks or even the drive to make it work, but because most wouldn't even look twice if someone weaker was getting hurt. Like they thought being a hero was just something they deserved, something they wouldn't even have to work for. Some prize that would just fall into their laps and they'd be set for life, like none of what heroes actually did mattered. So when his fucker of a homeroom teacher said there was no point in doing a career test because he knew they'd all want to be in the hero course when he, of all people, should have known they could succeed in doing literally anything else, he didn't regret raising his voice. Didn't give a shit that he was going to have to be the one a-hole in the room willing to make them all come up with at least a FING backup plan of all things, even if not by choice. Didn't bat an eye at the glares, the protests, the threats. The fuckers were going to get themselves or someone else killed if they didn't shut the F up and move on. He wouldn't let that happen again, especially now that Izuku had all but confirmed that this F'd-up system of no other option but heroism was the reason he was gone. He didn't mind being the bad guy just this once if it meant keeping those fuckers safe from that. Still, after everyone else was gone, some shithead extras had tried to corner him. Taken it personally and wanting to get back at him. Tear him down again and again for suggesting they weren't going to be enough on their own. He told them tough shit that was just how the world worked. Not his fault they were too stupid to see it. They changed their angle. He talked tough, they said, he liked to feel high and mighty with that quirk of his, but he was full of shit. Only one plan with no option but to succeed, when they all knew he was going to fail, just like he said they would. That was the part that made him snap. As much as he swore he was going to be better, that sure as hell didn't mean he was going to be a pushover for it. He was a hypocrite alright, but only because failure wasn't an option anymore. He'd done everything to make sure of that, and compared to any of them he knew he had the best chance only because he'd worked for it. And it was only because he was an a-hole, a bully and demon near verging on a villain if he didn't give it his all that he would make this fing shot. Besides, he thought, rubbing the light bruise on his face, he had more important things to worry about than middle school drama and fuckers with no common sense. UA or not, he would become a fing hero. He'd made a promise, damn it, and he couldn't let himself fail. He couldn't do that to his fing family again. He let out a small shout as he sent a kick through one of the bottles lying on the ground near him, watching idly as it bounced off a nearby wall and bust somewhere behind him. He grit his teeth and let out a breath. The letter, once more, nagged and jumped to the front of his mind. He couldn't fing keep doing this. Something else came to his attention then. Something new, a sound like a low, wet gurgling. A thick vat of flowing, sticky something that shouldn't have been there, and the whole alleyway smelt like dirty water mixed with wet garbage and, something like sewerage that made him wrinkle his nose as the smell pierced through and made him He stopped and turned to find the source. Nothing there. Nothing but a kind of deep green sludge that was flowing oddly in the gutters and coming his way as the air turned colder, and the smell got worse. There wasn't even much of it, there couldn't have been. If this was some kind of quirk, it was too weak to really do anything much on its own, no matter how awful the smell. There had to have been something left to rot in the bottle he'd just burst or something, but even then, even with that reasoning, the tension in him wouldn't leave, and neither would the sinking feeling in his chest he couldn't blame on the sick smell alone. Felt like a slow, ever-persistent dread he couldn't quite explain, couldn't shake either, no matter how unassuming it all seemed. The kind of feeling he'd get like something bad was going to happen, and he trusted his instincts enough now to know that, as the low, wet sounds continued and echoed around him, he had to leave. He took a step back and turned, walking fast out of there but not running quite just yet. A distorted, gurgling voice came from behind him. "Oh, would you look at that, a medium-sized skin suit just for the taking?" That's when it struck him that he was completely and utterly alone. He had no time to think. No way he could run as thick, slimy tendrils pulled at his ankles and climbed UPS legs like he was sinking in wet sand. Trapped, and out of sight from the bright and busy street just a turn away. So he did the only thing he could. He grit his teeth, turned and looked at demented eyes that rose out of the height of the moving pile of sludge coming his way, braced himself, and before he could think, he let out the biggest explosion he could muster. The hit connected and threw him back. A wash of blistering heat he'd gotten used to hitting him smack in the face as fire took up his vision for just a moment while everything slowed. He shook his head and made to leave, a deep ache in his wrists and dull notes ringing in his ears. But when he shook the dizziness from his fall out of his eyes and tried to run away, even then, it still wasn't enough. Izuku was starting to really wish he had a better grasp of where exactly he was in Mizudafu. As much as the maps he'd managed to snag helped, they didn't tell him anything about where exactly wasn't safe for him. All of that hinged on vague memory at this point, muscle memory that had long since been overridden by everything else that had been happening in his fed-up version of a life. Maps helped, but they didn't tell him the path he needed to take, or even the path he was taking. He didn't know the area as well as he knew he should, and that bothered him for more reasons than one. What made it worse was that moving around like this, running, with nothing but foggy memories and working in relation to what was behind him. He had no idea how close he was to the places in his past he barely remembered. The people in his life who, if Eraserhead was to be believed, were still looking for him. People who might still know him no matter how he'd changed. And that just meant more people he'd be running from. He was caught in the middle of an unknown no man's land, trying to find this invisible safe zone between a hell and a hard place. And how the hell was he supposed to know how to find it? The maps told him nothing, his memories were frustratingly hazy on the details, and it's not like you could search up territories belonging to a giant shadow leader villain and his goons on the internet. He shook his head and kept walking. All he knew now was that he was getting further away from where he was. That was the important part. He could be halfway across the country at this point, and it didn't matter. What mattered was getting away from Sensei, and he had to focus on that. Memories were much too distant to trust, and he didn't know enough on his own about Sensei and the places he'd been under his care. So what mattered was now. What mattered was staying as free as he could. As usual, the streets were busy enough to set him on edge, this time perhaps more than usual. Swarming with people, each with their own lives and heartbeats completely unknown to him. Any one of them could be looking for him, but there were too many to pin down. Breathe. Focus on moving and breathe. That's all he had to do. So pushing down the fear, he kept going. Clutching the straps of his backpack that was stuffed way too tight with everything he could afford to take with him, and keeping his face as neutral as he could. Don't let any of it show. Not even a hint can slip onto it here, just like every other time. Even still, he kept flinching at every movement that was too close, every heartbeat that was just a little faster. His eyes never resting on one spot for long, taking in everything they could. His hurried steps still feeling much too slow. Everything felt too slow here, too loud. Everything in his mind felt fit to burst as his heart beat harder, in a fear and desperate panic he hadn't felt since his escape, still making itself very much known to him despite his efforts. He felt like running, as fast and as far as he could, all caution and want to stay inconspicuous completely thrown to the wind, but he couldn't do that here. He couldn't afford to be afraid. Couldn't afford to panic. Just like the hundreds or thousands of hearts beating out of sync in his head, he had to push it out. Just like before, keep going. Keep moving, keep walking, and just don't stop. Heaved in a sharp breath when he felt a strong hand move to push past his shoulder. A big man, tall and towering over him, trying to push past him, trying to run his way, and his mind froze, and before he could even think or try to stop himself, he moved. A wild, desperate and glassy look in his eyes as once again he did himself and the people around him only harm. And in an instant the tall man was down. His breathing came out hard as he stayed frozen there as the realization of what he'd just done slowly set in. The man staring up at him wore an expression of nothing but mute shock. That was the first thing he noticed as the present came back to him. He was much, much taller than him too. Gangly, in a way that clearly betrayed his strength. A wild mane of sun-blonde hair and still strong, scared fingers clutching at his arm as he held him down. Frozen, wide eyes shining in hollow blue and wide with fear. He watched those eyes change for a moment as he started to shake. Watched them change from fearful to something else. Like he was seeing something in him that he couldn't name. Considering something. None of that mattered though in the face of a scattered and startled crowd giving a wide berth around them. Staring down at him with hate-filled eyes and telling him he had everything to fear. Telling him they knew every part of how awful he was. And then the moment shattered, as the man gave a full-bodied lurch of a cough and he sprang off him in an instant. Scrambling back, eyes wide in panic as the man coughed and gagged, turning on his side as spatters of blood formed on the pavement. Without thinking he reached for what his quirk was telling him. It pulled his attention to the blood in his body, pooling sluggishly in places he knew for a fact it shouldn't be. A silent dread setting in as memories of those experiments came flooding in before he violently pushed them back. Watched as the scene flickered between people he knew were long dead because of him, the feeling of his quirk in his head reminding him again and again just how it felt to kill something like that. This was bad. This was really, really bad. And he couldn't do anything. He leant forward, hands hovering above the man and frantically trying to think of what he should do as the fit continued. A woman in front of him pulling free a phone and dialing hurriedly for an ambulance or maybe the police. He shot her a desperate look. Eyes darting between her, the man, and the people around them all. Shaking all the while locked in place. The man, on his part still shuddering, was desperately trying to speak through his coughs. Blood dribbling down his mouth as he tried, between breaths, to plead with the woman. To tell her he was fine, that this was normal, that she needn't call anyone because there was nothing to be done. All he needed was time. His mind went back to what he could feel, to his quirk, and the pieces formed an idea. A stupid, horrible idea. An idea he couldn't even believe he was considering, because for all he knew it could get someone else killed. For maybe a moment he wrestled with himself before he acted. This was maybe the only choice he had. There's no way this May is going to be fine without help. He pulled in a shuddering breath, squeezing his eyes tight and reaching out to pull back at the blood seeping into his lungs. One gentle nudge with his quirk was all it took. But it was with that nudge that the memories of that last time broke the wall he'd been building for so long, and suddenly everything he'd been keeping back hit him all at once. The chair, the rats, the gore and blood bursting all over him as he sat there and hurt, and hurt and hurt. The man he'd almost killed, the people he did. Their faces, the looks on their faces as he cried and Sensei didn't let him stop. He couldn't stop. He shut himself down. Stopped himself as fast as he could and pulling away before anything bad could happen. Before he could do anything worse and kill the person he'd been meaning to save. Get himself under control, stop thinking about it all. You aren't there, you aren't there, you aren't. Oblivious to his struggle, the man's wet coughs continued, and he flinched back as the woman's hand brushed his arm. He sprang back again, gasped in a breath and tried to pull in more air. And he could do nothing but sit there and try to breathe again as the woman rested another hand on the man's shoulder and tried to get them both to breathe. It took a few minutes, some agonizingly slow minutes of trying to get himself to calm down and stop remembering, but the fit did subside. It subsided, and after a while all that remained was the spatters of red on the ground. The woman who'd helped them was the one who spoke first. "Sir, are you sure you're okay? You really look like you need a doctor." "I'm fine, miss, just had a bit of an accident. My doctor already knows, just trust me. I know it looks bad, but I'll be okay." The woman shot them both a dirty look as he continued to sit there in silence. The woman still insisting on medical care and the tall man, for his part, putting up a valiant fight against it. He knew that feeling, at least, not wanting anyone to know. Even if things were different, that fear didn't leave. And neither did the overwhelming shame. He bit his tongue, trying to keep himself from breaking again. "I'm sorry," he said it quietly. So much so he was almost sure nobody would hear it above their argument and the people who were moving again around them, still giving them a wide berth. Side glances, some filled with silent concern that would amount to nothing because someone else had it handled. It took a second to realize they were both staring at him. The man looking at him curiously, almost concerned, while the woman on her part furrowed her brow. "What was that?" He flinched at her tone. "I'm sorry, I swear. I'm so sorry." He was crying now. He could feel it. "I didn't meant to, and I know that isn't enough, I just dash." "Young man," the tall man interrupted. "It's okay." He shook his head. "No, it's not. I just panicked and hurt you, and now you're dash." He reached out to put a hand on his shoulder, maybe to comfort him or draw his attention, but either way he still drew back a little when he flinched at the touch. The voice he used was kind. "It's okay, I shouldn't have scared you like that." He gave another small cough at the back of his throat, tried to send him a smile as the woman looked between them. "This just happens sometimes, I'll be fine." Despite everything, Izuku still managed to fix him a look at that. This man is probably missing some organs. There's no way he's fine. To his credit, he at least had the decency to look askance before again trying to clear his throat. Standing up and starting to walk away as he spoke. "Thank you both for your help, but I really must be off." He gave them a little wave as the woman let out a huff and continued her path in the opposite direction. Izuku took a wary glance over his shoulder as she passed. Not just to her but looking around at the people passing him. He swallowed before standing and running to catch up to the man he'd nearly killed. "Listen, you don't have to tell me anything you don't want to, I get it. Just," he tried to find the words, "you looked really hurt out there, and even if you were hurt before, I definitely made it worse, and I just..." The man sent him another small smile and nodded. "You don't have to make it up to me or anything if that's what you're worried about. I can tell you didn't mean it. That's not it, just..." The tall man again gave him a thoughtful look. "There is one thing, I wouldn't want to involve you too much, but, you haven't seen a full soda bottle around here, haven't you?" He must have given him an odd look, because he continued, rubbing the back of his neck as he spoke. "It's a little hard to explain, but I had to put some, samples of pollution in this area for study, in some empty bottles I found. It's like a green sludge. I think I might have dropped it around here. That's actually, that's why I was in a rush. Something in him told him that wasn't right. It was suspicious as all hell, but he honestly didn't have a right to bring that up at this point. It didn't sit right, and that on its own was enough to make him glad he had nothing to offer him. I'm sorry, no. I haven't. He looked to the ground, trying to find something, but I can help you look if you. What dash? No, that's fine, he smiled again. I'll be just fine, he said, walking off and calling over his shoulder. You know, I'm no expert, but I'm sure you'd make a great hero with reflexes like that. The man didn't see the way his face fell as he said that. Eyes burning slightly as he followed the man with his eyes as he got further and further away. He sent another look over his shoulder as he made a turn and crossed the street, clutching his backpack like a lifeline and pushing himself back on path. Tears barely held back in his eyes as he moved, dodging moving bodies of people going about their day like slow, tight obstacles in a sick course of human interaction, calling himself an idiot in his head all the while. He only got 5 steps on the opposite street before the loud shudder of an explosion broke him from his thoughts. He might have fallen too if he wasn't so on edge. A few other people around him let out shouts at the unexpected noise, some stumbling a little and turning back as they did, jerking his head in a panic, just in time to catch the unwelcome sight of dark plumes of smoke rising and shuddering in time with the street around him. He should have left. Whatever had set off that explosion couldn't be good for him, or anyone for that matter. If anything, he should have taken it as a sign to run as fast as possible and simply hope to God everyone involved was okay and it wasn't anyone looking for him. He didn't though, because he could hear screams and cries, and people were moving to catch a glimpse at whatever it was that was going on, and damn it, he couldn't just leave like this. Not when he could feel the rapid cacophony of hearts in chests, and the desperately fast one at the epicenter of it all. And when he finally came upon the scene, his heart fell to his knees, and he knew for a fact he would never have stopped himself from running, no matter how much he knew he should have. The street he came to was in carnage. Fire and sludge and crumbling concrete, facing a dense crowd only barely kept in line by who he was sure had to have been heroes. But even with them there, the ground still shuddered. The world still rocked and shifted with a spiking tension in the air, and panic still swirled violently inside him. He saw it though. The thick wrestling mountain of grime and dark sludge that writhed and growled in frustration. The panicked bursts of explosions rupturing its surface from the inside, like mines set under rough and slow seas of dark and smelly green. He could see the person inside it too. Their blood must have been roaring in their ears at this point and thrumming too quickly in their veins in a way he was all too familiar with. The kind that made him panic for their sake, and panic was dangerous at times like this. He started to move, to push forward, through the dense crowd even as the shifted and jostled back at each explosion. A firm hand stopped him, made him tense up and draw in a breath all at once. He looked back to see the man he'd hurt only moments before. He wasn't looking at him. Eyes and jaw set in nervousness and fear, and so utterly occupied by the scene and panic facing them all. He had to wonder if he even recognized him really. It looked like he was stiff, frozen there and uncertain, but not with the kind of raw fear that he was so horribly used to. No, this was like a sickening realization was washing over him. A haunting familiarity. Something about that bothered him. But now was really not the time. So he pushed those thoughts down, telling himself he'd find it later. Shook off the hand as his heart seized in his chest, and he moved as fast as he could. He squirmed his way through the crowd, clutching the knife in his pocket tightly as he went. Through the panic. Through the choking thickness of fear and smoke in the crowd. Through the panicked filter of nervous mutterings around him. The heroes aren't doing anything. He kept going. I don't think they can do anything, can they? Maybe that's... He set his jaw. There's a kid in there, can't you see him? I think he's trying to break free. He clutched the knife tighter. He looks like he's choking. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Izuku was maybe 2 bodies from the barricade when he finally got a good look at the scene. They were right, there was a boy there at the crux of it all. Trapped, helpless, but still desperately fighting and clawing at the slime for his life. Letting out explosions from his palms to try and force it off him. He looked angry, scared too. with tears merging with the sludge on the lower part of his face. Eyes wide and terrified, only part of him, aside from one hand that still remained meaningfully exposed. He stopped himself and tried to think of a plan, weighing his options as the world violently swirled around him. The villain, or at the very least the thing that kept this boy hostage, wasn't something he could hope to defeat on his own. But he couldn't just leave this. Even if he could be a hindrance, even if it would expose himself and everything he'd tried to keep buried in the past, he knew he could never live with himself if he just walked away. The heroes were still waiting with bated breaths, taking on damage control, trying to keep them both out of the way as the boy continued to struggle and fight for his life. It was like they were waiting for someone, a hero he could tell they didn't know could even be coming, hoping the right person would fix this in a way they couldn't. That was maybe the worst part of all of this. Izuku knew far too well that heroes were often too late no matter what they did, no matter what they knew. And maybe it was the fear. Any lingering hesitation, the threat of being seen, and everything that depended on him staying hidden. Of being dragged back into the world of people he had to leave behind no matter how much he didn't want to. Maybe even the sure knowledge that there was no way he was saving anyone, much less himself. Without knowing all he could, like he'd been taught again and again and again. Without preparing, without taking a chance when came. Without knowing for sure what he was going to even to do. And then he caught the pair of red eyes staring back at him. Wide, desperate. Filled with a kind of fear and certainty and desperation he'd seen far too many times before. The kind of eyes that always told him this was someone who was not ready to die. Not by his hand or another. The same eyes, that same look on his face, covered in slime but still sure and terrified that this would be it, and they'd never even got to say goodbye. And suddenly his reasoning broke. His legs moved on their own, and there was no way in hell he was going to stop them. Because even if he didn't know what he was doing, he could still do something. Even if it was the cruelest, stupidest thing he could have done, it was still something. And anything was better than watching another person die. He could hear the sounds of the heroes trying to stop him. The raw shouts tearing from their throats, running after him and screaming at him to stop. To come back and let them handle this, because he was going to get himself killed. They may have been right too, but even as he dodged debris and felt the searing pain of fire liking at his feet as he ran past, he really couldn't say he gave a shit. Mind racing behind the rushing moment as movement flickered about in just about everything he could see. Not thinking, just knowing he was going to act. As the knife came free from his pocket. And as soon as it did, he bared his teeth in a fitful snarl, and watched as the eyes of the sludge villain turned just in time to see the glint of the blade come rushing towards his eye. The effect was almost instantaneous. The villain jerked back, leaving most of their hostage behind. Uncovered and gasping for air. Pulling in deep, greedy breaths of warm, sick-smelling air. Eyes scrunched up tightly as their heart sped up once more. He acted as fast as he could. Grabbed at his wrist as tightly as he could and used his other knife to slash quickly to separate the few remaining strands of sludge that hung stubbornly onto the boy's form. Tugging and grunting with the effort, blocking out the noises behind him until finally he came free. The boy fell almost immediately as the tension released. Still hacking up a lung and trying to push himself up while Izuku hit the ground running and slipped off. He pulled back, grabbed at his arm tightly despite the remaining sludge that made his hands slip as he pulled them on and ran. And it was a panicked run too. Only a few steps with both hearts beating strong and hard and fast, and only a few seconds that seemed to take far too long. He stopped with them a few paces from the barricade, heroes still behind them both before he turned back abruptly to face the writhing sludge. Eyes hard and set, hand out as he stood between the villain and their victim, now his knees and rubbing. His throat with brief intervals of a few persistent wet coughs. His voice catches in his throat, "Are you okay?" He's glancing back as he says it, focused still on the villain and preparing for the inevitable scream of rage before they charge again in furious retribution. He still finds the flashes of dusty blonde hair still covered in muck behind him, and catches red eyes staring up at him with something new. Something unbelieving. Something wriggles incessantly at the back of his mind. The voice that answers back is breathless. "Deku." He couldn't have had much time left, he knew that. He could feel it in the way his lungs seized and cramped in his chest, in the way the world at the edges of his vision grew darker, and his jaw ached from trying to wrench it shut while the horrible grainy taste of sludge pushed itself again and again down his throat. He could feel it all slipping, the desperate fighting and persistent clawing that got weaker and weaker, slipping through his fingers no matter how much it hurt to keep pushing and fighting not to die like this. Drowning in sewerage and completely powerless no matter what he did, no matter how much he fought and no matter what he pushed himself to be. He couldn't stop himself from thinking with a finality that this would be it. Couldn't stop those weak, pathetic tears that sprung forth through stinging eyes and in frenzied frustration, because this couldn't be it. He couldn't let this be over yet, not before he'd even started. So he kept pushing. He kept fighting harder even as his lungs burned and his muscles felt like they were pulling themselves free from bone, begging him to stop for just a second for them to catch their breath, to brace themselves for one more round in a way he couldn't give them. Instead, despite the recoil making already sore limbs want to scream, he set off another round of explosions in another pathetic attempt to throw it off. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't hold on. He could feel himself slipping. Please, anyone help. I can't breathe. Can't. His eyes were cracked open just enough to see the brief darkened flashes of a face through the fog. Close enough to touch. Close enough to reach out and pull him out, close enough to save him. And then there was air. Just as the world had slowed to a stop, it all came rushing back all at once. Too much, too loud in a way that made his eyes wrench tight and shut through the sound of blood rushing in his ears. And none of that mattered beyond that frantic instinct to pull in each dry, heaving and gasping breath like it would be his last. Greedily pulling in air, and even thick and heavy it felt like he'd never breathed anything so clear until now. And he didn't stop. Couldn't bring himself to stop, and he didn't want to. Even as it felt like his lungs were going to burst and his body tried to lurch to free them from the heaviness that had forced its way inside. He felt a hand then. The only thing warm and solid. Besides him in this mess of thick drowning seas, and he gripped it tightly, in a white-knuckled grip, like a lifeline. It was slick with much and so warm, and he clenched it tighter still as he felt it pull and keep pulling. And he didn't let go, not even as the world sharply came into focus and things began to make sense. Not even after he felt more and more of that quicksand-strong sludge that kept skinning him down give way. Not even after he slipped and dropped to his knees on the shattered remains of concrete and still tried to find himself enough to move beyond heaving in more dry, tearing breaths. He was shaking like hell. The warm hand was the only thing that grounded him, and when it was gone he panicked. He tried to stand, begged them silently as his mind tried to think, and he wrenched his eyes open but still couldn't get himself to move in the way he knew he needed to. In that brief moment, through the rushing and the blur of everything around him, he saw them. Surrounded by fires and covered in muck just like him. And he watched him come back, and he felt a tight, painful grip on his wrist that forced him up. With a strength he couldn't feel even in himself, on trembling feet and half dragging him through the panicked haze of a war zone of rough stone and fires and sludge. They were merciless, pulling him along, jerking him into a run as he struggled to push himself to keep up even when every step felt like he was going to fall. They didn't stop, didn't hesitate to run with everything they had over slick ground. Him just trying to focus on the feeling of the hand that was too tight, too desperate, on his wrist. When they stopped, his legs gave out from under him, and a new wave of wet coughs and retches seized as his lungs again and again to try and clear that heavy tightness that still clung to the back of his throat. It hurt. It hurt a lot. In a vicious cycle of gasping breath, pulling it in and then having it forced out in an explosion that seemed to rupture his chest and not being able to breathe again until the cycle began anew. He needed it to stop. He knew and could feel he needed to move, to do something other than tear up again and try not to collapse any further from here as the stabbing in his ribs chest continued to rage war and made the hurt worse with each lurching round. It couldn't have been too long, but even still it felt like hours before it passed. By the time it did, he'd already missed the foggy impressions of a panicked voice that came from in front of him. Between him, he realized, and the villain he couldn't hope to defeat. He shook out his head again, and his eyes wandered up as they cleared to see the face again, to take the time now that he had it to really see it. And when they did, they widened so far it hurt, and air once again became so much harder to come by. There's no effing way that's him. There's no way the biggest mistake of his life was standing there, staring at him right in the face. Here and alive and saving him just like had the last time anyone had ever seen him. It was already too much, but it felt like so much more than just the pain of seeing him again. So many words left unsaid, the fact of a nail that hit him right through the chest with the realization that they'd all given up on him. His hair was different. That was the first thing he noticed. A pale fluffy blonde that betrayed dark patches of dark green at the roots. Hair too light to be his, still laden with sludge and brushing lightly at his nose and around wide green eyes he remembered all too well. They were hard, staying firmly pinned on the villain in front of them as it continued to writhe and screamed and smashed blindly into walls as they tried to recover themselves. Grime and much spattered across his face with smudges of ash that still did nothing to take away from the vicious-looking scar that ran the length of his cheek and the smatter of dark freckles that accompanied it. It trailed in a line of darkened flesh down his neck and drew his eyes further still to more that stained his throat and bobbed up and down as he swallowed again. Somehow there was no doubt in his mind. Deku! The world just stopped. Katsuki didn't know what he'd thought he'd say then. He didn't know if he could have expected anything at all since the world had practically upended itself the moment he'd realized who was standing there in front of him. Who'd brought down the villain that was going to kill him just moments before single-handedly. But he didn't expect him to tear himself back in a jolt, stiff with eyes wide and tense enough to snap. He didn't expect the look on his face when he actually turned around and met his eyes. He was terrified. A kind of horrible fear had set itself on his face and it spoke nothing short of absolute horror. The kind of awful fear that made every word he could have said freeze in his throat. The kind of look that made him so sure that Deku, honest to God, thought he was going to kill him right then and there for saving his life. Kaken? The moment shattered when a guttural roar erupted from the sludge forgotten in front of them, and Deku tore himself back from his momentary fear and braced himself. Snapping into a fighting stance, gritting his teeth and knife held out defensively in front of him like that would do anything against the force of nature they just set off, as it came barreling towards them both. Screaming in anger and cursing them out and swearing vengeance and violence on them both in a way that made tension in the air go all the more permeating as they waited for the ball to drop. And Katsuki felt himself freeze again. Even now, even after facing the biggest mistake he's ever made in his life, his biggest regret, even after learning what it really meant to actually be a hero, Katsuki didn't move. He didn't try to pull him back, or jump in front of him or get ready to blast the villain to hell as he should have. He just sat there and watched like a coward, scrunching his eyes tight while Deku, his stupid, quirkless and defenseless childhood friend, the one he was supposed to have protected, was going to fight tooth and nail just to protect him. Despite everything he'd done, despite making him feel more fear and pain than anyone should have had to feel alone, despite being the reason the sludge was bearing over the both of them in a wave about to crash down when a flash of a white shirt jumped between them. A force like he'd never felt before pushing them both back with a powerful gust of air as the villain shouted out a garbled scream in shock and scattered in the wind a million small pieces of dark green. And then he heard his laugh, opened his eyes enough to see a wide smile and heard 3 words he'd never needed more than he had then. It was over. In a moment of stunned, awe-filled silence, the first drops of rain began to fall, and hundreds of eyes stood and marveled as he forced himself up, swaying on his feet and holding a firm hand gingerly to his still sore ribs as the sky darkened and the pattering of water on concrete filled the silence and washed away the fires and the slime on their faces. For just a moment he turned back to look at Deku, staring at him, eyes still wide and silently begging for him to make any kind of sense now more than ever. An unreadable expression had settled on his face just a few paces away, staring up at their idol before meeting desperate eyes once again. The rain making dark green once again bleed into his hair. He sent him a pained look through the silence, when in their mind everything just disappeared so it was only the two of them, right before the heroes seemed to get over their collective stupor enough to pull them both back into the safety of the crowd. The muffled sounds of sirens reached his ears and he didn't utter a word or move his eyes once from his friend. The world rang far away as if just to spite the cheers of the crowd and the rushing of water and the flurry of uniforms that came forward to secure the scene. He just kept them there, eyes trained on Deku. Trained on his face through the crowd and holding onto that sight as tightly as the hand he'd felt moments before. Like a lifeline, when losing it for even a second meant losing it forever. None of this felt real. His eyes were taken off him for half a second as police started trying to separate them, herding him toward the back of a van, and as soon as jerked back he saw him facing him in full, a pained look in his eyes. And his eyes widened just enough, and his voice barely seemed to work. No. He caught the tail end of him turning away as more people came between them, and he moved. Not sharply, not even strong. It came out slow but desperate, guided by nothing more than that simple, selfish need in himself when everything else felt 100 miles away. No sense in his mind but this desperation. Nothing but the surety that if he lost him now, after all this time, he'd never see him again. He couldn't lose him again. The voices that rushed by his ears didn't get any clearer as the moments rushed by, and what they said didn't matter. Not through renewed fighting through tiredness to reach him again. To have him back and hold him there with him. To have him back because he couldn't do this again. He felt arms around him, keeping him there. He didn't even register the tears that poured thick down his face until it set in his was too late. That even if he could move beyond these arms and the exhaustion and the fog of everything, he's lost him. He'd failed and he was gone. He didn't give up right away, he still squirmed in their arms even if it was sluggish and tired and pathetic. Face blank and eyes unseeing through hot tears as they dragged him despondently through a rushing world and set him down. Dropping a blanket around his shoulders as he folded in on himself, trying to find the strength to pull himself together. Exhaustion holding him down despite that echo of a need to get up and find him. To push himself up and call out and say something and do something to chase him down. To just try one more time, even when he knew deep down it was no use. Nothing felt real anymore. Not the cold wet clothes that stuck to his skin, or the shivers that pulled at him in the rain. Not the painful lurch of retching, or the pain and heaviness in his chest as they tried to help him breathe again. Not the sight of his parents, crying when they dropped him off an hour later in his silence and let him go from the doorway. Not the quickened pace to his bedroom, lights off and wrapping himself in warm darkness as shouts echoed from downstairs. He didn't respond when his mother came by silently to check on him, eyes red and puffy in a way he knew she'd never admit to before closing the door softly behind her. He didn't answer when his father knocked lightly on his door and told him softly that dinner was ready and waiting for him when he wanted it. He just lay there in silence, punctuated only by wet sniffling breaths. Empty eyes holding on and not daring to wander 1 second from the bookshelf in his room where he knew his remnant of the past lay hidden. Trying to remember the feeling of his hand on his, warm and solid, the one thing that told him for certain that this was real, when nothing felt real anymore. Izuku is running. His feet keep falling into 2 fast steps onward, breath coming in short and rasping with his bag clutched tight to his chest. One last thing for him to hold on to, one lifeline of a gathering of stolen and bought things that were his. Things that felt like they would be torn from his grasp in an instant he couldn't see coming but could feel as if it would. By then his heart feels like it's trying to jump up his throat, cramping and pushing up against his lungs as they try to squeeze themselves to relief in his chest, pulse banging along every breath against the underside of his skin. Mind abuzz with a white fire of panic as he pushes himself faster. Ignoring the way grainy wet hair sticks dark on his face, ignoring the way his eyes sting with wet smoke and tears, ignoring the way these festering reminders, the things he notices, stick to him through rain and bursting memories and dark side streets he runs for to keep it all away. Above the sound of rushing wind flies not too far behind him. A heavy presence looming over him and making his neck prick up through a sheen of sweat. A warning, a signal he could feel in every fiber of himself, running over and behind him like a sweeping searchlight over fields in the prison he should have been thrown into a long time ago. In a sharp motion he tears himself under an overhang, letting his back fall and hit the wall, curling in small and unseen in a crevasse outside a locked back door, pressed in tight behind the thin metal sheeting of a fire hose cabinet and paying no mind to the black rubbery patches of darkened gum beneath him. His breath comes out muffled but loud in his ears, one hand pressed over his mouth and nose fighting them, shallow and silent. Covered on all angles, small and secure, silent and unnoticed, while scarred fingers dig in through rough fabric as he hugs his too full bag tight, shuts his eyes and prays. The sound of rushing wind is above him, quieter thumps far drowned out by his own, and before he even registers it in his mind, the heavy presence of his idol passes overhead. He doesn't move. He doesn't let himself make a sound even if he's sure he's alone. Instead he stays there, stiff and shaking in place as he waits. Warm tears spilling over once more, mixing with muck on his face. And when it feels like the fear and instinct to stay still is thin enough to break through, he lets go for just a second and moves to wipe them away. His hand is slow and light and trembles a little as it moves. And when he's done, he shuts his eyes tight again, and tries to hide from the pounding in his head, and the pain that's crushing his chest enough to see even a little of the world beyond a blurred lens of tears. His heart doesn't quieten, and it doesn't slow. He clutches his bag tighter still. White-knuckled now as he begs it, the thoughts escaping him hardly a high squeak of a whisper as he shudders in place. Please, shut up, please I just need to, God just shut up please. Frustration pulls a fresh stream from his eyes as he blinks past the wet mumbles tumbling from his lips. He tries harder to beat his mind and body into espings, recklessly in a way he knows doesn't work, and he screws his eyes up tighter as his thoughts scold and scream for silence. Begging, like he knows he's begged so many times before. Pathetic and desperate enough to cry and kneel and plead for it, all of it to just stop. For things to get quiet, for his own heart to slow just enough for him to feel anything beyond it. For just a moment, despite his own efforts. To push it away, his mind goes back to a loud bright fuzz of a bar tucked away in the red light district of a city he can't name. Another time that he could feel standing over him, back when Sensei's hand was at his neck, and another clutched tightly on his quirk. Searching with it, with him, to find what he needed. Tuned in for just this one moment. One heartbeat in a sea of hundreds packed like sardines in thick air that stung with the sickly smell of booze and sweat. One voice, drowned out completely by hundreds more and low beats that moved glasses off tables with a song that continued even after all conversation died with the man that fell dead among them. There's a way to force it, he knows that now. A way to work and wrestle the beating down as far as he needs with his quirk turned in on himself. He doesn't reach for it though, he can't bring himself to. Not when it makes his throat close up in a way that makes him want to choke as his body struggles against the unnatural feeling of a forced slow heart moving through molasses when adrenaline still thrums and buzzes through everything else. Sensei had showed him that. Sensei had always found a way to make that fear move him even when he felt paralyzed. There'd always been a way to force his legs to move forward no matter how much he shook and how much he'd hope he'd never move again. He buried his face in the bag in his arms, feeling the scratch of fibers on his cheeks go wet and soft with tears that wouldn't stop. A pain in his chest, something that hurt and hurt so much more than anything he'd put him through. Something that came with the beginnings of everything he'd been pushing down, everything he hadn't let himself so much as acknowledge until now. All of it, bubbling up and overflowing when he'd done everything he could to convince himself not a shred of it could follow him enough to matter anymore. All because of one face. The face of the last person he'd remembered seeing until he'd ruined everything. A face that stared at him with so much fear, that reminded him of everything he was and everything he could have been. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Izuku finally let himself grieve. He let himself fall into the comforting darkness of a world blocked out and far away, and he fell to a mourning of the life he could have had, for the child that had died when Sensei had first used his hands to kill, and the person he was when all of this wasn't even something he could have imagined on his darkest days. The saddest part was he knew there was a part of him still hoping. A part of him that still cried in terrible, lonely nights for his mom, for nights free of nightmares brought about by everything that was his reality. Tucked in warm soft blankets, in a bed that felt like his, with a kiss on his forehead and a hug in her voice as she wished him sweet dreams. When she had told him she loved him no matter what he was or if he had a quirk or not, And right now he really wished he could believe her. A time when things were not perfect, but better. So much better, even if some days he didn't think it could ever get any worse. And still after all this time, he hadn't let himself so much as acknowledge that deep down, no matter how much everything he knew tried to kill it time and time again, some traitorous part of him had always been hoping things could go back to how they used to be. A stubborn, delusional spark of hope and longing that still hadn't given up on seeing his mom again, no matter what. And when he'd see Kaken, when he'd heard his name, he hugged the bag tight and let out another shuddering sob. This wasn't about running from Sensei, was it? This wasn't even about him being terrified of facing the people he'd left behind or being found and losing everything all over again just like before. This was about him. Because there was no going back. Too much had changed, both in himself and in everyone else. He'd killed her, killed too many people for all that to just be forgiven. And time didn't stop just for him. Everyone had already moved on from even thinking about him. Everyone he knew had a life outside of him, and they'd moved on. They'd changed so much and so had he. And his mom, she was gone. She was gone and he'd never see her again. And he never even got to say goodbye, to say he was sorry. Now more than ever he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what he was supposed to do, where he was supposed to go from here. That path he'd set himself out to follow had a dead end, and this was it. That vision of what he'd wanted to be once he'd gotten out, the person who was good, who was better, that was just normal and happy in a way he just wasn't, whose biggest issue was a shitty customer or two, who didn't have to worry about shit like this anymore. It was all just melting and slipping through his fingers. And right now that part of him that made life so much harder by telling him it would all be okay when it just wasn't, only really had one answer. He wanted his mom. All he'd ever wanted was for things to go back to how they used to be. And wasn't that just pathetic? That even after all this time, after reality check, all he'd been wanting for was something he knew couldn't have. And that thought hurt him more deeply than anyone ever could. He took in a breath. He didn't want to feel like this anymore. If someone had asked, he honestly couldn't have said how long he'd stayed there. Time has no meaning when you're drowning in thoughts and darkness. All he could say for certain was that when he finally summoned the strength to lift his face from the comforting darkness where he'd buried it and wipe away his tears, it felt like it had been forever and no time at all. Something hollow and tired lived in those moments. All he had was time at this point, and himself and this bag of priceless things, and it should have felt like a waste. It should have felt like he'd made another stupid mistake. Instead he took his precious seconds and shifted, just slightly, to lean his head back against the wall, eyes closed and just tired enough to let himself breathe. When he was done he pulled back the sleeve on his left wrist, and ran his eyes over the faded numbers. Once, twice, then 3 times. Thinking without words, considering to himself on an empty mind. What this could mean, what it would change, if he really wanted to go through with this. He didn't have many options left. Truth be told, there was something awful and familiar about that. All he had was this choice. A terrifying, dreadful choice that a hero had given him. A risk that he had really no choice but to make, because it was the only step out of this he could see that wasn't a step off a cliff. He pinched the bridge of his nose and rubbed his eyes as his head thudded back to meet the wall. His lip quivered, trying not to bite his tongue. And all he could think was how much he really didn't want to do this. When his phone rang, Shoyuta wasn't holding his breath. He let his shoes fall lightly at each step as the rush of things passed. Police and detectives, villains and criminals and delinquents, all stuck up in their own worlds that almost couldn't care enough to bat an eye. Not that it really mattered to him all the same. Heroes didn't come down to stations like this often, and a part of him gave a small huff at what a diamond shame it was they got to miss all of this. Visits like that were usually limited to the especially dangerous or higher-risk quirks, and given his own it made more than enough sense that he was here more than he would have liked. Sipping watery coffee every time he could catch a few minutes and people watching for nothing more than mild curiosity. It was frustrating really, how regular everything was. How normal and routine the world around him acted when the events of the night before still weighed heavy on his mind. It made him want to grimace when he thought about it, mind's eye seeing flashes of the look on his young scarred face when he'd said his name. The way he shook and screamed and panicked like he'd just signed off on his death. By now he'd made his suspicions more than clear to Tsukachi, a man who'd uncharacteristically frustrated him to no end with his own apparent desperation to consider every other avenue than the obvious conclusion. Trauma-induced quirks were tricky, often very rare and harmful to the user. He could admit that it would explain away the boy's apparent relief at having his quirk erased if it was causing him pain, but the way he used it was too smooth and too focused in his experience for that to be in any means logical, no matter what insane training this kid had been subjected to. Either the reports had been faked, or he had somehow gotten a quirk. It really was that simple. Truth be told, it was much easier to believe than what the detective had been making out from his perspective. The world was weird like that, and he's seen more than enough time travelers and copy quirks to really doubt anything at this point. But as bitter as the argument, if it could even be called that, had broken off, he was here to check in which the detective get some cheap caffeine in his system, check if by some miracle there was any more information that had appeared in the time he was out, and then he'd be gone. He put the cup down under the machine and, in a practiced motion, selected everything he needed to make whatever constituted the strongest black sludge it had to offer. Ignoring the strange looks from the other officers that really should have learned to expect him by now. His phone went off when it had finished, so naturally he capped the cup and pulled the flat screen out on his way to the detective's office. He hadn't been expecting the kid to make the decision to call him at any point this week. Though really he should have learned not to expect anything when it came to Viridian by now, so when he'd picked up and answered with a tired, hello, after a small sip of scalding coffee that made his tongue fuzz with pain, he'd been idly entertaining the thought of Yamada needing some sort of favor again, maybe a reporter who was too nosy for their own good, or an agency that wanted to harass him again despite making it clear his disrespect. That's why, when all pretenses are shed, his breath caught, as the small voice of a boy who'd seen too much buzzed along the line. I think I'm ready to talk. He didn't waste a second. The details were clipped and fleeting. A location, a time, nothing much more than a fleeting opportunity, a brief window for him to reach out and take it. But still somehow just enough to have him tearing open the door to the detective's office with something like a smile on his face. At this rate, both of them were probably tense enough to crack like hard concrete under All Might's fist. Tsukachi, having wordlessly stood from his desk after hardly taking a moment to process what Shoyuda had said before tearing his coat and hat from where they lay strewn over the couch and rushing out with all the speed and fury of a man on a mission. Barking clipped instructions to other officers and putting everything on hold as he marched them both with purpose to the first police car they could find. Tearing open the door alongside him before gripping the wheel like any moment he'd go through the windscreen if he didn't brace himself. Eyes hard as they passed near empty roads in a blur, neither saying a word to each other until the station was a far distant memory of what was to come. Go over it with me again, he said, eyes not once wavering from place. What exactly did he say to you? Just that he was ready to talk, and the address I just gave you, asking me to meet him there later tonight for some answers? He pursed his lips, and to come alone. And you are aware of how much this sounds like a setup, right? We still don't know if he's working alone. Yes, I'm not an idiot, he glared ahead, but you are if you think I'm going to waste the first real lead we've had in months. The detective didn't once so much as glance his way, but his face said he heard him loud and clear. I didn't say that, Eraserhead. Besides, I'd be hard-pressed to give up the chance for some answers myself. Unless it's the possibility of a quirkless kid rising in the ranks, you mean? He watched as his hands tightened on the wheel. That's not what this is about, and you know it, he grimaced, and for what it's worth I am sorry I reacted the way I did. So, you're not going to explain yourself then? He pressed his lips into a firm line before answering. This first. And God, if he wasn't so preoccupied with whatever they were supposed to call the current situation with Midoriya, and maybe an ounce less self-restraint, he had no doubt he would have hit him upside the head. The neighborhood they came to was exactly what he'd come to expect from his time chasing the vigilante. Buildings and pavement barely patched together enough to be usable after what he could safely assume was one of the more public villain fights. The kind of place that had been pushed to the bottom of the barrel in terms of government spending on public repairs, left in the hands of people who likely barely made enough money to make sure their homes and businesses didn't fall in on top of them, let alone fix a street. The kind of place heroes would have liked to stay ignorant of until Viridian. The kind of place he'd seen on hundreds of nights like this before. And when they inevitably could go no further thanks to torn open roads and tattered or tagged, under construction, signs, Tsukachi pulled them over by the edge of the shattered pavement and cut the engine. Both taking a moment in silence before they picked themselves up and everything they knew would change. Shoyuta rubbed his eyes with one hand before he spoke. "You should stay here," he sighed, pushing open the door with a dull clunk of a lock. "I'll sound the alarm if I need backup, 2 hours max." He heard the driver's side door open too and looked over the roof to see a tired glare meeting his. "That's not how this works, Eraser, and you know it," he said simply. Formal or not, we need to know if what he's saying is true. He was dimly aware of how badly he was keeping his displeasure from being too obvious. "So, you do think this is a trap then?" It wasn't a question. "I think whatever is going on is dangerous, and we need to be on our guard," he said pointedly. Shoyuta said nothing, didn't think he needed to. He just kept walking. "For what it's worth, I do think you're right." He still didn't look at the detective as he spoke, but even feeling in the dark as we can't afford to take any chances. "He's never going to trust us after this," he said bitterly. Tsukachi hummed an affirmative, loose rubble and shattered pieces of concrete crunching underfoot, and sent skittering across the ground as they went. All the same, as they drew closer and that single-minded drive to answer that call grew less intense, he couldn't ignore the dread that was rising inside him. The feeling that all this was out of place, no matter which part you got hung up about. Plenty of things pushed people operating outside the law to turn themselves in or give semi-anonymous tips to anyone of authority they thought might listen. He had to remind himself of this again, even as his mind came back to the same conclusion he'd drawn from the moment he'd answered the phone. Maybe even so far as seeing the look on the kid's face when he'd mentioned what was likely his real name. He slowed and Tsukachi turned back to face him. Eraserhead. "I'm worried," he said pointedly. "Trap or not, whatever made him decide on meeting us has him pressed for time. We know he doesn't trust us yet, and it was more than just a risky move to get law enforcers to meet him privately like this." He clenched his jaw. Something's pushed him. Naomasa didn't respond right away. "I figured as much too, honestly." He let out a breath and looked back down to cracks snaking branches through their path. "From what we've seen, it's out of character for him. But even running from the law as he is, he trusted heroes once, and at least from what little we've found, it seems we have a lot to make up for. And that starts with breaking his one and only condition for this meeting," he grumbled, catching the way the left corner of Tsukachi's lips twitched downward. Because as much as he could acknowledge Tsukachi was right, it didn't stop dread from piling up like wet earth inside his chest. It did nothing to do away with the guilt of going behind the kid's back like this when he was already scared, running from something they didn't even know the shape of yet, contacting him only a night after he'd seen so much fear in such young eyes. He could try to justify it in his head, that it was for his own good, that the kid was more afraid than he ought to have been to trust them, that he was a vigilante and a kid, and just like his students he didn't know how the world worked like he did. But none of that changed the fact that he was here, rushing in with something completely unexpected to shatter what little common ground they'd built, like it wasn't going to look like one hell of a threat to someone like Viridian. "We never really went over a plan for this, but you've met him before," Naomasa continued. "Do you really think it would be best to come out with all our cards on the table like this?" He already knew there was no point arguing this any more than they had. "His choice or not, he's going to have a hard time trusting either of us no matter what we do," he grimaced. "And he's already shown he's got more than a knack for sniffing out hidden officers or heroes. We should just get that part out of the way sooner rather than later." He nodded. "The both knew how you were supposed to treat victims like this, and even if there was nothing in what he'd been taught that told him up front that this was practice, he knew deep down this wasn't a good idea. Hell, not even that deep down if he was honest with himself. That want for answers, that stupid hope that he could just swoop in and save someone from whatever was making them so afraid was just far too strong to deny. That, and they were out of options. He put his hands in his pockets and walked up beside him. "Come on. We've got a kid to save." Most of the businesses around here were well past closed by then, save for the occasional small bar or local 24/7 corner store. Save the occasional late-night wanderer, the walk was silent, the two of them alone, but only until spotting the familiar hunched and darkened form of their vigilante sitting on a park bench next to a two-full bag clearly unequipped for its load. Wearing a ratty hoodie stained with dark green splotches and looking far more worse for wear than he'd seen him little more than 24 hours ago. His simple black mask pulled down under his jaw as he watched them come. Elbows resting on his knees and staring at them with red-rimmed eyes, holding deep bags of their own as the streetlight nearby highlighted just enough for them to see the scars on his far too pale and freckled face. It occurred to him then that this was the first time he'd seen the kid fully unmasked, and even then he couldn't bring himself to even pretend to hide the look of awful recognition in his eyes when they met his. It still felt wrong. This kid, who was trusting him with something that terrified him, reaching out his hand and asking them to see him for just an hour as something more than just his enemy. Izuku let out a small playful huff as they approached, the corner of a tired smile only barely reaching his eyes. It felt hollow. And next to the image in his mind of the young boy he'd likely once been, it felt awful. "I don't remember agreeing on him," he said, not even bothering to move save to move his eyes to gesture at Tsukachi. "Viridian, I'd like you to meet Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Since the very beginning he and I have been the only ones on your case. Can I trust him?" All things considered, the question caught him off guard. Tsukachi spoke first. "I can't make that call for you, but all things considered I don't plan on making any arrests tonight, if that's what you're asking. But if you want me to leave, I'll leave. All I can do is hope you may be willing to give me a chance." The kid let out a sigh and dropped his gaze again, keeping a firm hand on the bag beside him as if reaching for any remaining comfort it could provide. "Listen, I know you don't know me and I don't know you, but all we want is for you to be safe. You don't have to be alone in this. And you're not going to arrest me first chance you get? Or tell anyone who asks about me or anything I'm about to say? No." He looked back to Shoyuta then with tired eyes and opened his mouth for just a second, before thinking better of it. Considering it, a troubled look crossing his face before he let out a sigh and stood up, swinging his bag onto his back. "Good enough, I guess," he said, walking a few steps away before gesturing with a hand for them to follow, unloved and littered with yet more white lines shining under the lamplight that made Shoyuta frown. "Come on, this'll be easier if we're not out in the open." Tsukachi sent Aizawa a look before the hero shrugged and started following. Hands still tucked in his pockets and keeping pace just a few steps behind the kid as he led them down backstreet after backstreet, behind corners and overhangs and tall wire fences in relative silence, save for gentle footfalls, to a place where no streetlights nor any wandering eyes could ever hope to reach them. He knew what this was. He'd seen it or used it himself more than once in trade-offs like these. All the same, he made note of every detail and every sharp corner they passed as the kid stayed silent and clutched the straps of his bag tighter still as they went. By the 10-minute mark, Aizawa asked him exactly where they were going. The kid hesitated in his response. "It's not ideal, but I want to make sure no one's following us before we stop, and I know a place back here that might be good for keeping us hidden, provided nobody's bugged or sends up any flares or signals or anything." "You think this is an ambush?" "I don't know what to think, but it's not you I'm worried about. God knows I should be though. Here's probably far enough." He'd stopped them in a larger dead end of sort tucked away behind some larger buildings. It looked like it would have been used as a form of fire escape or loading zone once, but as of now the building above looked about as empty as you could get. He didn't think it mattered that much beyond the obvious escape routes and the way the kid positioned himself by the sidewall. Hands still twisting anxiously at the straps of his bag and his eyes flicking between them both and the ground. "Okay, just to clear things up, what exactly do you know about Midoriya Izuku?" Tsukachi gave Shoyuta a questioning look at that, but he didn't let it stop him. "As far as we know, he went missing when he was 6, after he and some friends went wandering. No witnesses to speak of, nor any idea what happened, though friends and family were adamant that he wouldn't have run away." The kid bit his lip. "So, you would have known I was quirkless, right?" "Yes, he stopped himself. He'd long since passed the point of expectation, but nonetheless he never thought he'd just come out and say it. Tsukachi spoke up before he could find his words. So that is your name then? Midoriya nodded, still not meeting their eyes. There's not a lot I really can say without making things worse, but there's Dash. He brought a hand to wrap around his other arm. There's someone looking for me, he said finally. From what I can tell, not a lot of people even know they exist, but they gave me a quirk, kept me locked up for years and made me do a lot of things I regret. And God, how was anyone supposed to respond to that? To have every horrible suspicion confirmed all at once by a kid who'd been failed at every opportunity by them and so many others. It took a long time before Shoyuta managed to find the words. Alright, there's a lot to unpack there, so let's start small. Do you remember their name? This. He never told me when it was there. He met his eyes, had me call him sensei, and he gave you a quirk. It wasn't a question, not when Tsukachi said it. But his skin was losing its pallor and he wasn't quite looking at the kid anymore, not really. All at once he was struck with the realization that something else was going on here. Something he couldn't put a name to just yet that had him darting his eyes back with a silent warning before returning to the kid. Something that looked like it might shatter whatever tense truce this was between the three of them. Tsukachi! The words shot out before anyone could stop them as the detective took a firm step forward. This man, the look on his face was edging on panic. Am I right in assuming he had white hair and red eyes? Aizawa snapped his head back to look at him. Midoriya's eyes widened, just ever so slightly, and he took a small step back. You know about All for One. It wasn't a question. Everything happened all at once. Blades jerked up and surrounded them out of nowhere before anyone could do so much as blink as his hands darted to his scarf in reflexive defense as he did all he could to slam down on that urge to use his quirk to stop the standoff when things were already going south so quickly. Tsukachi having raised his arms in surrender, not so much as shifting in place. Nobody moved. Tsukachi, he said lowly, carefully, through gritted teeth and air still ringing as moonlight glinted off the swarm of wickedly sharp blades that surrounded them both. Hands not moving an inch from their place by his neck as he moved his eyes to catch his, and before he could stop himself let out a low, "What the hell?" "You," the kid said slowly, already in a defensive stance and staring down Tsukachi like a caged animal backed into a corner and ready to lash out with one wrong move. "Have 1 minute to explain how the hell you know that name before I make sure you can't tell him or anyone else where I am." His eyes flicked briefly to his before staying fixed on the detective. "Midoriya, listen to me, I know how this must look but Dash." "Tsukachi," he snapped, eyes blazing and trained on his partner, fingers in a lock on his capture weapon and ready to spring out if need be. Torn as he was, it wasn't an empty threat. Even if he didn't entirely understand what was going on, the fact that Tsukachi had already neglected to tell him something as critical as a suspect behind Midoriya's kidnapping was more than he was willing to take, even if said child wasn't standing terrified and backed into a corner a few feet in front of them. Who the hell is All for One? No one said anything for a long moment. Midoriya's hand was in his pocket with what he had no doubt was another knife in his hand, preparing himself should Aizawa opt to use his quirk and things somehow got worse than they already were. After a few tense seconds, Tsukachi slowly lowered his hands by his sides, and the kid shifted and took another step towards their exit. He watched them both like a hawk, as Tsukachi took in a short breath, in and out, perhaps unsure of where to start, but that hardly mattered because patience was wearing thin. "From what I've been told, he's been around since the dawn of quirks," he began, preying on the chaos that ensued and leveraging his own quirk to take control in an attempt to bend society to his will. His quirk allows him to give and take quirks at will, and since then he's managed to amass a collection as far as we can tell no one can even know the full scope of, including, we can only guess, some kind of longevity quirk that has kept him going even after hundreds of years. The blades lowered, if only slightly, just enough to make them a little less nervous if that, and breath without cutting their throats open. "You say that like he's gone for good," is what the kid says quietly, fingers pulling his sleeves down just a tad further to cover shaking fingers laid to rest by his side. "Midoriya, I know it sounds hard to believe, but All for One is gone," he pressed. All Might killed him almost 2 years ago in another city entirely. There's still people working on dismantling what's left of his organization, yes, but from him, at least, you have nothing to fear. I promise. He sees the moment something clicks in the kid's head, blades retreating and splitting off like schools of tiny silverfish into his bag and hiding in dark corners as Izuku let out a small, broken laugh. They both don't say anything, can't say anything, as Izuku brings up a hand to comb through his hair and leaves his eyes resting on the lower wall by their feet. That's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. He huffed another short stutter of a breath. It was a long shot that any of you would know about him without being some kind of informant, but God, if you believe that, then it just means he's bought all the time he needs to get back on his feet again. Even so I know he's dead, Midoriya, he says again. I'm sorry, but there's just no way anyone could go through what he did and survive. You said that fight was around 2 years ago now? Tsukachi nodded. That was probably only a few months before I escaped. His eyes hardened, boring into them and begging them to understand, and I know for a fact that the only reason I even made it out at all was because everyone was too focused on keeping him alive to focus on any plans he may have had for me. Wasn't because they were disorganized or fraying at the edges without someone to guide them. All for One has more than enough quirks and resources to bring anyone back from the dead if he wanted to, and he knows how to keep people loyal to his cause even if it looks like he's losing. Tsukachi, he can tell, wants so badly to rebuke him. But the man is dead quiet as the implications sink in. If pressed, Shoyuta would probably say that was the smartest thing the man had done all night. Listen, you don't have to believe me, the kid pressed. You don't even have to trust me. But I know All for One is still out there, and even if there's a chance he's not, someone has to do something to make sure he can't come back full force when All Might can't. The statement made him frown. Looking back, he could see the detective open his mouth for just a second before thinking better of it, a troubled look crossing his face before he opened his mouth to speak again. Shoyuta beat him to it. So what are you proposing exactly? The kid's eyes widened. I honestly don't know, a truce maybe? For now, at least. I'll tell you everything I know about All for One, and if I find anything new on my end, I'll happily tell you that too, and when this is all over. He hesitated, not long, not even a full second. When this is all over, I'll turn myself in. And you can decide what to do with me from there. Midoriya dash. But this can't get out, he pressed, eyes boring into them both but staring at him, begging him to listen to him. To believe him, to trust him on this if nothing else. I don't know who or where they are, but I know he has people working with the law on his side. It's why they've always been able to hide any of the more important stuff before any of the heroes can get close. He took a breath. I'm choosing to trust you with this, but if they get even the slightest hint of where I am, it's all over and I can't dash, he stressed. I can't go back there. Not again. And you won't, he tells him firmly. We'll make sure of it, and he believes it. He believes it with everything in him, and despite every objection of logic or pessimism that had kept him safe after so many years of failures and battles only barely won. The kid just shakes his head, a new shine to his eyes. You can't promise that. The words make something ache inside him. I can promise you that you're not alone in this anymore, he tells him, and the look the kid shoots back makes his heart clench tighter still in his chest. Eyes shining with something hesitant, desperate but fearful all the same, swimming amongst unshed tears, his lips pressed into a thin line. They both know he doesn't believe him. So Shoyuta takes another breath, and before he can think better of it, reaches out slowly, carefully, and gently rests a hand on the boy's shoulder. He flinches under his palm just slightly, tracking the movement before coming back to meet his eyes. Searching. And I can promise, he tells him, that no matter what we're going to do everything we can to keep you safe. Gently he feels one of the kid's scarred hands curl around his own where it lay on his shoulder, and despite the way his heart twists in his chest, lets him ease it off with trembling fingers, eyes no longer meeting his own. It's not that simple, he hears him say. Maybe, he admits, because they both know he's probably right about that. That it's not going to be something they can beat in one go, that it's not as simple as wrapping him in a blanket and telling him it's all going to be okay, not when there's still so much work to do. So much to make up for. But he knows, like it's the only truth he has left to hold on to in this mess, that it's not going to stop him from trying. And then Tsukachi speaks up. Regardless, if All for One is still a player in all this, Then like you said we'll be needing all the help we can get, and so do you. You believe me then? It's hardly spoken above a whisper. You actually. It doesn't matter what I want to believe, not right now at least, he says, and Aizawa feels himself frown at the look he gives him. But you're right, we can't afford to assume that he's just going away, not with so much at stake. Regardless, our goal hasn't changed, Shoyuta says, turning back to him. We're still going to do everything we can to make sure you're safe, so before anything else, he takes the leap. Is there anyone else you're staying with? Someone you can trust? And something in Izuku seems to shift with those words. He says nothing. We can discuss all of this somewhere you're a bit more comfortable if you'd like, he says. Get you a warm drink and a meal if you're feeling up to it. The kid only seemed to shift away even more at the offer, so he tried again. But we'll jump that bridge when we get to it, he tells him, carefully, trying to shift himself to be as non-threatening as he can be, gentle in a way he's not used to. Hand outstretched between the two of them but stopping short, waiting for him to take it at his own pace. We can just take it one step at a time for now. The kid was shaking now, collapsing in on himself, eyes glassing and staring into fog. There's something there he's not seeing, something he said that's setting him off. Even after all the truths spilled out between them that night, he can't figure out what it is, what line he crossed that's pushing back into that fear again. Some hidden trigger maybe? A landmine of memory and association he couldn't see even as he pored over his own words, desperately trying to make the connection. But even so, there was still a part of him screaming at him that he couldn't let him disappear again, not like this. That regardless he had to try, he couldn't just leave him here like this, not when it's clear he was already so afraid. It doesn't have to be the station, just somewhere a bit less out in the open where we can make sure you're safe and get you the protection you need. Is that all right? No. The kid's voice was firm. Harder than it had been all night. Harder than he'd ever heard it. It made him falter. Kid. I'm not going with you. His face was hard, not quite looking at him but steadfast all the same. Clutching the straps of his bag in a white-knuckled grip and stance shifted to run. Something was wrong. Midoriya? Tsukachi's voice had always been softer than his. Is everything dash? Stop. And they did. For just a moment. But whatever it was, it couldn't be left alone. There was something else there. Something they couldn't see. Something he wasn't going to talk about, a line he wasn't going to cross. A line they might have to. Kid, we just want you safe. The kid just shook his head again. That glassy look in his eyes clearing up as he did, looking back at them but that fear still holding strong. That much was clear, beyond the determination, beyond whatever strength was telling the kid to press on despite it all. It doesn't matter, he snapped again. You know the most important parts now, that's it. We're done. We can't in good conscience just dash. Okay. His head snapped back all at once to Tsukachi, standing just behind him with his hat in his hands and looking back at the kid with solemn resignation. It caught them both by surprise. You still have a way to contact us if you need it. We'll let you reach out to us when you're ready, or if you need any help, he said. Just know that the offer is always open. He catches Midoriya's eyes flit between the two of them again. You're not going to dash? His voice is just edging on shaking. I told you before I don't plan on making any arrests tonight, he said, and I'm not in the habit of lying. If you want to leave, we won't stop you. But if there's anything you need or feel we should know, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We'll be ready to listen, no matter what. Nobody said anything for a long moment. And then Izuku eased off, and he nodded. Still tense, still afraid if only a little, but even just a little more at ease. Looking again between them both before starting back slowly the way they'd came. Thank you, Midoriya, he said finally, sending him a small smile even as Shuta's stomach swirled and sank as he said it. We'll make sure this gets to the right people. The kid hesitated just a moment mid-step before continuing. He caught the tail end of a muttered, "Thank you," amongst that PRD silence. They waited till long after he was out of sight before moving back to the car themselves. The both of them hardly able to look the other in the eye. Neither saying a thing until they were well on their way back to the station. There was nothing for him to say. I don't like this either. Tsukachi was the first to brave the silence, and he had to bite his lip a moment to keep a few choice words at bay. But the kid might have more of a point than even he knows. You don't think we can protect him? He said. Incredulously, we've had internal corruption cases before. Even if this villain is as dangerous as the two of you seem to think, we shouldn't have just let him leave on his own when he's being hunted. He watched as the detective's hands tightened on the wheel. I'm not talking about all for one, Eraserhead. And then it clicks. It must show on his face because Tsukachi continues. The HPSC is already invested in Viridian's case, and they're more afraid of all for one than either of us. Any connection to him is going to gain their full attention, and if they find out about Midoriya, about his past, about what he can do, he'll never see the light of day again. We both know that. Even if they do decide to give him a chance. It'll just be like going back to that yesterday, wouldn't it? Shoyuda said bitterly, him and it. Which is why we keep it off the books, he said firmly. Voice hard and eyes harder as he stared unwavering at the road in front of them, the station only just coming into view ahead of them. They're already invested in Viridian's case, we can't change that, so keeping it confidential isn't going to do a thing to stop them. You're saying we should lie. It's a big risk, believe me, I'm not ignoring that. He kept driving, taking a right after passing the station and continuing under the periodic washes of streetlights illuminating a main road. If we're doing this, he paused, we're going to have to commit. They both knew he didn't have to ask. I made a promise, detective, was what he goes with. I'm not going back on it as long as I can help it, because for all his pretending he was a hero. And for FS' sake, that's what heroes were supposed to do. The Neo Mesa hummed his affirmative, and they continued on in silence. Shoyuda didn't even need to ask where they were going before he pulled up across from his building and put the car in park by the curb. We might need Netsu for this, if he'll agree to help in case either of us slips up. The look on his face was troubled. We're not going to be able to keep him a secret forever. A kid running circles around heroes and villains alike? There's no way he won't be interested, he grumbled, dragging a hand down his face, the streetlights blurring slightly as he stared out from between his fingers, the caffeine in his system just beginning to wear off. That being said, things are already in motion to add All Might to the UA faculty this coming year, he sighed. If what the kid says is true, he'll have bigger fish to fry, so it'll have to wait. It's true as far as he knows it, he responded. Years of doing this and I still don't know what to think. Shoyuda just hummed in response. Another silence lapsing between them before he spoke up again. This might be a mistake. Sure, he acquiesced. No more than that. No one else can know about him, even All Might, he pressed. You understand that, right? I do. He let out a sigh as he popped open the door. The detective calling after. I'll go ahead, get our story straight on paper, but first I've got to make some calls. He said, leaning back in his seat. I'll go over it with you tomorrow, so for now just try and avoid talking to anyone about what happened until then. He looked more tired than he'd ever seen him. Good night, detective. A quiet nod was all he got in response. Neither of them had it in them to say any more than that as Shoyuda left him and made for home without once looking back. Letting himself soak in the silence and try not to wonder when another call would come through his phone again and why saving someone right in front of him could be so hard.